On the back of my crop top, waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without you. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? It's already a better day than yesterday because I'm not having audio issues. All right. What are we looking at first? Probably the man of the hour, Mr. Graham Platner, the Maine Dem Senate primary candidate. All right. Let's fucking go. Can you guys believe that this guy won? Crazy that he won. Who could have seen this coming? I really thought Janet Mills might pull it out at the end there. Let's see. Okay. I've never seen this guy speak at length with speeches. I've only ever watched interviews, and I personally don't get the appeal, but you know, I don't live in this godforsaken state. Why is this quality so bad? Jesus. Whoa. Okay. I thought that was going to improve. I guess not. Let's see.
Most focused races nationally.
Stop playing music. I have to cut out later. Okay. Let's see. All I'm seeing is the top comment. Thanking Janet Mills after all her smear attempts is crazy. I mean, it could be a backhanded thank you. It could be the type of thank you for like, thank you for being such a horrible fucking candidate. That even with my, Nazi tattoo and past controversies, everybody still voted for me because you were that. Nobody wanted you.
Oh boy.
The appeal is policy. For some, a policy is really not what decides races, unfortunately.
Oh. Well, thank you, Maine. Thank you all very much. I want to thank my mom and my dad, who have loved me unconditionally for 41 years, even when it wasn't easy.
A mama's boy.
If you believe, as
and
I
a daddy's
do,
boy,
that we can change our politics and change our country, then you must also believe that people can change.
Okay. People like me. At the beginning of this campaign, I was forced to get a really ugly cover-up tattoo. Look at me now.
And the reason I believe that is because I have lived it. And the reason that I have lived it is because of my wife.
And I deleted my Kick account, okay?
Amy. I
mean, she's a real one. I get the sense that they're into some kink shit, to be honest. It was not a surprise. It's like that she knew that he was on that app, okay? If you're with this man, I have a feeling that you know what type of man he is. And that's not to imply anything untoward, but it just seems like he's a freak, okay? And I wasn't surprised at all to learn about the kick thing or whatever. And it's more socially acceptable for her to be like, oh yeah, he cheated. We worked through it with a marriage counselor, than to just admit, I think that they do some sort of like open thing.
Amy Jane, you are my best friend and the love of my life. And thank you.
A lot more people are kinky than people realize. I know, Maine fucking wild. We will see a picture of this man's penis before we make it to the general. Mark my fucking words.
Over the last 9 months, I have seen Mainers come together behind a vision to take back our power from corporations and billionaires. I love every single one of you, everyone who has shown up at town hall, who has knocked on a door, who cast their vote, not for me, but for a vision of a life in Maine that you can afford. A life of dignity and a government that actually serves its people. I want to thank our incredible campaign team and all 15,000 volunteers. You have built the most powerful grassroots movement in the history of this state. This is because of you. And when we finally defeat Susan Collins,
I am excited for the debate, though, between her and this man. You have to admit he's very charismatic. Look, he's not my cup of tea, but I think he speaks to what most people like.
that will be because of you too. You don't just believe in a different kind of politics, you have dedicated your time and your talents to it. It is a service to our state and to our nation, and thank you. I also want to thank Governor Janet Mills for a lifetime of service to a state that we both love. We are eternally grateful.
Notably less applause for that shout out.
And any of those who feel let down or disappointed or disillusioned, it is my job to earn your trust, faith, and support. And I will spend every day of this campaign, and if I have the privilege, every day in the United States Senate doing.
Hutch says we will see his butthole. Okay. Maybe. Lock it in on call sheet. Okay. What do we think is more likely? The Graham Platner butthole pics or the dick pics?
Exactly that.
Like, I've already seen and heard more discourse about this man's body than I ever would have cared to. So you know what? Maybe. I'm not ruling it out. Hutch said it. We're definitely not seeing it.
It is deeply humbling to stand here as your Democratic nominee. It is an honor, and I will not let you down. Until recently, I thought that harbor master would be the height of my political career. It now appears that things have changed. But it's
Imagine if he said, I thought black one.
This morning was a normal one. I woke up in my home, just a few doors down from the house I grew up in. Amy and I shared a pot of coffee. We walked our dogs on the same road that I've spent most of my life on. We spent the afternoon knocking on doors and getting ready for this evening. And then we drove down here to Blue Hill, where
Somehow he's the least problematic Marine. I mean, he's like indicative. He seems like the average Marine, in my opinion.
was born.
Like, the only thing that you can say about this guy being like a liar and having this sort of to even say a checkered past is honestly too much, because he engages in behavior that you would expect from the general population, but we don't expect from elected representatives. Look, if we're going to have a government that's by the people, for the people, shouldn't you have people like this in it? He's far closer to what the average man is like, certainly the average veteran, than anybody currently up on Capitol Hill. Fucking ice-chewing psychopath freaks up there.
On a maternity ward that has since closed. I am a son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it. But I'm also a lucky one who found his way back, who found a living on the sea.
Him saying this is reminding me how Susan Collins was asked, or he made comments about his experience, his PTSD or whatever, and she kind of ate his ass up when she was like, yeah, but he volunteered. So
home and a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before.
I've only heard one Marine's opinion on black people. Platner is a massive step up, unfortunately. True. All he said in that Reddit comment is that they're bad tippers. Could have been much worse.
And if you give me the chance, I will be
I'm sorry, I can't help but joke. This guy's funny to me, okay? But in all seriousness, I am so happy that there's a candidate that looks like they have a good chance of beating Susan Collins in the general. So,
Senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
I think it was tone deaf of her to be like, he volunteered. Oh, for sure. She made herself look like an idiot. You can't say stuff like that to fucking veterans. If like a friend had said it to him, like heard him going over his speech and was like giving him feedback, and he was like, I've struggled with this stuff, and they were like, you volunteered, Graham. What are you talking about? Like, yes, you did, but also there was somewhat of a voluntary association there, right? It would be funny. So reading it, I laughed, but seeing the video, yeah, obviously it's fucking tone deaf. She shouldn't have said it, but like, of course, these people have like horrible political instincts.
I will stand up for you and against billionaires and greedy corporations. I will serve you, the people of Maine, not some lobbyist or party boss. I will be the champion for your dreams as if it were my own, no matter the challenge or the expense. I will fight for you. I have been willing to die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do for the state of Maine.
He's also going to have a really good argument against her in the general besides her abysmal record. But again, the record can only do so much when like Americans have the fucking memory of a goldfish. And the fact that he's a veteran and can speak to these experiences and talk about the fact that he like doesn't support the Iran war. Susan Collins is obviously not nearly adversarial enough to Trump if she's in the same fucking party as him, has confirmed different Supreme Court picks of his, has voted with him consistently. Yeah, she's departed with him on some things here and there, but like overall, she has been more in alignment than not. And bringing that front and center to the conversation on top of the fact that like she lacks charisma, she's old as fuck. I think that's really going to help him.
You have lifted me up. You have had my back. This is the state that raised me, and this is the state that saved me. Now, I am not a deeply religious man, and yet I cannot help but think tonight about a hymn. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Found because of grace of the people of Maine. Grace comes when a tree falls and your neighbor brings over a chainsaw. Grace comes when your truck gives out late at night and someone you've never met stops to help you. Grace comes when you need it most and expect it least.
Took me a second. I was like, if a tree falls is the next thing that you want, somebody with a chainsaw, but I guess to finish like getting like severing it from the trunk and removing it, right?
When your parents need a hand and an old friend doesn't hesitate
Not
to go
the point, I realize, but
shovel the
I
driveway.
couldn't help it.
Or when a teacher, as underpaid as they are, stays late after school, gives up their own precious free time to help a kid who has fallen behind. Grace is not inevitable, but here in Maine, sometimes it feels like it is. And that is something I will never take for granted. It is a mighty gift, and one that I am committed to extending outwards. Maine, I love you. I love this state. Now the national pundit.
And this party actually does seem sincere about, like, the dude comes from money. He comes from some sort of privileged or more affluent background, and he has decided to remain in the state, become a business owner in the state, so I have no reason to doubt this.
It's the political establishment. They keep looking for that one story, that one headline, that one moment in my life that they can define the campaign by. But in trying so hard to understand me, they fail to understand that this is not about me at all. This is a movement about us. About the far too many working far too hard and struggling far too much at the hands of the ruling class. It is not a story of my hardship, it's of our hardship. A story of the hardship of every working Mainer, People that used to be able to stern in the summertime, plow in the winter, dig clams, and be able to send your kid off to college, but you can't anymore. Because that hard work, it isn't enough now. This story, the story of this campaign, it's not about how the political establishment counted me out. It's about for how far too long the political establishment has counted out the voices of every single person without the money to buy influence. But they don't know Maine. Those who think we can be fooled by a handful of billionaires, who think they can just buy elections like they buy yachts or other houses. But they don't know Maine. We will continue to show up for one another. We will be the people that fight for each other in the places that we love. We are ready for change. And they will try to make this race about everything other than what it absolutely is, a simple choice for who will represent us in the United States Senate. Susan Collins may have started her career decades ago in Washington with good intentions, but she has become just as spineless and corrupt as the establishment she now serves. She got elected promising to protect Roe versus Wade, only to turn around and put a justice of the Supreme Court who overturned it. She lied to us. Susan Collins has used her privilege and power to funnel $60 million in federal contracts, $60 million of our tax dollars, to her lobbyist husband. If that's not correct,
Her lobbyist husband, who I recently learned she only seems to have gotten with because she was having an affair.
corruption, I don't know what is.
Like the guy was cheating on his wife who had cancer, apparently, and then they got together.
Susan Collins has gotten 21 times wealthier just in the last 15 years. Has anybody else gotten 21 times wealthier since Susan Collins was elected to office? Does Maine have 21 times the schools and hospitals? No. We have less.
Oh, shoot. Clearwatch, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 3 for 6 months. You've been subscribed for 12. I really, really appreciate it. And I am doing well.
Susan Collins is getting rich while we're getting screwed. The last time she ran for office, she received more money from private equity than any other member of Congress, including some of the same private equity companies that shuttered the mills here in Maine. And ever since then, she has stood by and done nothing while they have bought up nursing homes, local businesses, the last of the houses we could afford, stripped our communities for parts. Hell, they bought the Boston Red Sox. And Susan Collins has never met a war she didn't like. She's been supporting endless wars since I was a teenager, and I know I had to fight in 2 of them. Senator Collins, I got blown up while you handed out billions of dollars to defense companies that invest in you. Sorry, that you're invested in.
Although both are probably true. What do you want to bet? She takes a ton of money from fucking defense contractors.
You and your friends profited, and my friends died.
Had to fight in them, LMAO. It's doing a little bit of work there, obviously. But I mean, if they're voting for these wars, presumably, if they're not going to conscript people, they need volunteers, right? So they're going to be encouraging Americans to do this. So they do need people to fight in them.
Susan Collins has voted to send billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund other people's wars. Susan Collins, how do you justify closing hospitals in Maine while using our tax dollars to destroy them halfway around the world? If you reflect Maine's values, Why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I serve 4 tours defending. If you are an independent voice, why do you vote with Donald Trump 95% of the time? If you're so bipartisan, why were you the deciding vote to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court? The deciding vote to defund our health care and our hospitals. Why did you rubber stamp the greatest redistribution of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of our nation? Susan Collins is only bipartisan when it doesn't matter. Susan Collins calls herself the gold standard of common sense. Common sense would be Mainers not having to choose between seeing a doctor.
To be honest, it's probably worse when she's bipartisan, because especially given, like, you know, these parties supposedly agree on nothing, but what can they come together to agree on? You know, fucking Israel, wars, like war making, that kind of shit, like the worst shit.
Or paying your mortgage. Common sense would be banning billionaires from buying elections. And it would also be giving workers the same seat at the table as CEOs. Common sense would be a minimum wage that's a living wage. It would be keeping our hospitals open and our schools funded and our kids from having to fight in another generation of forever wars. Common sense would be releasing the Epstein files. Should be unafraid of upsetting the wannabe king to whom Susan Collins bows. Susan Collins said she would only serve 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th. She has worked in politics longer than Joe Biden. She hasn't held a town hall since I was in 8th grade.
Is that fucking true? Holy shit.
I've held 83 town halls in the
I
past
mean, like, if I were her and I had her record, I also wouldn't do that.
8 months.
It's stuff like that that reminds me, like, I'm cheering on the victory of a guy's ascension to a thing I think should be abolished entirely because of how undemocratic it is. And then it pisses me off just that much more when I learn how some of their representatives treat their fucking constituents by, like, fucking refusing to do town halls and actually confront them.
What are you trying to hide, Senator Collins? Exactly. Now, the truth is, Susan Collins doesn't serve us. She serves Donald Trump. She serves the Epstein class. She serves her corporate donors and the corrupt political system that has rigged the economy against us. She does not serve us, and so we will defeat Susan Collins. We will take back this Senate seat. We will take back our power. And when we do, I want you to imagine what it will feel like when we hold Trump and his criminal enterprise to account. When we end prescription drug price gouging. When a trip to the grocery store, to the gas station, doesn't break the bank. When everyone who was born in Maine, raised in Maine, and who loves Maine can stay in Maine. When we codify Roe v. Wade. When we pass Medicare for all.
It is refreshing to hear a candidate bring this up. I feel like it's completely fallen off the fucking table. This sounds crazy. Okay. I liked Tallarico. I preferred him to Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett was closer to to supporting Medicare for all than Tallarico was. Tallarico does basically, his is called like Medicare for y'all, which is basically Pete Buttigieg's like Medicare for all those who want it. So public option, not Medicare for all.
But when we defend our democracy, our country, once we've defended our freedom, let it be a different kind of freedom. Not merely a romantic freedom, but a freedom that is real, that is material. The freedom to start a family, to raise your kids under a roof that is your own, with the promise of security and the guarantee of time. Time to build, time to create, time to love. The freedom to live lives not of struggle and scraping by, but of dignity and fulfillment. Maine, the eyes of the nation are upon us. And while they are here, please go to grandforsenate.com and make a donation or sign up to be a volunteer. There's an old saying, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If you want to stop war with Iran and end the forever wars, if you want to give workers the raise they deserve, seniors the security they worked for, you want to bring back Roe v. Wade, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If you want to stop a Trump family slush fund, their ballroom, their deals with Saudi princes and tech oligarchs, if you want to stop the corruption, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If we want to dismantle ICE, win back the Senate, check Donald Trump's power, and take back ours, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Together, we will defeat Susan Collins. Together, we will win back this Senate seat.
Well, there you have it. The no longer presumptive, but the actual Democratic Senate nominee, Graham.
He wasn't done. Why did they stop? Why did they do this? Okay, whatever. This one's, wait, 39 minutes. This is like stopped at 24. Oh, wait, it might have included other shit. Maybe it just cuts off there.
Who loves Maine.
Oh my God. One side audio. Okay, forget it. What he probably said is, I love you guys, donate more. Okay. So let's see. Jesus Christ. This fossil got 21,000 fucking votes still, even though she fucking dropped out and like stopped campaigning. So this is from the New York Times, updated 2 minutes ago. Election Live updates. Graham Platner wins primary in Maine, setting up a key Senate fight. In South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham fended off a Republican challenger and avoided a runoff. Lucky him. Nevada and North Dakota also held primaries. Here's the latest. Platner, the progressive oyster farmer who toppled Maine's political establishment, even as a series of unsettling revelations about his past rattled his party. I'm going to make it to the end of the sentence before I say what I'm going to say, has just won the Democratic nomination for Senate on Tuesday, according to the Associated Press. Holy shit. This like unsettling revelations about his past rattled his party. Okay. They're referring to their own reporting on a thing that was not even verified. It literally says within the article, that woman, the fucking Heritage Foundation woman for Kavanaugh, ex of his past, you know, the ghost of Christmas past, okay, who's like bringing this up, can't say, like, it is literally just her word alone. It's not a claim that is corroborated independently. And she never alleged sexual assault or like, you know, R-wording or like he like roughhoused her or whatever. Like, he like allegedly grabbed her by the shoulder and like put her into a room and like closed the door or something like that. Not saying that's good. You shouldn't be putting your hands on your partner, even if like things are getting testy. But he denies the allegations. The New York Times could not substantiate the allegations. So why is there an article about this? It literally just seems like tabloid shit. Mr. Platner's triumph, called with a small fraction of the vote reported, came over rivals who had either stopped campaigning weeks ago or offered limited opposition. The margin of his victory over Governor Janet Mills was being watched closely for signs of voter wariness or enthusiasm. Also on Tuesday, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina survived a Republican primary challenger, avoiding a potentially embarrassing runoff as he seeks a fifth term in office. We don't talk about the enough about the like sick fucking people that live in these fucking districts that send people like Lindsey Graham to the fucking Senate. Holy shit. Mr. Platner, a combat veteran who has built a progressive base with its populist economic message, weathered a series of damaging reports about his personal life, though we tried so hard, as he prepares to challenge Senator Susan Collins, a 5-term Republican, in one of the most crucial Senate contests in the nation. In a speech that took aim at Ms. Collins, Mr. Platner declared that his political movement would, quote, take back our power in November and subsequently enact a raft of progressive legislation, including codifying abortion rights and passing a single-payer healthcare system known as Medicare for All. What do you want to bet that there's people that read into us when he says, like, we're going to take back our power? They're like, you mean white power? Because they're, like, so obsessed with this dude. The stakes in Maine are so high because the seat is critical to control the Senate next year. Democrats must flip at least 4 Republican-held seats to win a Senate majority, and Ms. Collins is the only Republican defending a seat in a state President Trump did not win in 2024. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, has outlined his likeliest 4-state path to power through Maine, North Carolina, Alaska, and Ohio. Democrats are also eager to compete in Texas and Iowa. In South Carolina, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Abbott, who has Mr. Trump's endorsement, and Alan Wilson, the state attorney general, advanced the Republican primary for governor. Representative Nancy Mace, who lags well behind, conceded defeat and endorsed Mr. Wilson in the runoff, which will take place in 2 weeks. Wasn't she not going to seek re-election, or am I crazy? South Carolina is also reporting results in primary contests for governor, and voters in Maine and Nevada are picking candidates for governor. North Dakota is holding primaries as well. Here's what else to know. Platner, the New York Times, here it is, reported that Mr. Platner had dated, women that Mr. Platner had dated recounted him acting in disturbing ways. Is this like the thing? Yeah, recall unsettling behavior, intimidating and disturbing or whatever. And reports detailed sexual messages he had sent to women outside his marriage. Oh my God, no one on Capitol Hill has ever had an extramarital affair. This will be the first person that we're sending to the Senate consciously that we know has acted, outside of their marriage. It's not like, the same people that are like bringing this shit up will also tell you how much they fucking love Bill Clinton. Some party members have struggled to reconcile his past behavior, while others, particularly his progressive allies, have argued that Democrats must coalesce around him to defeat Ms. Collins. I mean, like, there's literally no choice. If you didn't want this candidate, the establishment should not have advanced a woman who literally is so old, she's 79, who would be 85 at the end of her first term if she were to succeed against Susan Collins, when she didn't seem like a particularly strong candidate for the general, had to vow that she would only run for 1 term. So in 6 years, that seat was going to be vulnerable again. That's assuming that she even beat Susan Collins in the fucking general. And what a snooze fest that would have been if she had been the one to advance to the fucking general. I really don't think she would have beat her, to be honest. And like, just get it, like, again, cast all the aspersions you want, on Graham Platner for lying and his character or whatever. But like, get into the mindset of somebody following Joe Biden's refusal to step aside how big of an issue his age was in the 2024 election, leading to him having to resign at the last minute, throw in Kamala Harris, losing to Trump. Now we're here, okay, in this fucking fascist, democratic backsliding, nightmare. And you have candidates like Janet Mills who see all of that, who see the existential risk this admin poses to everyone in this country and human life broadly. And they're like, yeah, I think I'm the person for the job. Somebody who, if they were in your family, you take their keys away. I'm going to run for Senate. I'm going to run for Senate and I'm going to do it for 1 term. And she didn't even put up a compelling, it's like, it didn't even seem like she wanted to fucking do this because the campaign that she mounted sucked. It was completely unenthusiastic and she gave up really, really easily. So does anybody really think that she would have actually been a formidable candidate against Susan Collins? Seriously. All of the people that were kind of suggesting, oh, she's preferable or whatever, it was like almost never about her policies and just about the fact that they don't like Susan Collins and she's the safe candidate and talking shit about Graham Platner. But like nobody was ever trying to like Mills pill anybody because they know that she's like not a strong candidate. But that also is a character test that she failed because who the fuck is going to be that selfish to step into this race as the establishment candidate? There were other establishment candidates that they could have advanced. They went with her because she has the most purchase with her constituents in Maine because she's been a fixture in their politics for a long time. But they didn't need to. Democrats need to fucking step aside and start ushering in the next generations of Dems that are going to fucking replace them. We learned this lesson in the hardest way possible in 2024, so I thought. But clearly, it did not get through to a lot of people. This is Maine Governor Troy Jackson, a lawyer and state senator endorsed by Mr. Platner, and Dr. Nirav Shah, who led Maine's coronavirus pandemic response, are among the candidates on the Democratic side. The Republican field includes Bobby Charles, who served in the second Bush admin, and a Bush relative, Jonathan Bush, a cousin of one president and nephew of another. And then House contests, Republicans are nominating candidates they hope can flip seats in Maine and Nevada. Former Governor Paul LePage of Maine ran unopposed in the Republican primary in the state's 2nd district. Marty O'Donnell, a video game music composer, has Mr. Trump's endorsement in the Republican primary in Nevada's 3rd district. This dude, a video game music composer from, Vegas? Okay. What do you want about his background is like, there's like weird shit going on there, like crypto or something maybe. Would the party hopes to defeat the Democratic incumbent, Representative Susie Lee? Then there's going to be a runoff. Establishment Dems did nothing to build younger candidates and are surprised a geriatric candidate gassed out. I mean, it's like almost, it's like beyond parody. You would think that they did this on purpose to sabotage Janet Mills's chance so that they could complain about Platner winning or something. It just seems like psyop shit. Could not think of a worse fucking strategy for the Democratic establishment to advance, even if you hate this candidate so much. If defending Israel is that important to you, you know how many, there's like so many pro-Israel candidates in fucking Maine, I'm sure, that would love nothing more than to take a bunch of money from AIPAC, or at least accept money on their behalf by like tacitly by, knowing that they're going to unleash a bunch of campaign funds against their opponent. And you had to go with Mills? Why? You could have gone with literally any other run-of-the-mill Democrat. So fucking bizarre. I actually wanted to play this. This was Majority Report talking about like the New York Times piece on Platner.
I didn't see this tweet from Lindsay Fiffield saying that she seems very upset about
the smears against Platner are getting desperate. This was 4 days ago.
The Times coverage. She supposedly gave them sources that could corroborate her story, even though they couldn't corroborate it. Do people think like you maybe pulled this up? This tweet's worth running. I know I wasn't planning to do this, but it just popped up in my feed in between the fun half. It's sort of.
Why is this happening to me? I just noticed that it says I have 11.5 thousand followers. To be clear, yesterday I had less than 4,000. Why did this happen? That's very weird to me.
Fascinating.
Is this the one that begins, I bucked all advice?
Yes. Let's just watch this. And I mean, I'm sorry. I'm fascinated by this, both because, I mean, I think everybody understands stakes here, right? Like, Maine there is virtually no way to contemplate taking back the Senate without winning Maine. It's literally possible, but it's highly unlikely because the states that you'd have to win.
Oh my God. Sam Cedar watching Pisco streams?
Are just, further out of reach.
If by possible you mean...
And I'm also fascinated by the way this story has developed. Like, who is doing this? Because the timing of this stuff is strange. And suggests that it's not just a question of Republicans because
You're botting, admit it. I don't think you bought followers, you would bought viewers, right? I just showed you that my followers on Twitch for whatever reason have exploded. I don't know why. But if I was botting, why would I only bought like 90 viewers?
Because
especially when before my break, I was closer to 200.
If the Republicans had this stuff, they would drop it, in October. But why? Or it could be about Republicans taking a different tact here and saying, we need to get him out of the race, as opposed to try and beat him because we may not be able to beat him. The best thing is for us to get him out of the race.
Yeah.
And now is the most opportune time to do that. But regardless, so let's put up this tweet from Lindsay Fiffield. She is the only person to suggest any type of physicality. And again, she wouldn't have called it like abuse, but any type of physicality from Platner. And she also suggests that he knew what his tattoo was. So I'm sorry, put this back up. I bucked all advice from my friends. Wait a second. There it is. From my friends and resisted my conservative bias and decided to fully trust the Times journalist.
And like what they point out is so astute here because this is so bizarre because if you have these sorts of allegations and they're credible, I'm not like, okay, fine. You didn't tell anybody. Sometimes people don't tell people when they're abused, okay? The fact that she makes it sound like it was some exclusive that she gave to the Times, if you have a scoop and what you're saying is true, or you have some circumstantial evidence to corroborate said claims, why would you want it to be exclusive to the Times? Why wouldn't you want literally anybody, any publication, whether it be the Washington Post, whether it be AP, whether it be Reuters, to like take the story?
She couldn't even like get through this. She's such like an influencer that she's already in the parentheses are there to address her audience, which is conservatives going like, how could you trust the Times?
And by the way, she's already spoken to the media now that we know, confirmed by her old podcast host and friend, Bethany Mandel, about the tattoo. She confirms it in this thread, too. Okay.
And so she had already spoken out, but she's talking about like the deal that she made with the Times.
Right.
As they left my home and asked I not talk to other outlets, and I insisted then and repeatedly the following weeks I would keep my word and only share this story with them. Now, listen.
And like, why did they ask for that? You know, it is strange from like, is it really that they want a scoop that badly? Is it like to actually make it seem like they're not? Because like, you could look at it either way, right? Like, it's this concerted effort from the Times for them to be the one that takes him down or something like that. I mean, they played this shady shit with fucking Mamdani. Okay, they refused to endorse, they didn't endorse anybody, but they did go out of their way to say Mamdani was not qualified to become the mayor of New York City. So they tacitly are endorsing Cuomo because they're definitely not endorsing Sliwa, and Adams was already out at that point. Then they ran that story on his college admission application where the source was clearly a fucking neo-Nazi. And the controversy, or what's supposedly newsworthy here, is that when applying to a university he didn't even get into or attend, he marked that his race or ethnicity was African American / Asian because he was born like in South Africa or something like that until the age of, and then raised there until the age of 7. And they came to the United States. And he even clarified that like, hey, there's limited options here. Given my background, I'm not really comfortable saying that I'm Asian or African American, but it doesn't, none of these, I'm closer to that than I am to white. So he like added an addendum. The New York Times thought that was newsworthy. Okay. And then she's saying that they were like, hey, please don't talk to anybody else about this. Cause like, we want the scoop. But it's like, you know, if your goal is to like take this guy down, again, wouldn't you encourage her to also like go to other outlets and like help give the story credibility? Because then multiple outlets are reporting on it. Or do they have to be the person? Like I don't know what the thinking is there.
That right there, that is a weird thing for those deals happen. I want to be clear on this. What people don't understand when you deal with the press, they have a code that they just sort of presume that you know, and lay people don't know the code, which is like, this I want to say on background, this I want to say on the record, et cetera, et cetera. Now, a woman like her, she will know because she's worked in this field. The only reason why you would make that promise to the Times is if you wanted the story in the Times. She is under no obligation to say to the Times, oh yeah, I'm only going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to the Washington Post. I'm not going to talk to the Washington Examiner. I'm only talk to you. And the reason why she does that is because
Soypil says, I put Hispanic on my college app. Might as well not be true given my life, but I'll take a free scholarship. Don't say that. You're a mod in my chat, you fucking Janny. You're getting your Hispanic life experience right now.
She wants the Times to carry the story as opposed to another outlet. And she is strategizing. The Times are going to hit the audience I want them to hit. If you wanted this on the on the right, you wouldn't go to the Times. That's what comms professionals do. We have this story. Where are we going to go? And she went to the Times and made a deal with them. You'll get an exclusive when you write this. You know, people do that in film festivals too. Like, I'm only going to go, the people want the premiere. All right, so go ahead. As they left my home, okay, but then the weeks dragged on. They kept coming back to us saying the editors needed more. I needed to go on the record. Okay. We need more screenshots. Okay.
Why would this be weird? I don't understand, like, why she actually has an issue. Like, yeah, can you believe that the paper of record would demand that you substantiate the claims to the best of your ability, especially when you're the only one making them? It's a he said, she said type thing. You don't have any other evidence to corroborate this. You don't have police reports of you reporting this abuse or what she may or may not describe as abusive behavior. It's been a minute since I read the article. You don't have, like, friends that can attest to the fact that you said this to them. You don't have like a diary, it seems, where you talked about this.
Every benchmark they set, eager to provide more sources or evidence as needed. I don't know why you wouldn't do all of that from the beginning. After
why won't they just take my word?
Story went up, I began to ask them, wait, where are the stories from the other women? Where are their accusations of sexual assault? Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detailing my work history?
Which is hilarious because it was such a footnote in the story. It obscures the true nature of her collaboration with Republican operatives and her work in Republican politics. And she's asking, where are their accusations of sexual assault? I don't know, girlfriend.
Yeah, they probably just wanted to embarrass themselves by leaving those out, like as if they actually existed. Like, what is she talking about? Why would the Times do this?
Yes.
Well, I mean, listen, if she is suggesting that they lied to her and said that there's 3 other women who will claim sexual assault, you should come in here, she should out them for that.
Yeah.
Because in that instance, the whole thing sounds like a total hit job by these reports. Remember, they've been working on this story for months, according to her. Right?
Yeah, like if they had other people or were heavily implying or suggesting that there were other women that were going to like corroborate the allegations in the same sorts of allegations that she made to the Times, but then they don't do that. I mean, there are there are reasons as to why that could have been the case. Like those women could have backed up, but like, wouldn't that be contained within the story that like there were other people that the Times spoke to? Can't they say that? Like, I don't think that's fucking around with like ethics or like journalistic like norms and shit. Like you're not outing a source, you're saying the opposite.
Right? I mean, the weeks
at least
dragged on, and that's just when they had her stuff. Put Papa. Why does it say nobody could corroborate when I offered them sources that could corroborate? They obviously went to these sources, and those sources could not corroborate. They may be saying to her, "Well, I'll corroborate," but they didn't. They couldn't do it. Why did they include an out-of-context quote from a friend joking, "Do not call Graham after I called off my wedding," because she knew I would never.
That's interesting, by the way, because as our friend Ryan Grimm has pointed out, the timing of this so-called...
Also, that quote could definitely go either way. Like, girl, don't get back involved with him just because you're fucking, like, you know, sad. Not necessarily, like, do not go back to your abuser. I mean, that's the inference that she wants you to draw, but that's not necessarily how that person meant it.
Relationship with Graham seems to potentially overlap with, and she said this publicly, she was engaged to a man who ended up being gay and didn't follow through with the wedding. So, I mean, I don't know what the nature of their relationship was, but she's kind of admitting there that, I don't know, perhaps those 2 time periods overlapped. I'm not exactly sure.
She goes on to say, like, where's the mention that I'd supported local Democrats and most of my family and husband are liberal? I wonder,
what do they think about women for Kavanaugh?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sort of curious where their positions on Israel are. And I'm only asking this because she's raising it as being exculpatory or somehow burgeoning her legitimacy. The Times also failed to include my mention that I did confide in multiple friends through the years that Graham has been abusive long before he was running for office.
Okay, but like, again, you have to substantiate every single allegation that's still an assertion. I'm not even saying it's baseless. That could be a credible testimony from somebody, especially if it ever had advanced. It didn't in this case, to a court to behave like a sworn affidavit or something like that. But they would need to go corroborate that with those people. And then you would need to say what information you had as to what his past was with domestic violence or assault or something like that. Your friends would then need to say what they remember and recall you saying to them. And all of that would still have to be independently verified to the best of their abilities. Like, you having said that, I mean, until you substantiate it, that is basically just gossip.
Friends confirm they told,
like, as far as the New York Times is concerned, or any story that obviously demands evidence for the claims.
Times so. Now, this is very suspicious because there's nothing in that Times piece that suggests that they're looking to protect Graham Platner. No. It is not inconceivable to me that the Platner campaign had attorneys going like, you haven't really corroborated this, that there's some really shoddy reporting here.
Yeah, if you control F the word corroborate in that piece, there's a couple different times the New York Times is taking pains to say, yeah, nobody would corroborate this violent stuff. People will say, like, yeah, they had a emotional relationship, but the violent stuff is entirely uncorroborated.
It is, Jay Tingle, burnish.
Yeah, and like what Matt just said, Mr. Platner strongly disputes, quote unquote, any claims of physical intimidation or altercations, his campaign said. The Times could not independently corroborate Ms. Byfield's account of the altercations. She's saying during one argument, she recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Ms. Byfield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added, it didn't cause an injury, didn't break my arm. She also recalled that Mr. Platner's display of weaponry and discussions of violence sometimes left her uneasy. She said he kept an AR-15 lying around his apartment on Capitol Hill and would sharpen an axe, a relic from his time working on the Appalachian Trail before he enlisted in the Marines, while watching television. I cannot believe that this is newsworthy, apparently. Can you believe that this fucking Marine from Maine likes guns and, works outdoors? Yeah, I can. What? So, like, what am I supposed to get from that?
flourishing, not burgeoning. Sorry, I don't know what I said in that context. I don't even remember now. It is interesting that he only confided in her that it was a Totenkopf and not all the other women that he presumably had taken his shirt off. Like at one point you would think, I mean, I've never been with someone who has a tattoo that I didn't know what it was. Like one would imagine if this guy was calling it his Totenkopf or Totenkopf, and I would say incidentally, like if you asked me what a Totenkopf was and told me the name, I still wouldn't know what it was up until this whole thing, that this would have come up with other relationships. But apparently just with a woman who'd work in right-wing circles. Fascinating.
I mean, she works at a conservative dark money group, Independent Women's Forum, that did work on behalf for Susan Collins to help craft her response to the backlash she was going to get for voting for Kavanaugh despite the allegation. So forgive me for not necessarily buying her pearl clutching about victims. And coincidentally, the group that she currently works for, is a fellow at, was that group that I'm speaking about. And she was involved in activism on behalf of Kavanaugh prior to this. It just feels like there's a lot of threads that are coming together that seem less like coincidences and more like a narrative.
Yeah.
Like her background is more newsworthy at this point, right?
Could pull up her piece where she talked about how reluctant she was to work on the Kavanaugh thing, having been involved in an unsettling relationship.
Like Republican operative complains about man lying. Again, Republican operative who works on behalf of organizations that attempt to legitimize and further help ensconce MAGA rule in this country, concerned about dishonesty in politics. Okay.
Like
okay.
that. But we can't pull up that piece because she never wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's move on to more relevant stuff. Well, look, this is...
Can I just say real quick, Bernie Sanders' response to this, which was a reporter asked him about it, and he said, where are you from? And the reporter said, I'm from the Examiner. And he said, how about you examine wealth and income and wealth inequality? That's my response to this thing, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree. And they, Platner and Hayes had a conversation about that very same thing. But the reality of our political system, and particularly like where the powers that be, is that we don't set the narrative. They do. And, so that's that. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you, JRayN7, for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. You say for the Flush Fund, but somebody else in YouTube chat has pointed out that I've been streaming very regularly ever since the $600 Tuscan Italian leather PBD shoes have dropped. And they're speculating what I'm saving for. Okay, so maybe this is not going to the Plush Fund. Okay, maybe I have other aspirations this time. Let's see it. Let's see a little bit of this. How much does Kyle wild out? Because this is called Graham Platner hit drop crumbles to pieces and backfires spectacularly. This was a day ago and has 169,000 views from our boy Kyle. Let's see. And this is a 30-minute video. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to get like a little taste.
Absolute worst smear campaign of all time and how it backfired spectacularly in a way that maybe...
Like I read something that his best fundraising day was after that New York Times article dropped. Like the content of that story was not really newsworthy. What ended up being newsworthy was the fact that it made it into the Times at all.
The biggest failure of a hit job of all time, quite literally. Okay, so first, let me start with this. A little breakdown of exactly what happened here with the attack on Graham Platner from the New York Times, from the Israel lobby, okay? To recap, Dem and Rep operatives spent the week setting the narrative that Graham Platner is a predator. Pro-Israel New York Times runs a story on Graham Platner, done by a pro-Israel reporter, literally. She got an APAC award in college, by the way, okay? No SA allegations, none. They talked to 6 exes, 3 say he was fine. 2 of the remainder say he drank and womanized. The last is a conservative activist who protected Brett Kavanaugh. Literally worked for the Heritage Foundation. That's the Project 2025 people, okay? Republican insider who on the record said she wants to campaign for Collins and attacks Graham Platner with all these absurd claims, quite frankly. Okay, they continue here. She claims Platner trapped her in a room. The New York Times reads her diaries, texts, Google chats, and Facebook messages. Nothing corroborates her story. That's an important point. So 0 evidence. Republican operative attacking a Democrat who's leading to take a Republican seat. 0 evidence for any of the claims. Okay, more. New York Times finds a text from the accuser saying she, quote, would personally campaign for Susan Collins. This is the most obvious Zionist smear campaign in history. The GOP attack on Platner failed. Massive backlash over that. It just didn't work. Okay. Now the Daily Caller is saying it was a soft catch and kill operation. Graham Platner's alleged victims came forward. The New York Times fed them to the wolves. Oh, yes.
Oh, my God.
The New York
Isn't
Times
this Tucker Carlson's rag, the Daily Caller?
ran this hit piece on Graham Platner low-key to secretly help Graham Platner. That was their intent. What are you, fucking stupid? How desperate are these people? No, what happened was, and I actually know from some behind the scenes sources who were close to this, what happened was you had this pro-Israel reporter who was desperate to take down Graham Platner. By the way, the same so-called reporter also did a number of hit jobs on Zoran Mamdani. That should tell you something, okay? So this person was steering the story.
Is this Edward Isaac Dover?
Told this Republican operative that, oh yeah, no, we have.
I remember Ogre Boy and I read quite the piece from him on Zoran Mamdani that he published, that was published in CNN. That was fucking hilarious.
Like a bunch of people and they're making SA allegations against him, so we should definitely put yours in there and you tell us your story and we'll put that in there. And so they overpromised and underdelivered. There were no SA allegations. They never existed. It's bullshit. A pro-Israel reporter was desperate to take down Graham Platner because he's anti-Israel. The New York Times is a fucking rag for allowing that shit to run. And this conservative activist who went out there, she was like, oh shit, I don't think I would have done the story had I known there were no other women who were claiming SA, right? So, but they're
Could it be left out in the cold, yeah?
calling it a catch and kill operation as if the New York Times got SA allegations against Graham Platner, then said, let's kill this. Are you fucking kidding me? They literally ran with allegations that had zero evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA,
Well, that is evidence. Somebody's testimony, credible testimony that they're willing to go on the record for is, but it is not something that can be that, like, especially the scrutiny and, you know, the editorial standards that the paper record is going to have, and you're alleging them against somebody else in a print media story, that in and of itself is not like substantial, like, you know, enough evidence or whatever for this. It can be evidence. It can be, but you would need to, again, like, do that in a court of law. It would need to be like a sworn statement.
they would have had them bitches front and
But
center.
like that's not proof. They couldn't even get somebody else to corroborate this.
And the headline would have said,
That's because it was a very, you know, it's not a particularly like daring claim.
Platner accused of
I don't know
sexual
how else
assault.
to put it. It's not like SA allegations.
So again, this is what happens when you're desperate to take down somebody and you have Dickie McGee's acts. This is what happens. It gets more insane, says Emma Vigland. This is a right-wing smear campaign. New York Post in 2018, quote, Inez Stepman and Lindsay Fifield, however the fuck you say it, that's the woman who accused Graham, are two millennial women who co-founded the group Ladies for Kavanaugh to show their support for the nominee. Their pro-Kavanaugh group was formed on their own time. So here's this woman who's effectively trying to Me Too Graham.
You just did it for the love of the game.
Even though not even claiming SA by any stretch of the imagination. And she created a group to support Brett Kavanaugh as there were more serious allegations against him. Are you fucking...
And credible ones. Christine Blasey Ford's allegations against Brett Kavanaugh were not, she did not have any political incentive to do that. She had to move multiple times following the threats that she faced after she spoke out against him. There were other people that corroborated the claim because she had told other people. There was like other things they could point to that suggested that her testimony was credible.
Are you kidding me? And I'm supposed to take you seriously? Oh my days. Anybody who fell for this is fucking... I'll try to reel myself in. I'll try to reel myself in here. I could say things that are flirting with a ban. She made all of her social media accounts private, but here she
Say them, Kyle. Don't hold back.
is blatantly lying about why Rumesa Ozturk was
We're in dark woke. Okay, we're in woke 2.0. You can say it.
targeted by Rubio's State Department. This is all
Kyle's like, I'm this close to saying she's a lying bitch.
I need to see to know she's a lying hack with a very clear political move. So here's the person who accused Graham, accused, I use that term loosely because again, even with the most maximal claims, he's an unsettling boyfriend. What? She said, Mahmoud Khalil and Rumesa Ozturk were not targeted for advocacy against Israel. They are being held accountable for destruction of property, organizing violent
He says it. My man.
actions, making threats to Jewish students, and distributing materials funded by state-designated terror groups. You'll be surprised to learn you can't promote terrorism and debt to America while you're here on a student visa or green card. Let's see an update. And then somebody says, interesting assertion. All I've seen is that Ozturk wrote an op-ed. Do you have any evidence otherwise? And then Lindsay says, her arrest had nothing to do with an op-ed. That was the lie they ran with, and you just nommed that talking point right up without question. This is her.
Kind of like how she expects people to just, what's her language? Nom her, you know, allegations, and that's putting it maximally, as Kyle just so eloquently put. You expect the same thing. You expect people to uncritically accept your word.
In no uncertain terms, flagrantly lying. All it was an op-ed. Everything she claims here about Ozturk and Khalil is total bullshit. Nonsense. And she's out there, chest puffed out, 10 toes down, saying, this is what happened. You're going to trust this woman when she's literally a professional liar? Like, that is actually her job, is professional liar. Here's another one. She tweeted back in 2024, serious question. What would go in a Palestinian museum? What are their accomplishments, inventions, or notable figures apart from terrorists and bombs made from the water pipes Israel gave them to pipe in free water for their people? Holy shit.
Gross, if that's real. To be clear, she could have put this, and it has literally nothing to do with the truth value of her assertions against Graham Platner, character testimony, any of that. Okay, like it does not invalidate it, nor does it support it. However, these people love to drag in the kitchen sink when you are assessing the validity of any claim with respect to somebody else's character, certainly as they're casting aspersion upon Graham Platner and criticizing him and bringing up all this stuff from his past or whatever. So she's kind of just getting the same treatment that she expects people to dole out to Platner. So I can't really say I'm not surprised, or like I would feel too bad if she was like, I cannot believe people are bringing up other things that I've said willingly and proudly.
Shit. What a loathsome cretin. The worst thing you could say about Graham Platner is that she hooked up with this disgusting creature. That's the worst thing you could say about Graham Platner. That shows a lack of judgment. I'll give everybody that. Okay, Mehdi Hassan says, whether or not you believe GOP operative and ex-Graham Platner girlfriend Lindsay Fifield's accusations against Platner, which he has denied and which the Times has been unable to corroborate, what's undeniable is that Fifield is an anti-Palestinian, racist, and bigot. That is absolutely undeniable. Okay, so then Graham goes out and does an event. Well, guess what? The people seemingly in Maine have his backwash. Standing ovation. Standing ovation. Midas Touch has a standing ovation for Graham Platner at his rally in Bar Harbor, Maine. Platner's campaign announced that it raised over $200,000 since the publication of the New York Times smear piece. They say that's more than any day since Janet Mills suspended her campaign. You're only firing up Democratic voters more. That's all you're doing. So everybody knows exactly what the fuck this is. Okay, here's David Brooks, the so-called centrist. He goes out there and calls Graham Platner a, quote, moral degenerate. Listen to him.
You guy's a moral degenerate. You know, the abuse of women, the sexting, the Nazi tattoo. I don't even need to say anything beyond his Reddit posts.
Okay, so
David Brooks, of all fucking people saying this, that fucking psycho.
Ken Klippenstein says, David Brooks calls Graham Platner a moral degenerate. Brooks left his wife of 28 years after having an affair with his research assistant, who is 23 years his junior. This motherfucker, in the glassiest of all glass houses, is throwing stones left and right. This motherfucker has a stone cannon, and he's just turning around like fucking...
It's really low, Kyle, you know, for you to bring that up.
Scarface, go and say hello to my little friend, breaking the glass all around him. Here's a picture.
It's like, dude, I'm not going to be lectured on moral depravity by the biggest cheerleaders of the fucking Iraq war, okay? Go, like, fuck off, okay?
Of David Brooks.
These are people who you should hear their name and instinctively spit on the ground.
His over 20 years younger wife, who he left his wife of over 20 years for. And you're going to talk about Graham Platner being a moral degenerate? How about you go fuck yourself and nobody should ever take you seriously? The inability to stop and think for even a second, even if you believe that about Graham. Hey, I'm not really the one to make this case now, am I? I should probably go to shut the fuck upsville before I open my disgusting mouth. Oh my word, I hate how the political establishment is so hypocritical and gross. Okay, ready? So, knowing that they're desperate, knowing that the shit didn't work, New York Post has this. Graham Platner was an a-hole extraordinaire as a DC bartender. Troubled and dark. That's the best you fucking got? Graham Platner was an a-hole extraordinaire.
You're saying you don't want to hear about how bad of a guy Trump is from the Cheneys? Correct. I've been consistent on that, Angel Nub TV. I've never been a fan of, like, those people can fuck off as far as I'm concerned.
As a DC bartender.
Unless you can actually point to me how that's going to materially help oppose Trump in any way, shape, or form, I really don't see what the point of the inclusion of these fucking assholes is.
Troubled and dark? Mehdi says, think about all the column inches and headlines devoted to Graham Platner over the past week versus Ken Paxton, and then tell me again we have a so-called liberal media. That's exactly right. Ken Paxton is out there freeing Fredophiles on a regular basis. That's what he did. He's also the second most corrupt man in America behind only Donald Trump and his
Pedophiles
crime family. But this man was impeached.
I hate this annoying, like, TOS newspeak that we have to fucking engage in, because if we don't, our shit gets demonetized. It's so fucking horrible.
By his own party. He was doing bribery out the wazoo. This man brags about stealing the 2020 election in Texas for Trump, and he basically admits Biden would have won if he didn't throw out 2.5 million mail-in ballots as Texas's attorney general. Okay? This guy, forget his personal issues are also, I mean, insanely long. That list is very, very long. Okay? Virtually nobody's talking about Ken Paxton. And you have people saying that Graham was an asshole.
But that could work against him because, like, people lacking motivation to go out and vote for him is also something that I want to see and will obviously benefit Tallarico if there's depressed turnout because people lack the enthusiasm for the candidate.
As a bartender, by the way, it gets better. Ready? So in that piece, it's a Lauren Boebert super donor who gave a bad Yelp review from 15 years ago. That's the source for the New York Post article.
A bad Yelp review.
You know they have absolutely nothing when this is what they're turning to. He's an asshole as a bartender. Shut the fuck up. Oh, my word. All right, let's hear from some Maine voters. So here we go on MS Now. Listen to what they have to say.
Well, I think candidly, the Democratic Party's come up short in a lot of ways in terms of like whitewashing our candidates and being so morally elitist and kind of entitled at times. We have to be willing to get dirty. His baggage is nowhere near their baggage.
And these are not like, look at what this guy is wearing. This dude is wearing an Obama shirt. You can't even say, oh, some toxic fucking Bernie bro over here, okay? We have no evidence that he is that. What we do have evidence of is that he's enough of an Obama stan that he wears Obama t-shirts, okay? And he's saying that. This is not necessarily like only progressives willing to go out and bat for this guy. These are like normal, your average like Maine voters.
Really elitist and kind of entitled at times. We have to be willing to get dirty.
This seems like a bog standard lib.
His baggage is nowhere near their baggage. We're talking about people that are felons and people that take bribes.
I really kind of think that we all have skeletons in our closet and we've all made mistakes, especially when
these are people that understand the political system that we live in. It's a binary choice. Is it going to be the person with the D next to their name or the person with the R next to their name? One of these people is going to fucking win. There was no path to victory for any other candidate at this point. Mills had already dropped out. There was no one else. So yeah, between Graham Platner and Susan Collins, MAGA operative, ghoul, fascist, genocide supporter. Yeah, you're going with Graham Platner.
Or younger.
Damn.
And that was really a refrain we heard time and time again. This kind of redemption arc. We can, have faith and forgiveness. Given that
and not even that necessarily. For a lot of people, it's like, I'm not going to listen. Again, who is going to actually take the complaints and pearl clutching of the right seriously in 2026? People that stand behind Donald Trump and all of his corrupt cronies and the Epstein class.
Changed his ways or improved his life.
It's anecdotal, but I'm not seeing a lot of Democrats break from Platner after the New York Times story broke on Facebook. Okay. I would sooner vote for a potted plant than Susan Collins. Stand strong, Graham. Your validation will come. Dirty tricks have been a Republican specialty since 1972. They just can't help themselves. I'm still voting for him. He's a lot better than Collins. Not only that...
And you would think that Republicans would understand how this sort of shit can backfire. Or any operative that was looking to, oppose Platner in any way, shape, or form, right? There can be something alluring to people about the fact that so many forces from all different, factions and walks of life are coalescing around criticism of this guy at a very, very particular time. It's the same thing that appealed to people about Trump. They're like, well, there's a lot of people dedicated to shitting on him. Maybe I should listen to him. Maybe he has something important to say because the deep state wouldn't be trying to take him down if he didn't otherwise. It's the same thing. You can Streisand affect these people into relevancy if you're not careful, because you can make them out to be this sort of super villainous character if they're caricature if they're not that, or accidentally make them stronger.
On the New York Times site themselves, the replies were 95% pro Graham Platner going, what the fuck is this? Okay, we have more. Other Maine voters also weigh in.
A story arc that is one of redemption. They're willing to continue to back him. Here is some of what we heard.
Does he have a problematic past? Yes, but I would rather have a redemption story than somebody telling you how wonderful they are, how much research they do, and yet they still make the wrong decision for the people of Maine.
Would I date him? No, but it does play into his character, but we're not looking for perfection. We are where we are. We have a Senate that's controlled by the Republicans who are not holding this president in check, and that is a higher priority.
The Dem Tea Party.
If the Republicans weren't so ghoulish, a guy like this probably couldn't make it out of the Democratic primary, even with his platform, if he was marred with these past personal controversies and in some cases non-traversies, honestly, non-stories. But we are where we are. You have people redefining their fucking standards for what they expect from candidates now. And in the era of Donald Trump, in the era of MAGA candidates, yeah, the bar is in hell.
Moment is finally here. It is finally here. And here's one of my favorites. listen to her reaction.
Would I date him? Is that a real concern for people voting? I mean, I know it is for me, but I think what she was trying to get at is to suggest that he seems to have, she is dubious that he is of strong moral character and she's cautious around him, but would still vote for him.
He's the best candidate by far, and probing into...
They literally tell them to vote for the lesser of two evils, haven't they? Well, Graham, if all this is true, is still infinity less evil than any Republican. Pretty much, yeah.
The minutia of his personal relationships, when you don't do that for any other candidate, is ridiculous.
Is there anything that would change your mind at this point?
Absolutely not.
inject this Democratic Tea Party directly into my fucking veins. Donald Trump is a war criminal, pedophile, rapist, racist, fascist con man. He's every negative thing in the book, and everybody knows it. He's the least fit man to ever be in the Oval Office, and it's not even close. The entire Republican Party is protecting a cabal of billionaire child sex traffickers, and I'm supposed to get mad at Graham Platner for being an unsettling boyfriend, claims a Republican operative? What are we doing? What are we doing? Well, apparently the voters absolutely see through it. Here's another one.
I mean, you have to admire the shamelessness. I'm sure this is 20 more minutes of them showing a bunch of people from Maine being like, I don't care, man. Just fucking, I'm voting for him over Susan Collins, okay? And that's a good time, but we are going to move on to other shit. And mostly, just a couple of reminders of why it's important to let assholes like this in the fucking party, to hold your nose and vote for them, okay? Even when they're fucking questionable, even when they're former mercenaries, even when they volunteered for the Iraq War, even when they had Nazi tattoos, okay? Because the shit that Graham Platner is up to, has been up to, pales in comparison to literally just an average day in Trump's America. This was reported not that long ago. I think like within the last week. Doge hard at work. Flesh-eating screwworm confirmed in Texas calf as parasite crosses border from Mexico. This was reported June 3rd, like a week ago. New World screwworm, a parasitic fly that eats warm-blooded animals alive, has been found in a calf in Texas, the U.S. Department of Agriculture said on Wednesday evening, exposing the nation's cattle herd to a serious new threat. A case was confirmed in a calf in Texas, a town about 30 miles northeast of the U.S.-Mexico border, a blow to U.S. cattle ranchers who have been bracing for a domestic screwworm outbreak as the pest has advanced north through Mexico over the past year. Again, it's a big deal because this particular parasite eats live flesh, does not eat dead flesh. USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins said the case, the first in Texas since 1966, let me repeat that again, the first in Texas since 1966, was the only confirmed infestation in the country. The pest could further shrink the U.S. cattle herd, which is at its lowest level in 75 years. Tight supplies have already reduced beef production and driven prices to record highs for consumers. The detection also threatens Texas' livestock industry, which could face up to $1.8 billion in estimated economic losses if the pest spreads, and represents a setback for U.S. efforts that cost millions of dollars to keep the pest out, experts said. Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller criticized USDA for allowing screwworm to reach the U.S. Instead of using every available tool, USDA moved too slowly and relied solely on a partial solution that takes years to fully implement, he said. Rollins said that the release of sterile flies was the most effective tool and that USDA had invested heavily in production. Reuters reported on Wednesday morning that samples of a suspected screwworm infestation at a ranch had been sent for testing to the federal government's lab in Iowa. Chicago Mercantile Exchange feeder cattle futures extended losses, ending 1.7% lower, with traders worried that the confirmation of a case may reduce demand for beef. Awesome to see that. Yeah, no shit. People are not really interested in eating beef if, like, this is where it's coming from, right? Screwworms are parasitic flies whose female lay eggs in open wounds and mucous membranes on any warm-blooded animal. Once the eggs hatch, hundreds of screwworm larvae use their sharp mouths to burrow through living flesh, eventually killing their host if left untreated. They mostly spread through the movement of infested animals. The fly can infest people and pets as well, but the risk to humans is low and human cases of screwworm are rare, experts said. The fly poses no food safety issues. The USDA said it had halted movement of any animals to get rid of this. This is going to impact this, but like, why do we think that the USDA under Donald Trump is moving slowly? Why is this the first time since 1966 that shit like this is happening? We seem to have no issue keeping this shit out until the Trump admin. Okay? So again, a vote for Platner and against Collins is a vote to end a government like this, you know? Kind of important. And like, the plan is literally what they should have been fucking doing in the first place. U.S. plans to fight flesh-eating screwworm outbreaks with flies and dogs. This was reported 4 days ago. U.S. agriculture and health officials have outlined a plan to combat a flesh-eating parasite that was officially eradicated in this country in 1966, but was just found in Texas. The plan to prevent a U.S. outbreak of the New World screwworm focuses on deploying hundreds of millions of genetically altered sterile flies. Experts, though, say the supply of sterile flies won't be enough to halt the screwworm population. Great news. Other measures include establishing a containment zone around the site of the first U.S. infection along the U.S. southern border and using sniffer dogs to detect the insects. The threat to humans is low, but cattle ranchers fear an outbreak could have a large impact on beef markets. And they describe this horrific shit, like what it does, how they're going to do the control zone. There have been a handful of U.S. cases since an outbreak in the 70s, including when travelers brought the pest back, but no larger outbreaks among livestock or humans. Officials in the U.S. and Latin America have been combating the problem of screwworms for the past 6 decades with limited success. It's fucking insane. There's no reason to believe that this incursion will result in any sort of establishment of the pests. Okay. I really, really hope that that statement ages well. Being so serious right now. Let's see. Ugh. The use of sterile flies pushed the screwworms south below the Darien Gap, Panama's heavily forested border region with Colombia. At the time, officials were deploying around 500 to 700 million sterile flies across Central America per week, according to an entomologist for Texas A&M University. But in recent years, the screwworms have rampaged back north. In 2022, Panama reported a large increase in cases, followed by countries across Central America. By 2024, they'd been reported in Mexico and were creeping north towards the U.S. So again, there were signs. This latest outbreak has so far resulted in 2,070 cases of screwworms in humans in Mexico and Central America, according to the CDC. Democrats have criticized the response so far as slow and delayed. Again, only one party in this country is drawing attention to this and criticizing the people responsible. That is Democrats. They have pointed to Trump's decision to eliminate the U.S. Agency for International Development, otherwise known as USAID, who got rid of that, which maintained a program to track screwworms in Central America. Oh, wow. So you're telling me that if we had competent leadership and government, this fucking flesh-eating fly wouldn't be in somebody's calf in Texas right now, potentially spreading to other people? That would have been nice. That's cool. You know, I like that world better than the one we fucking live in. Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller denounced the federal government for a slow, bureaucratic, and incomplete response that allowed the pest to advance unchecked through Mexico and reach American soil. Like, do we actually think that the Trump admin's going to handle this properly? I fucking don't. So, fingers crossed that this doesn't end up in your fucking body. And Critical Rad Theory, thank you so much for the donation. I'm waiting for it to refresh for the $5. Twitch being an absolute cannibal, let me log in no matter what browser I use. Found the hack of the century watching through Streamlabs homepage. I didn't even know you could watch my stream through Streamlabs. Chatting can get expensive, however. Exchange rate, not like this. I appreciate the effort that you've put in. I really do. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's see. On to the other really depressing story in Trump's America. This is also barely getting any attention. Extremely concerning. Ebola outbreaks in the Congo. In most Ebola outbreaks, fewer than 500 people have been affected. The first few months are crucial to stop the spread. Today, there are already over 569 confirmed cases, just 25 days since the latest outbreak was declared. The response has been too slow, in part because America abdicated its leadership role in global outbreak response. Wonder what that ties back to. Isn't it funny how it keeps all this insane bad shit happening in the world keeps tying back to the Trump admin and Elon Musk and all his billionaire cronies and the Epstein class? Even with some containment, the CDC warned this may be one of the worst Ebola outbreaks on record. This is an op-ed from the New York Times that we're not going to read. That just says, this could be the worst Ebola outbreak in history. Do I even need to read this for people to understand the gravity of what people in this country are facing as a result of voters here, political decisions made here, criminality here? Like, yeah, Americans deal with it, but like not the excesses of it, not the worst of it. That's other people. This is the AP article on it. Congo's Ebola outbreak rises to over 100 deaths out of 550 cases as conflict slows response. More than 100 people have died from Ebola less than a month after authorities declared an outbreak of the disease in eastern Congo, a grim toll as officials intensify efforts to slow the disease discovered weeks late. Attack on health workers from angry residents, skepticism among some locals, and armed conflict in hotspots continue to challenge efforts to stop the Ebola outbreak declared on May 15th, caused by a severe form of the disease. Number of cases in the Congo is believed to be higher because the outbreak was confirmed weeks late, and the contact tracing coverage rate, which has improved in recent days, is still at 64%. This means nearly 40%. That's how much they're behind with the contact tracing. Horrific. And this is like not even like, do they describe what having this disease is like? And again, this is something that there's no vaccine for it. The latest Ebola outbreak is caused by a rare virus which does not have an approved vaccine or treatment, unlike the Zara virus, another name for the Ebola virus, responsible for most of the Congo's past 16 outbreaks of the disease. And other shit related to this party. So Trump has had Todd Blanche, his personal lawyer, as acting attorney general. So he can basically operate in an official capacity without facing any scrutiny or having to actually go through a Senate confirmation. But as of yesterday, Trump has officially nominated him. Trump nominated Todd Blanche to serve permanently as Attorney General on Monday, lining up his former personal lawyer to be the country's top law enforcement officer. The U.S. president suggested earlier this week that Blanche, who was appointed on an acting basis in April after the president fired Pam Bondi, was set to receive his nod. He's a very talented guy, Trump told a podcast. Bondi was ousted after she came under fire for her handling of the Epstein files, which we'll get to in a second, how this man is related to that, according to her. An issue that has dogged the president for many years. Blanche's appointment will require confirmation from the Senate, where Republicans currently hold the majority. But if you vote for people like Graham Platner and against Susan Collins, they won't, maybe. The former federal prosecutor in New York represented Trump against charges of covering up hush money payments to the adult film actor Stormy Daniels, national hero, obviously, in which Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts for fraudulently falsifying business records. Blanche also represented Trump in the federal classified documents case and election obstruction cases, both of which were preempted by Trump's electoral victory. This is about the Department of Justice working hand in hand with outside organizations that their sole mission was to go after individuals who were pro-life. The Department of Justice took that info and used it as part of their ongoing investigations and prosecutions, Blanche told NBC News' Laura Jarrett shortly after being named acting attorney general. What I can do as its leader, at least right now, is making sure that we continue to push forward on the agenda that we were assigned to do. So that means making America safe again is the big umbrella, but then fundamentally it's addressing weaponization and making sure that things that happened over the past several years don't happen in the future. One of those things that's a priority to him is to go after James Comey for the alleged crime of checks notes, arranging seashells to say 8647. That's it. Literally just that. There's this article with the fucking Bulwark, though, that was giving all of the career highlights for this motherfucker. Blanche, it's not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. Don't you just love hearing these sorts of statements come out of the probably future AG for the United States of America? To defeat Todd Blanche, talk about Jeffrey Epstein. This weekend saw a series of worrisome escalations between Israel and Iran, with a battered, beleaguered ceasefire in the region threatening to give way entirely. This is, outdated, as you can see. On Sunday, Israel carried out strikes against Hezbollah forces in Beirut, prompting Iran to fire missiles at Israel for the first time since April. President Trump urged Israel not to return fire and for both sides to stop shooting, but Israel nevertheless responded, launching airstrikes against Iran itself early Monday morning. As we put this newsletter to bed, however, the growing tit-for-tat escalation seemed to have ended for now. Iran announced a suspension of further attacks within the last few hours. Happy Monday. Okay, since then, they have declared that they will be retaliating against our airstrikes. But we'll get to that in a bit. So Blanche Epstein, there are many Republican lawyers in America. Many, sadly, are also pro-Trump. But it is Todd Blanche who has been selected by the president to be AG of the United States. He has this distinction. He is the prime orchestrator and key executor of the Trump admin's Jeffrey Epstein cover-up. As former Attorney General Pam Bondi told the House Oversight Committee recently, it was Blanche who, as Deputy Attorney General, quote, supervised the entire process. So she just said, fuck you, on her way out and threw him under the bus. But this is true. I mean, you can't really say that he's being thrown under the bus, but by underscoring this, she's not doing him any favors. It is true, though, of dealing with the Epstein files. Quote, he was leading the Epstein matter and the release of everything from the beginning, she testified. Blanche has also been the most visible public defender of the cover-up and of the decision not to investigate or prosecute anyone else for crimes. Blanche stepped boldly into the Epstein spotlight on July 24, 2025, when he traveled to Florida to interview convicted Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. The meeting was initiated by Maxwell, and she received limited immunity being a proffer agreement, again, following their conversation. But Maxwell didn't use her immunity as an opportunity to be more forthcoming than she'd been previously about anything to do with Epstein. As every sentient observer familiar with the Epstein case agreed, she simply continued to stonewall and lie. But Blanche wasn't sure. He told CNN a couple months later that deciding if Maxwell was a quote-unquote credible witness is, quote, an impossible question to answer. Really? In any case, Blanche explained, the point of the interview was not for me to pressure test every single answer she gave. Why not? Because the point of the interview was to allow her to speak, which nobody had done before. He was just interested in boosting women's voices, right? This was laughable, but the real point of the interview became clear a few days later when Maxwell was moved, contrary to Bureau of Prison guidelines for sex offenders, to a comfortable minimum security prison. The point of both the interview and the move was to encourage Maxwell not to talk about Donald Trump and to hold out the prospect of even more favorable treatment in the future. Since the interview, Trump has continued to refuse to rule out the possibility of a pardon or commutation for Maxwell. Since then, Blanche has been assertively pushing back against widespread public unhappiness with the botched and selective release of the Epstein files. For example, in early February 2026, Blanche had this exchange with Fox News' Laura Ingraham. So she asks, is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance? Todd Blanche says, I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct, as they do with James Comey. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, okay? It's not a crime to be a bad boy, okay? It's not a crime to be a dude who rocks. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, but Mr. Epstein, it's kind of striking that Blanche added the honorific, pled guilty in 2008 and then was indicted again in 2019 for horrible crimes arranged or committed or celebrated at some of those parties. The Justice Department could now be following up on the testimony of scores of survivors to finally properly investigate those crimes and their perpetrators. But Blanche's Justice Department hasn't even pretended to be seeking further evidence. Blanche's DOJ has no interest at all in investigating or prosecuting the men who have done truly horrible things. After all, it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. Trump rewarded Blanche for arranging and managing the Epstein cover-up. First, he made Blanche acting attorney general. Now he wants to place him in that post outright, and that requires Senate confirmation, which means the Senate will debate and vote. Last November, thanks to a discharge petition and over the opposition of the Trump admin and Republican leadership, Congress was forced to engage on the Epstein matter. Opposition to legislation requiring the release of the Epstein files collapsed when the issue emerged into broad daylight, and Congress voted almost unanimously, I think with the exception of Representative Clay Higgins of fucking Louisiana, to order the Justice Department to release the files. At the time, everyone from both parties could look as if they were in favor of the truth coming out. But now we've had only a partial release of those documents with no follow-up investigations. Trump has gone out of his way to punish Republican critics of his admin's Epstein cover-up. Republicans have been happy to avoid further engaging on this issue. But thanks to Trump's nomination of Blanche, there is a chance to force a real public debate with real Senate votes on the Epstein cover-up. This is not what Blanche wants. In early April, shortly after becoming acting attorney general, Blanche told Fox News, quote, and so I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of the Justice Department, it should not be part of anything going forward. But the Epstein cover-up should be a key part of one thing going forward. It should be a key part of the upcoming debate on Blanche's confirmation as Attorney General. The Blanche confirmation fight can bring the Epstein cover-up back into the spotlight this summer. His nomination can be turned into a referendum on the cover-up by the Trump admin and by the entire political class of Epstein and his co-conspirators and clients. The vote on Blanche can become, and it should become, a vote on Epstein. And just ask yourself, if Susan Collins, if they had to vote on this tomorrow, Graham Platner was seated in the Senate, and Susan Collins also in the Senate, how do we think they would vote? Do you think that Graham Platner would confirm this man? Do you think Collins would confirm this man? I know the answers to both of those. Graham is not confirming this person. Collins is confirming this person. Trump is a fucking moron. And I swear that they do this just because they know that they fucking can, because they have the numbers and could get away with this. But it is actually insane to, given this man's, not just his past affiliation with Trump as his personal lawyer for Trump's misdeeds, but the fact that he is so intimately involved with this particular issue, which is horrible for Trump, for him to intentionally center him as somebody who needs to be confirmed in the Senate, where they're going to debate and openly talk about this and thrust it back into the spotlight. If you doubted that he had dementia, this should be it. This should be proof. You don't need to see a fucking CAT scan. You don't need to see any sort of mental fitness exam. Look no further than his interview with Meet the Press, where he has to fucking leave because he gets so fucking testy and angry, okay? And look to his leadership decisions. What is wrong with him? It's so fucking insane. We're over here worried about, and I understand, okay? Criticism of the fucking tattoo. This is, Bavino courts controversy with Salute as he criticizes Trump team at far-right meeting. This is former Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino doing, what would we call this? This is a Nazi salute, who gained notoriety for his violent tactics, trolling tendencies, and racist rhetoric while leading the Trump admin's deadly anti-immigrant crackdown in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Minnesota, continues to court controversy as he and other extremists urge the president to deport more people. Yeah, that's one way to describe someone doing a fucking, Nazi salute. Bavino is not technically a member of the conglomerate of Trump-aligned groups known as the Mass Deportation Coalition, which wants the president to ratchet up his admin's assault on immigrants. But the former Border Patrol chief is in ideological lockstep with the far-right coalition, which has begun to pressure Trump and other federal officials to pursue its deportation agenda more vigorously. In the past, Bavino has reposted a blog by pseudonymous neo-Nazi propaganda on social media, drawn criticism from the governor of California for his SS garb, which Bavino said is a Border Patrol issue, and name-checked Nazi General Erwin Rommel in a speech in an interview with a far-right website ahead of the weekend's event. He did little to quell the Nazi comparisons on Friday when he posted a photo of himself saluting immigration officials in New Jersey with what critics interpreted as a Nazi salute. Like, what else would you call this? What else would you call this? Like, you don't need to be a critic of this man to interpret, a spade as a fucking spade. Bavino said, quote, "The world supports immigration and customs enforcement agents despite ample evidence that Trump's anti-immigration tactics have been a key driver of his putrid polling numbers in the first half of the year." His message was addressed to ICE agents at the Delaney Hall ICE facility in New Jersey, where Democratic Senator Andy Kim was recently pepper sprayed by agents while attempting to conduct an oversight visit. Bavino's salute came as law enforcement engaged in violent clashes with demonstrators protesting alleged poor conditions and abuses at the facility. So this is literally just getting into like puppy versus Hitler territory. Literally puppy versus Hitler. You have politicians on one side attempting to see to the well-being of people, like the most impoverished people in this country, held in concentration camps, being pepper sprayed for doing so. And on the other side, you have Nazis and Hitler sympathizers making sure that they stay out and pepper spraying them. Bavino followed up his salute a day later with an appearance at a remigration, quote unquote, conference in Portugal, where a bunch of avowed racists from around the world, including people known for launching racist broadsides against non-white people, Jews, and immigrants, urged their country's governments to double down on their mass deportation efforts. Writing for his blog, The Redoubt, journalist Charles Davis raised concerns about the lack of media coverage of the far-right Remigration Summit, noting that its extremist DNA was unsubtle. The Remigration Summit 2026, so-called, was held May 30th at the Salmanha Residence Hotel just south of Portugal, and its organizers were not subtle. Weimar conditions require Weimar solutions, argues Alfonso Goncalves, I don't know how you would say this, chief organizer of the event. He's the founder of a far-right group named after the mass expulsion of Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula. That's who Bavino was photographed standing next to after he landed in Europe. The Weimar Republic, of course, was the era of German liberalism that preceded the rise of Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime. In the video below, Bavino is standing alongside this guy and press scrum attacking White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin as the reason for Trump's failure to deport 100 million illegal immigrants from the U.S., which would constitute about 1/3 of all people living in the country. Bavino's comments underscore the growing divisions between far-right Trump loyalists and even more extreme members of the movement. That's to put it fucking lightly. Bavino accused Wiles of trying to, quote-unquote, water down Trump's anti-immigrant agenda and suggested Mullin, who operated a plumbing business before he entered politics, would be better off fixing faucets. He can probably fix a leaky faucet, but 100 million illegal aliens is not a leaky faucet, said the former Border Patrol chief. The post-Bavino court's controversy with salutes as he criticizes Trump team at far-right meeting appeared first on MS Now. Ugh. I mean, if any Republican ever tries to concern troll you about Graham Platner and his fucking tattoo, literally just pull up this picture and ask for their thoughts. This happened like a week ago. Excuse me, Roman salute, yeah. Legalize partying. True. Okay. But you know what would be just like glorious to get into as a treat while we're on the news of election results? So I have not looked closely. This, in case this isn't a spoiler, I have not looked that closely at this election that's going on for LA's mayor. Okay. I followed the Mamdani race around the time that the debates happened. That's when I started to get more into the campaign. But I'm not from these cities and I don't know the local politics and all of that. Obviously, I understand that since these are massive, major metropolitan cities in the United States, some of which have economies that are bigger than some fucking countries, obviously it's notable. And they basically command as much attention or political power as some governors and heads of state in this world. So it's notable, right? But I haven't followed it closely. But Spencer Pratt, who's literally like a reality TV show dipshit, sound familiar, was running in this. And you have people like PBD actually alleging that in California, can you believe that voters were not gung-ho about sending Timu Donald Trump to the LA mayor's office? There must be corruption afoot, apparently.
Did you ever think you were made?
Hell yeah.
I feel I'm so I could take sweet victory. Know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here.
You are one of one.
My son's right there.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Folks, hope you had a great weekend. I know we went yesterday. This was the horror weekend for us. We watched Obsession last night. Scary movie. I don't think I've laughed this hard.
What do you mean laugh this hard?
Oh my God, PBD movie reviews injected straight into my veins.
I was laughing so hard.
At a horror movie?
It was so funny for
Or
me.
PBD fix. It really is a fix. I cannot help but watch this man every time I go live. He is the highlight of my stream.
Okay. And then we watched Backrooms on Saturday. We'll
I
talk
also saw both of these movies.
about that.
I
There's
was
a story
impressed with one, not with the other. If you want to know which ones, go to my letterboxd.
talking about how YouTubers are taking over the world and they're taking over media. We'll talk about tonight. This guy who happens to be the 45th and the 47th president is going to a Knicks game. And the Knicks are up 2-0.
Crazy.
Crazy.
2-0.
Oh God, let's see how they cope about this.
By the way, so imagine he goes and the Spurs win and they come back and win. Do you know what happens to him in New York?
They're going to blame it on him.
They're going to blame it on him. Yeah, if he goes and he wins, he may pick up 20,000 voters from New York.
Blame it on the rain,
you know what?
potentially.
He may have some, but if the Knicks go and sweep the Spurs, that is a very interesting thing.
I do. I literally live for the PBD segments.
Top of that, Spencer Pratt, yesterday.
PBD needs to pay back some money. Well, that's why he's selling $600 Tuscan Italian shoes, obviously, so he can raise the funds to disperse back to all the people that he scammed.
Hey, by the way,
surely, right?
Bob, I sent you a video I want to show later on when we go through it. Remember the mayoral race when the night, which was June 2nd, Karen Bass came first place, and then Spencer Pratt was number 2. He had almost like an 8-point lead on Nithya Raman, and Raman cried as if she lost.
Concession speech.
Yeah, I mean, not even the concession speech, but there's one now, them celebrating that she is now advancing, and she is going to be ahead of Spencer Pratt, and it's just a mess. Guys, did you know, like, this is the shocking part? If you remember last week on the podcast, I joked about being...
Literally no part of this is shocking. Literally... Let me repeat, no part of this is fucking shocking. You should not be surprised that California voters, despite what your timeline says, PBD, are not going to be enthusiastic about our Trump-aligned guy. Not least of which because it's California, but also because, in case you haven't seen, his polling's not so hot right now.
Being able to vote with your Bally Total Fitness membership. It was a joke.
Yeah.
It was literally a joke. Well, guess what? We're going to show you on the California.gov website that you can actually go and vote with your gym membership.
Nick Shirley's on a fucking stretcher right now. This expose that PBD is about to fucking do live for us.
You have to realize how ridiculous this is. And then this race car driver who is dating Kim Kardashian, who has won 105 Formula One races, who has won 7 championships. He's sitting down with Jay Shetty, and he tells Jay Shetty, I have a problem with people being billionaires. It's too much money.
Yeah.
This is the same guy that moved to Monaco to not pay taxes.
Yeah.
This is the same guy that moved to Monaco. This is the same guy that drives around in $4 million cars and wearing these purple outfits, which nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares that you're doing any of this
Isn't he
stuff.
worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
He's worth $500 million. And
He's worth $500 million?
He is worth $500 million.
Lewis Hamilton?
You know why he's worth $500 million? Because he's very good at what he does. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's
if he
great.
was worth $10 billion, if the market thinks that's what you're worth, go for it. But he's going out there saying, I don't think there should be billionaires. $500 million, yes, but not billionaires, because there's a big difference between $500 million and I'm noble, but these billionaires, it's just too much. Cry me a flippin' river and go win some races.
Cry me a flippin' river.
Instead of talking about all this stuff. Anyways,
It's
couple
so
other
funny that he hates the cussing, man.
stories. Iran strikes Israel, okay? Then Israel strikes Iran.
Wait a minute. Before we get into the, we uplift Iranian voices and listen to his fucking botched coverage of the Israel-Iran war. Let's see. Spencer Pratt loses primary
Kind of leads
lead.
me into the next story with Spencer Pratt. So you guys know we talked about it like a week ago, and everybody was expecting him to advance with Karen Bass, and he was going out there celebrating the picture with him and his wife. He had an 8-point lead, and everyone's looking at this chart. If you look
everyone doing a lot of fucking work here.
This, Rob, if you want to zoom in a little bit.
Here's how Spencer Pratt can still win, you guys.
So the blue is Karen Bass, the orange is Spencer Pratt, and the green is Raman. Now watch what's going on here. June 2nd is election. Look at the difference in lead on where Spencer Pratt is. Look at the 3rd and 4th. And then look at the spike. Look at the spike. So you mean to tell me out of all those thousands of votes, now all of a sudden they only want to do Raman?
That's insane.
That's what they want?
Yes. I do mean to tell you that, PPD. Hate to break it to you, but LA in a blue city like all cities in this fucking country, in a solidly blue state, yeah, they're going to go for a Democrat.
Want to do? That's what you mean to. You want me to believe that? And it goes from 71,000 to 153,000. Look how Bass only goes up 30,000, but she goes up 83,000 votes, 82,500 votes. And during that time, only Pratt goes up 44,000 votes. And then they're catching up. And Rob, if you go to the new chart that shows Raman ahead, you will see this. So this is what it's looking like now. Malin's arriving before election. Bass 38, Pratt 28, Raman 20. Pratt's got a 28-point lead. Malin's arriving after election. Raman 37.
It's so funny the doublespeak that these people will engage in about how like being a Trump like a supporter is basically the most oppressed minority, more than like gamers, more than Black Americans, more than trans people, that if you are MAGA, you are just persecuted and nobody understands you. But they'll say in the next breath, also, this is a really popular presidency. Everybody loves him. You know, like everybody loves people aligned with him, like Spencer Pratt. And it's like, how do you reconcile these positions? Does Trump have a popular mandate or does he not? Okay. Because, and do his acolytes and all of the MAGA people, again, are you guys popular or are you not popular? You should, like, are you an oppressed minority or are you the silent majority?
7%, plus 17. Bass goes down 3, Pratt goes down 9. You want people to believe this. Then there's another one, the long time vote, 83% counter translates. Not this one, Rob. The other one where the judge.
It's not an episode of the PBD podcast if he doesn't do his fucking like mumbling and gibberish while he's reading for whatever reason.
Just talking about how they allow people to vote in LA. And I even send it to you guys. I think you have it, Rob. If you go through the notes, you definitely have. This is the one. Watch this. So first go to the bottom for
Gamers are suppressed. They're the most suppressed besides MAGA.
To show the picture, because I think this is reacting to a picture. If you want to make this a little bit bigger. So he sends this in, talking about what's really going on, sends it to Honorable Shirley Ann Weber, Legal Office of Secretary of State of California. And he goes back and go to the tweet, Rob. Let's go back to the tweet if you can, please. Okay, go all the way to the top. California is blocking. I spoke to Spencer Pratt last night. I said, why are they not investigating this? Well, California is blocking a federal audit of its...
Why? Like, why would they? Why? Yeah, you guys... why isn't California looking into voter fraud for a Republican? Can you believe a Republican lost a mayoral race in LA?
Voter polls. California allows first-time voters. Folks, you ready for this? This is not a joke. To register using forms of ID that most Americans would find surprising, including gym membership card. I joked about this on Friday, and I said, I'm just joking. Well, guess what? I was fact-checked, and I wasn't joking. Apparently, that was true. In California, you can actually vote with your Bally Total Fitness card. Can you imagine?
There's unironically probably less fraud of gym membership cards than there is of a fucking driver's license. What is the issue here? You shouldn't even need photo ID to be able to fucking vote.
With your LA Fitness card and vote. Employer ID, credit card or debit card, prescription drug label, insurance card. And if you think this is BS, Rob, go on the link, because I thought he's just BSing. Go on the link. So this is what website, Rob? Can we verify what website this is? sos.california.gov. Okay? So go on that first point that says current and valid photo ID, third party. Look at right there. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Look at A, driver's license. B, passport, identification card, credit card, military identification card, health club identification card, H.
Stop it.
This is on their website, by the way. And I'm sitting there yesterday. I'm like, there's no way this has to be real. So if you go, Rob, right now and ask Chat or ask ChatGPT, what are the top 5 slowest states when it comes down to elections, and go to the top 5 fastest states when it comes down to counting ballots.
What does this have to do with whether or not it's fraudulent? Now we're trying to suggest that if it takes a long time for them to count the ballots, going slowly, checking their work, this is supposed to be indicative of fraud and not the opposite. You would expect there to be more mistakes, more fraud, more instances of error in a state that demanded that the votes and be done by a certain date or be accelerated. You would expect the opposite.
Basic question, okay? And I'm asked this question on Grok, on Chat, on pretty much everything I can, because I want to know, Chat can lean a little bit on the other side.
Of course.
So watch.
Literally asking, I asked every single robot and artificial intelligence that there was to try to get it to validate my feelings when, news sources and empirical information did not.
This, okay? Fastest states, Florida. How the hell does Florida do it fast? The gold standard, okay? Texas. By the way, watch this. This is the other question I ask. Florida, red state. Texas.
The Florida gold standard, you say, where they allow mail-in voting, where Donald Trump votes by mail. Yeah. gold standard. So you're okay with mail-in voting, PBD?
Red. Georgia, red. Virginia consistently reports a large percentage of votes on election day. Carolina, red. Now go to the slowest states. Look at
Why do you think you don't need photo ID to vote? I mean, descriptively, that is just true in some areas. I'm saying you ought not need it because we have a constitutional amendment that says that we will not require poll taxes of citizens to vote. And I consider it to be a poll tax if you are not going to issue government IDs or voter IDs with a picture to citizens for free, effectively to be a poll tax by a different name.
The slowest.
So
Why
like
do you
I
think
just view these like just based off of a reading of our Constitution and what is legal here already, not going off like what's the most ideal on its face. Unless they're free, and the people pushing for these policies, they never want it to be free. They always want it to be very, very particular, restrictive types of photo ID. It's just a poll tax, and I think it's unconstitutional.
It's slow. California, known as the slowest, frequently the slowest major state, accepts ballots arriving after election day if postmark on time, extensive signature.
Yeah, Florida famously never had any problems with elections and vote counting. Yeah, just ask Al Gore.
Verification and provisional ballot review. Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think 4 out of 5 of these states are all on the left. Why do you want it to be slower? So when you see the president.
Wait, what? Wait, this. Oh, okay. Because like, so he is implying that like the slower that they do it, the more meticulous they are. I guess it's like to him, I'm sure it's like the more time they have to cheat to steal it.
Out of 5 of these states are all on the left. Why do you want it to be slower?
They're also just bigger states, dude. No shit, they're going to take longer. They have huge populations. It's where the majority of people are fucking concentrated.
You see the president getting upset with Walker, you're sitting there saying, maybe the guy's got an argument. Matter of fact, let me ask you guys a question. If let's just say, Vinny, Tom, Adam, if let's just say a party, forget whatever party it is, Tom, take the Libertarian Party, take the Green Party, Vinny, take the Democratic Party, take the Republican Party, Adam. You go hire the mob, the Italian mafia, and I'm talking old school. You hire them as consultants.
Okay.
And you tell them, hey, what can we do to increase the chances of winning every election we want and not allow the other side to win? What would you advise us to do? What do you think they would say? Okay, imagine you went to the mob, the mafia. Okay, you're asking criminals who do this.
Dude, this is amazing discourse. Holy shit.
For a living. What can we do to never lose elections again in our state? What do you think advice they would give you?
The mob?
What would they say is the first thing you got to change?
Yeah, go hire the mob. Yep.
You know what's the first thing I would say? Do whatever you can to not require photo IDs. Check. We did it in California. Number 2,
dude,
make it as slow.
The Democratic Party that they describe, if they had even half the creativity and gumption that PBD imagines them to, like, I would be like the biggest partisan fucking hack. Seriously. I would love if that's how committed Dems were to winning elections. Actually, kind of the opposite sometimes.
As possible. So we can count ballots afterwards. Check. Allow mail-in ballots, and as long as possible. Check. As long as you do this, don't worry about it. You'll have it under control. You're serious? Oh, yeah. You can have it under control. And convince Americans that getting photo IDs is racist.
Racist, brilliant. That's the
convince them it's racist.
Got it.
Yeah. And convince them it takes very slow. Yeah. It's just hard.
Yeah.
Why you're racist against blacks. You're racist against, and blacks are like, no, what are you talking about? I can get an ID. No, but it's racist because these people don't like you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they don't like you.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying to do this. So then you look at charts. 69.
These liberals, they tell their voters things like Republicans are racist and that they don't like black people.
% of Democrats.
This is a strategy and plan that could only be concocted by collusion with the mob. Probably Al Capone himself.
What they want? 69% of Democrats want photo IDs for election. You know what the numbers for Republicans? 95, 96%. 83% of Americans want a flippin'.
Can you believe that 96% of Americans support an unconstitutional racist policy? Color me shocked.
ID to vote. And then you want the American people to sit there and believe that if you accept a gym membership, no one's cheating. No wonder the president got upset at Welker.
Yep, not until you prove it.
Now, should he have called her stupid or whatever? That's Trump style. He's always been like that. That's a conversation that you can have. But no wonder he can sit there and watch in a state. By the way, as much as I take shots at people in California, you know I do, my Armenian, Assyrian, Persian friends. They message me, hey, you're not being fair, you're not doing this. You know what? If you haven't worked with me long term.
I love the idea of PBD's friends all like religiously watching his podcast every single day and then also going out of their way to bitch about the commentary that he gives on like California.
face to face, like in
like just the lies that he just says. Yeah, like my liberal California Armenian Assyrian friends who watch every episode of my show, then afterwards complain to me that I'm being too hard on the liberals in California. Okay, dude.
Company, you don't know my style. You only know me from the podcast and the relationships that we have. You don't know how I challenge. You don't know how I drive. You haven't been with me behind closed doors. Some people have witnessed how I do and what I do there. You don't think I want to see California flip? You don't think I want to see a mayor flip? You know how bad I feel for my friends in LA right now? You know how bad I feel for my friends in California right now? You know how annoyed these people are? These are good people that have said, I'm not leaving. And then you do something like this. And you want something to change.
Do you know how terrible I feel for my rich friends who consciously choose to live in one of the most extravagant places in the whole world, not just the United States? Yeah, the true victims here.
Just by the way, do you remember that one interview where Newsom's like, oh, we're not worried about the elections. And he had that smile? This was like 3 weeks ago.
I've said about the clip. You want to see how, and by the way, that's why he.
Yeah, have you guys ever seen this really devious clip of Mitch McConnell saying that he's not worried about Republicans in his state winning? Scary shit, you guys.
So quiet.
Breaking the glass.
Oh, this is.
I recently saw this really, really disturbing quote from Ted Cruz where he said he thinks that there's still a good chance that a Republican is going to win the Senate race in a red state. Terrifying.
Look, this is the attitude of exactly. Go ahead.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot. Look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen.
This is literally in the context of a referendum being put to voters of California to engage in temporary gerrymandering in retaliation for the unabashed, unashamed, like literally racist gerrymandering that Greg Abbott and other Republicans in Texas openly, flagrantly, proudly engaged in, that they never put to a vote directly to their constituents. That happened all in like the state Congress or state Senate. That's what the context of that is.
Quiet part out loud.
And Adam,
we're going to do everything possible.
And nobody could do
to make
anything.
sure
Agencies can shape.
Do something about it.
Agencies could shape the future.
Yeah,
and I'm tired of hearing, Pat, democracy. We're not a democracy, but we have lost the republic. If this is
wow, Vinny, a Republican, tired of hearing about how we are in fact still technically a democracy.
How it happens in front of our face, we can't do nothing about it. The government can't do nothing about it, and that's the front runner. That's the front runner of the Democratic Party. And if they win, Pat, and they come back in power, I'm not stupid. I know the pendulum swings. You let them in power. The same.
Yeah, Vinny's not stupid, you guys. Does this look like the face of a fucking idiot? This guy's smart.
That didn't go through because they have 4 rhino. I'm not going to say the word Republicans that don't. They want to have power. And again, if I keep hearing this word democracy, it's our republic. And at what point are Americans, the citizens, the 99.999% are going to finally say, Pat, enough is enough? And I'm not saying we're complaining. No, we're trying to point out the obvious. They're cheating. You are cheating. In India, they have how many? 1 billion people. They know in one day. What the hell? We're America. And it takes weeks, and we're cool with it. And nobody on the other.
Is it even true? In India, are elections like happening in one day? Again, India, known paragon of democracy. No issues there, no corruption. It's people just love Modi. Like what?
Side is saying, Pat, because their side is going to win. They're quiet. And that's why Gavin Newsom's quiet.
Explain to me how North Korea already knows who's going to win the election by the end of the day. Why can't we do that here? This guy is so smart, man.
They know that they're freaking cheaters.
Tom.
All you have to do is go, absolutely. And you know, there's 2 lines of thinking that are being driven on here. Voter eligibility and voter confirmation, racism, right?
Yeah, you're racist.
And then what you have is controls, to have adequate controls over the election and investigation.
Vinny's Hugh was a great indicator of how far into the episode we are. Vinny, I mean, you simply must like this analysis, dude. This is one for the books, man. Okay.
And just confirmations. That's federal interference. You see, racism and federal.
I often look at India and yearn. Why can't we be like them?
Interference are destroying democracy. Maxine Waters said it, just like that. So guess what? This is what it is. You have to remember something here, guys. It's low tech. When you increase technology, you increase
the confirmations and you can increase the confidence. Now, technology isn't a voter.
Wait, what? What is he talking? What is
like
that
that.
talking about? What?
So guess what?
Are you actually trying to say that having like more technology would make this more secure?
This is what it is. You have to remember something here, guys. It's low tech. When you increase technology, you increase the confirmations and you can increase the confidence. Now, technology isn't a voter tabulation machine that can be.
Okay, so he is actually making the claim that if you want to increase voter confidence, have more technology that could be potentially interfered with and like get away from paper ballots, so there could be more confirmation. Yeah, that could never be tampered with, dude.
Act and flip votes. We've seen examples of the voting machines. You've seen this many over the years where they've said, this is an example of how this particular machine was flipped. No, the deeper you go in technology, Congress heard.
What the fuck is this guy even saying? To be fair, you have to have a certain IQ to be able to understand and process these ideas from these very high IQ individuals. He's simply saying that when you increase technology, stay with me, the election becomes more secure. We're piggybacking this off of the point that Vinny made, that we want to look to countries like India to model our elections after, because they're just so secure and they're just so fast.
A presentation. This is a select committee heard a presentation on the blockchain, Pat. Hey, did you know you could just take every person who's a valid citizen, put them on the blockchain, you'd know instantly did they vote or not. Not who they voted for, but did they vote or not. Everybody flipped out at that. Why? Because that's high technology, high confidence, high control. That's not what they want. You look at these blue states, just keep counting.
Yeah,
until
high technology, high confidence, high control.
you get the answer you want. And it's destroying public confidence. And you're going to see, I think you're going to accelerate the people that are leaving. I talked to people last night in LA too. I asked them, what are you thinking about this? And they said, I'm shocked. Everybody has said the same thing. They said, I'm really shocked.
Wow. You're telling me that you, a Republican in Florida, who's caught in a fucking echo chamber, who's literally just exists to be the foot soldier and fluffer of PBD, like a paid fucking friend. The people that you talk to also live in a bubble, just in a different state. And they also can't believe that not everybody agrees with or is on board with their fascist MAGA agenda. Color me shocked.
In plain sight, doing what you just said.
Increasing technology, Captain. Yep.
Doing the quiet part out loud. Exactly. It was terrible, Pat. Terrible.
India has 45 days in-person voting and counting throughout the voting process. Kate Freelander in YouTube chat, I'm sorry. You seem to have made an error here because what you just said contradicts high IQ panel participant over here, Vinny Oshana. And I'm pretty sure that you're wrong about that. And India, with their billions of people, they do the election in like 30 minutes online. So it's easier and high technology and high confidence. That was confirmed to me by my other high IQ friend, Tom.
Remember, low tech enables it. When you go to ultimate high tech and blockchain, you control it.
It's so much harder to rig. It's so much easier to rig an election the more technology that there is. How could he say this?
Everybody wants control. Everybody wants buckets of ballots that came here coming into what appears to be orderly rooms to be counted, that we are ensuring democracy. No, they're not. They are controlling the outcome.
Get that dirty word out of here, Tom. We're a fucking republic. Did you not hear what Vinny said?
Of what they call democracy.
And Pat, now that we know what we're waiting for, Tom, the Supreme Court's ruling in Watson versus the Republican National Committee. It's a major case that could determine whether the states can continue counting mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day if they were postmarked on.
Did Tom just suggest blockchain voting? First of its kind. PBD exclusive idea here. Okay, blockchain voting.
Time. The ruling is expected.
Voting of the future.
At the end of this month, Pat. What's going to have
Vinny, that will only control the date and time that they bring in the white buckets.
Yeah.
So the Supreme Court will help. We need control, and it starts with voter validation and then technology that validates that those voters that were validated actually voted once.
Well, look, I don't know if you saw this article, what Gavin Newsom has done in response to the allegations. Basically, Gavin Newsom has basically signed a law that, quote unquote, here we go. Newsom signs law to shield.
And just really quick, anybody here a Tom Scott enjoyer, he has this video called Why Electronic Voting is Still a Bad Idea.
5 years ago,
that very quickly explains why, if you actually care about free and fair, safe and secure elections, you would actually want there to not be that much more technology in the loop. because it's actually the thing that would lead to it being more likely to be compromised. This is exactly why Tom's point is so fucking asinine. The idea that, again, there are more opportunities in electronic voting, and with the introduction of more technology into this process, there's far more ways that you could compromise it than you could if you had to tamper with physical ballots. Anthony Bishop, thank you so much for subscribing. I really, really appreciate it. W Blockchain. We love Tom.
Hackers there have managed to...
We love both Toms. We love Tom Scott and we love Tom of PBD. PBD and their crew is imagining. They're fantasizing about this. They want this. They're actually under the belief or impression that this is a more secure way to conduct elections in this country. What the fuck? Don't do that shit straight away. Just change your hair all quick as fuck. I had to dye it back to black. Sorry.
What's happening with...
Like, I could definitely go on to show the rest of this video, but we are 6.5 minutes in of a 12-minute video, and he has only gotten through just a few of all of the different ways that electronic voting could so much more easily be compromised and tampered with, as opposed to just doing physical fucking ballots. It's just such an insane point to like casually assert. Of course, only in this context would that just be put out there uncritically and not questioned by anyone.
California election.
Even like blockchain suggestions.
From federal interference.
Oh, there's that
basically saying we prohibit any person, including federal agents, from accessing voter rolls or election technology without a court order. But then in response, here's this article. This is from The Hill. Federal prosecutors open fraud probes into California voting. So alleged voter fraud, multiple election fraud investigations underway. Essentially what you said, there's serious structural vulnerabilities, specifically coming from two major components: mail-in voting and not requiring voter ID at the polls.
And by the way,
verify that only eligible U.S. citizens are registered.
On the Newsom thing, he signed that on May 29th, 4 days before the election. 4 days before. Here's a video where he explains why he wants to go ahead and pass it so that the federal government cannot interfere, is what he calls, in California's election.
Go ahead, press watch the play.
Trump all the time. He's an invasive species. We've never been up against something like this. And he's just not, he's just winding up.
It is absolutely hilarious. Like the concept of these people having to interface and listen to a politician that is doing things by the books. Like, yes, it is like all elections in this country, for the most part, like even the federal ones are run by the state. They actually think that this is like a shady thing.
I mean, he doesn't believe in fair and free elections. He believes in competitive authoritarianism. He wants an outcome along the lines of Putin, 87.3% to 4.3%. It's a fair and free election from Trump's perspective. And he's become so delusional that I think he's almost starting to believe in his own BS.
Well, I think the people of California have somehow believed his BS for the last decade. And he used, let's just be clear here, he used a very specific number. He said 87% Trump wants that.
4.3. Yeah.
Listen, Trump's best day is in the high 40s. Best day from a national electorate. And worst day is somewhere in the mid 30s. Gavin Newsom, who basically somehow passed a recall, I think 4 or 5 years ago. This is all
Larry Elder.
Exactly, Larry Elder. You know who I feel bad for?
God.
Can I be honest with you?
That's a name I haven't heard in a minute.
Because I'm very much pro-Florida, pro-Miami. I genuinely feel bad for the average Californian, and I'll tell you why. Because the top of the food chain, they can move someplace. If they're evading the wealth tax, they'll go find another place to live. But the bottom of the food chain, the 50% of Californians are basically who are living on the social welfare state, don't have a choice here, are going to vote for the socialist communists. They're going to be fine because they're basically living high off the hog. It's the average Californian who's looked like.
Oh my God! Yeah, I forgot. The more poor you are, the higher that actually corresponds to a higher standard of living, because you just get to suckle off the fucking gracious teat of the California state government and the robust social safety nets that we definitely have in this country, right?
Can't move because I'm damned if I do, if I damned if I don't. And they basically are at some point, they're going to have to say, all right, we've hit rock bottom. We're going to have to pivot. Until then, get used to democratic monopolies.
I know you want to move on.
They almost had a candidate.
Get used to democratic monopolies. This hasn't been a democratic stronghold since I don't fucking like when was the last time California was fucking conservative? You can think of like notable Republicans that have come out of California, but like Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Schwarzenegger, but it's a blue state, dude.
To be on the ballot. And the candidate, I believe, my opinion, we are watching it get taken away from them. There was, don't you see? I think there was a lot of Angelinos that were out there that got behind this campaign, that got behind these things.
Arnold, yeah, but like this Spencer Pratt dude is no Arnold.
And by the way, for Rahman, Pat, I got a question for you. What did Rahman do in the last week of the election? She backed off.
She did a concession speech. She was crying on
Rob,
stage.
can you play that?
But she
Tom's asking
backed
a very
off.
good question here.
How does she surge?
Yeah.
This is not a concession speech.
She's backing off.
Watch the video, Rob. Play the video. Go ahead, Rob. Look at this motivational speech. This is like,
you know
she lost. Okay?
Los Angeles is the most
how embarrassing
magical
this
city
is.
in the entire world.
This was like a concession speech.
This was not a concession speech.
This is the
My
night she
understanding.
lost.
I'm so
Rob,
proud
can you verify if this
to
is the
be an
night she
Angelino,
lost?
and I'm so grateful to call this extraordinary city my home.
Yeah. Okay. So she allegedly, let me just verify.
I don't
this
think
real
that's an
quick.
act. I think she really believed that.
I
And
don't think it's a concession speech.
the machine
That's
wants
election
Bass back and used her to get rid of Pratt.
That's election night.
What are
That
the
is
odds
election
actually
night. So-
saying about Pratt's?
Well, we'll go to Kalshi. No,
mind?
Pratt's chances on Kalshi, it's.
Have they
it's-
plummeted?
Oh, you'll
What
see
do you
right
mean?
now.
Look-
1.2%
Oh.
advancing.
Look at that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought it was still a 300.
No. Rob, do me a favor. Go
Adam,
back.
look at the-
so he's
look at
go
the
back.
finish.
How far back
Look
can
at
you
the
go
pot,
on this,
Adam.
dates-wise? Can you go back to 1 month?
78 million.
Go to
Dude,
1 month.
Like Benny Johnson did the same shit. What is wrong with people? This has 16. This has fucking. It's a 20-second clip, and at nowhere in this does she concede. On election night, no name, no support. Nithya Raman sobbed and conceded the race. She apologized to her family for failing. This made sense. She pulled in the single digits and bombed in the debate, and now historically insurmountable third place. This was before the machine, quote unquote, took over.
You know that everything every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in this city. And Kaveri, I hope you know that
they are saying that this is a concession.
Just watch this. Look at Pratt advancing. Okay? Look at Pratt advancing.
Oh my God. Yes,
and then
let's consult Kalshi, okay? Not polls, Kalshi.
right after June 2nd, which was the day to vote, he's still ahead. And then he drops.
And look at that.
All the way down,
then-
and Rahman comes up.
And well, even Bass went a little bit lower. So you're saying that everyone who voted in that
Are you
last
telling me that this prediction market ain't predicting? The prediction ain't hitting?
48-hour window, everyone voted for the communists.
Are you ready for
Yes.
this? Pat? So not the beat
Yes.
posted.
Unbelievable.
One of the best statements I saw.
$78 million was placed.
Only Rahman's
That's
mail-in
70
ballots were late, Adam. Only Rahman's mail-in ballots were late.
when statistically impossible things happen, we should
Is
not
it
be
pronounced Rahman? Or is it actually pronounced Ramen?
expected as a society to accept them. Evidence of fraud isn't limited to video surveillance. Statistical impossibilities are hard evidence of fraud. That was not the B posted it, and Elon posted it, Pat. And this is, when we talk about the left, right, or whatever, they're willing to lie and cheat to come into power. That's why I'm saying, Pat, this is a spiritual thing. We're at spiritual warfare. Because once they come in, Pat, what do? They open the border, they bring in illegals, our women and children get freaking taken advantage, murdered, or raped, and then they make policies for trans this and that. It's freaking evil. And what's the fine time? You're talking about these Angelinos. What can they do? What can you do? What? Go on the streets?
So we believe this is an election.
Mm-hmm.
They believe this is a revolution. And during a revolution, anything is permissible. And that's what you're seeing it here. You know, we believe...
Okay, if anything is permissible during a revolution, why are we even talking about election rigging, dude? Why would these revolutionaries restrict it to just stuff like the ballot box? What?
that they're wrong and that we need to sit down and find a way to reason with the ones that are close
These
to the
revolutionary Democrats.
middle and to bring them over. That's the spirit of this podcast. That's why you saw Pat on Jubilee. That's why all this stuff. They believe we're evil and any tactic is permissible to stop.
PBD, you're a California guy. What are you hearing from your people? Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a socialist versus a communist, it seems, in this runoff. What are people in...
Who's who? Who do we think is who? Is Karen Bass the communist or the socialist? And Rahman is the communist or the socialist? What?
California saying.
So there are guys that are planning on moving to Florida, and they've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Like, for instance, I'll give you an idea. My own family.
Yeah.
A lot of Iranians, Armenians, Assyrians left Iran a long time ago. When did your parents leave Iran?
Oh, my God.
What year? Because you were born in New York.
Born in New York.
So how much
78.
previous to that? When did your parents leave?
In the 70s.
Can you text your... Well, it's too early.
No, she'll be up.
What
my
year do you
God.
think... I
Bother
think your
your
parents
mom.
left probably in the 70s.
Pre-revolution.
Say 70, early 70s.
Okay. So you have to realize there's different tiers of people that left Iran.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
There are those like his parents who left early. Okay. Then there are those that left in 77, 78. The moment revolution started happening, they're like, we're out of here. Okay.
That was your dad.
No, not at all. No, they didn't. My mom
You were
was like,
there,
it's going to get better. So my mom encouraged them to stay. My dad is saying, let's get the hell out of here. My mom said, no, let's stay. It's going to get better. Anyways, they stayed.
Oh, blame mommy.
And then by
Okay.
89, when Khomeini died and things got chaotic, we left. By the way, we are known as leaving the latest. We left
These two are Iranian, LOL, or are they ever?
late because they thought something good was going to happen, right?
Vinny's like a Syrian, PBD is like an Iranian expat.
And then we left.
Persian,
And we went to
right.
Germany, and then we ended up coming here. Okay, you've heard the story a million times, so I'm not repeating that story. What does that have to do with California? There are people in California that don't want to leave. I had a call the other day, one of our clients. He sold one of his companies a few years ago for $300 million, and he's about to sell a second company in Australia
I really have to fight and resist the urge to go dollars every single time he says that.
for $250 to $500 million. He's about to go public. Money guy, good guy, sharp guy, family guy.
Money guy.
And-
Is he even a numbers guy?
Australia just announced the capital gains tax, which I don't know if you're familiar with it. Our capital gains here is what, 23.9, something like that?
20%, I believe.
But it's including the Obamacare, I think.
ZK, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. I really, really appreciate it. And you've resubbed for 2 months.
Things like 23.9 is what you're looking at.
That's correct.
And in Canada, they announced something that your capital gains could go all the way up to 47%. Rob, can you type in 47%?
Higher than ordinary income?
Rob, pull up
47%. I want to say, there was something that came out that was 40. Australia. If you look up what their capital gains are,
Why the gibberish, man?
was a potential rate of 47%. Okay. So anyways, he's bringing this up to me that this is taking place. I said, what do you want to do? Do you want to fix it? Or do you want to go to, Singapore? Do you want to go to Dubai where you don't have to pay taxes? He says, no, I want to fix it. I said, so you don't want to leave Australia? No. So you want
Did they not? Wait, there's no taxes in Dubai? What?
to contribute? Yes. So what's the plan? I said, so how famous are you? Not that famous. I'm famous amongst business people because I've made money, but I'm not that famous. I said, well, number one, without the fame, you ain't, it's not something you're going to be able to do. We got
Without
work
the
on
fame, it ain't the
part.
same.
He says, well, what about if I first start off with Victoria, the state, which Victoria's
Adam is like busy work incarnate, man. He is the equivalent, like what he just did by like adding that completely just nothing aside. Look,
Fame, it ain't the same.
He says, number one, without the fame, you ain't, it's not something you're going to be able to do. We got
Without the fame, it ain't the same.
He says, well, what
I'm like having flashback to Zoom meetings that I've been a part of where I unmuted to be like, yes, to make sure that they knew that I was still paying attention. That was literally the level of engagement that he just gave to PBD. Well, he's like clearly on his phone, clearly on some device, barely listening.
about if
This
I
is
first
like
start
literally one of the cushiest jobs in the fucking world. He is paid to be a PBD lapdog, a PBD dick suck. And that's like the most that you can bother. That's the level of effort that he's putting in. And Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yeah, my favorite PBD quote of all time, I think. I think a lot of people were really moved when he said that.
Start off with Victoria, the state, which Victoria is kind of like California, and then from there go for national level, which is prime minister. I put him in working on putting him in contact with
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
the previous deputy prime minister.
I will get a soundbar, and that is going on the soundbar. And Killjoy171, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. I appreciate it.
For them to have a conversation together. But what's the point? There are a lot of people in California.
What is the point? What is the point, BBD? What is the point of all of this? What is the point of doubting the election results of an ongoing mayoral race that your Republican candidate was ever going to fucking win because it's a deep blue city in a deep blue state? What is the point?
California and Angelinos. That
Like,
have
what do
been
we actually think is going to be the result of this segment here? Do we think there's going to be a recount because of your expose of noticing that, yeah, the more votes that come in, the more the numbers go up, and the more they favor Democrats in the Democratic blue state you always complain about?
waiting and waiting and waiting. You know what tiers it's going to be?
Also to sell shoes, true.
Those who move to a Republican county. So, I don't know, pick a Republican. They're going to go hide in Manhattan Beach. They're going to go hide in Newport Beach. They're going to go hide in, Kern County, like Bakersfield. They're going to go to weird places like this, right? Shout out to...
Move out of
Weird
LA.
places like Bakersfield, California?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Then there are those that are going to do the easy thing, second easy thing, which is what? Go to Nevada. And they're going to do the 185, 175, which is live 185 days in Nevada to avoid having to pay the tax of California.
Wealthy people can do that, right?
The wealthy people can do that. The average person cannot do that. Then it's the people that are just going to be like, I'm moving out. And I'm going to go to Texas, or I'm going to Florida, or I'm going to Tennessee, or I'm going to go stay in Henderson, Nevada. Those are the three tiers. So if this could, by the way, where's Hilton at right now, Rob? Can you look up Hilton's? Go to Hilton's Calshi
I think he just got passed by Xavier Becerra.
Steyer passed him up?
No,
I don't know. Becerra's got confirmed. He's in.
Yeah.
Like, he for sure is first place. But Hilton is still 9.6%, which is fine because as long as he's second place, that's all you care about.
And we should have a moment of silence for this guy, Tom Steyer. Just keeps pumping
$200 million
of dollars
$100 million
to get elected in the world.
Yeah, moment of silence for the billionaire, please.
Bloomberg
You ain't
camp.
the guy, buddy.
You know who else did that? Meg Whitman also did that many years ago. She ran as a Republican, I think former CEO of eBay, and she went through different things. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. At the same time, in the interim, while everything is going on, LA's got a massive strike. LA stadium workers vote to strike days before World Cup. This is a Wall Street Journal story. 2,000 hospitals.
Okay. Before, let's see what else they did. Iran war updates. Trump to attend the Knicks game or whatever. Okay, before we do all of that, just want to say, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me yet, why aren't you doing that? You should go ahead and follow me along with the other 7,000 people that have apparently followed me in the last day or something. I do need to look into that. And if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe to me if you aren't subscribed already. That way you can know when I go live. It would also help if you hit the bell or liked the stream. It pushes it out to other people and really, really helps with the algorithm. If you're interested in watching any of my previous content, all my VODs are housed on my YouTube channel, and almost all of them are timestamped by me personally after the fact. That way you don't have to watch these 5-6 hour VODs. You can just skip straight to the segment that you want to hear me yap about. If you want to support me, the best way, the absolute best way to do that is to follow the Streamlabs tip link that is pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box, because they only take about 3%, as opposed to YouTube super chats, which I also graciously accept, but they take 30%. Doesn't quite hit the same. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch if you're watching there, get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also cross your fingers and hope that somebody gives a sub to you, because sometimes people will give subs throughout the chat, and that could be you, lucky viewer. You can also subscribe to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub. I'm at Straightered on everything. And the next thing that we are going to look at is, let's see. Let's do this in order. So this Piers Morgan Uncensored panel. Iran will give up nothing. Israel bombs Iran as Lebanon war smashes Trump's ceasefire. Let's see. Let's keep this open.
Is so.
I just want to see the panel with Glenn Greenwald. This was 1 day ago and has 493,000 views. But first, let's hear Piers's monologue on how he thinks all this is going, I guess. See if he finds a way to glaze Trump still.
Of course, in the West, no one cares about the people of Beirut, so the Iranians had to step in. They thought Iran was bluffing, and Iran wasn't. And not only did Iran hit back, it hit back very hard.
The Israeli war on Hezbollah in Lebanon is becoming a major barrier to peace between the US and Iran. 1 week on from the president's expletive-laden rant at Benjamin Netanyahu, both Israel and Iran have traded airstrikes in a major violation of the ceasefire. The flashpoint is Lebanon. Despite a Trump-brokered ceasefire in name only, Israeli attacks on Lebanon have intensified. Well, this weekend, the IDF struck 2 housing blocks in Beirut, which it called a terrorist headquarters for Iran's Hezbollah allies. Iran then fired on Israel, sparking an exchange of airstrikes, which threatened to unravel the entire peace process. President Trump initially told Israel not to respond because, in his words, the US is closing in on something good in terms of a deal. Netanyahu's been crystal clear. He doesn't think the Iran war or the Lebanon war are done. And while Trump says that it's he who calls the shots, Israeli officials have repeatedly failed to answer the simple question whether they will stop bombing if Trump tells them to. So far, they've done, well, the exact opposite. Looks a lot like Iran, sensing Trump's desperation
Wow, that doesn't sound like Israel at all.
out of the war, has found another way to get what it wants. Iran may well lose its enriched uranium, but gain formal control of the Hormuz Strait, an end to all sanctions, and a US commitment to preventing Israeli attacks on Hezbollah. The art of the deal, indeed. In a moment, I'll debate all this and more with my panel. But first, returning to Uncensored is Israel's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sharon Hall.
Okay, no, we're not listening to this fucking Hezbarist. We're going to be skipping to Glenn Greenwald's panel with these other hawkish ghouls.
Pressure applied because that's what Iran understands. And if right now they're refusing to come, was extremely successful there. We know the economic pressure is also working.
No, wait, I want to hear this person's. Let's see. Okay.
Glenn Greenwald, there's so much going on with this all the time. It's hard to know what the reality.
Truly, so much is happening all the time when you think about it.
On the ground.
Many
What
things.
is your sense about where we are with this war?
I think clearly President Trump wants to get out of the war. It's certainly been very bad for him in every respect, including politically. The midterms are rapidly approaching. This is a huge albatross around his neck, as are the secondary economic damage that has been done to the American economy, the global economy, the American people. The problem is that the pro-Israel lobby in the United States is extremely powerful, and they don't want an end to this war. They have two very different interests, the United States and Israel does with respect to Iran. What Israel wants with Iran is the obliteration of any countervailing force to their dominance of the region. Iran is the only formidable party or country in that region that can provide any kind of deterrence or limitation to Israeli hegemony in the Middle East, and they want that country destroyed, and they want the United States to do it. I think Trump thought he was going to facilitate a quick regime change of that country. That obviously didn't work. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. They're not getting that enriched uranium out. There's none of the war aims that have been fulfilled.
Well, Glenn, it's underground. It's hard, okay? That's what Trump said on Meet the Press.
That were stated at the beginning, and he thought it was going to be done a lot more quickly. We're now 4 or 5 months into the war, 4 months into the war, and the Israelis are determined.
Let's see if Glenn Greenwald will avoid this. It's not a pitfall, but it is a common theme that I noticed. I noticed it on Breaking Points yesterday with Sagar and Crystal's commentary just a little bit, as well as somebody else that we were watching, whose opinion I generally trust, but like, Mehdi on PPD, where they like get into the psychology of Trump as to why he followed Israel into this, war of choice and like listen to Bibi and stuff like that. But like, you can find statements from Trump from the 90s saying that like we ought to bomb Iran in different interviews. Like, I'm sure there is like some sort of like psychoanalysis that you could do, like a vulgar one at that, where we try to get into the mind of Trump and like, yeah, he wants to do like another decapitation thing like he did in Venezuela. But like, I mean, you could also just look at the fact that like all Trump cares about is himself. He is very easily led around, especially in his old fucking age where he's clearly demented. And is it really that hard to believe that, yeah, he's willing to walk through fire with Bibi for Bibi when he was his number one ally in the whole world, gave him whatever the fuck he wanted in the first term? Like, of course, it like so much of it just has to do with that.
Determined to keep
like
the
it's
war
like a continuation of policy from the first admin, like a holdover from that.
going, whereas President Trump wants to end. And I think the fact that it's not ending is proof of who actually has the greater power in the relationship, and it's not President Trump or the United States.
All right, Hogan Gidley, welcome back to Uncensored. Good to see you. Look, I've, like you've known Donald Trump a long time. I just get a sense of somebody right now who, if he could get out of this tomorrow, would get out of this tomorrow. It's becoming increasingly economically and politically damaging to him, to the Republicans. You've got the midterms coming. It's becoming it's starting to drag on in exactly the way he's always said he hated these conflicts in the Middle East involving America to drag on. Always said he wouldn't do that. What's the off-ramp?
I really hate when the fire that I started indoors just gets out of control and just starts like, I become enveloped in the flames that I started.
Looking like for President Trump?
Well, a few nuances here, Piers. First of all, I'm with you. I don't think Donald Trump would have wanted to get involved in this in the first place had previous presidents who pounded their chests and said they would never have wanted to get involved in this in the first place had previous presidents who pounded their chests and said they would never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon had actually done that. He had to come in and say, all right, how do I actually...
Oh my God. So Trump had no choice but to tear up the JCPOA in the first admin. Trump had no choice but to enter into this war of choice with Iran, like with Israel, to attack Iran. He had no choice but to assassinate the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, who could have had a stroke literally any day because he was like 87 or something like that. But Trump simply had no choice.
Prevent them from doing so. It's getting...
he had no choice but to... He hates to do it, but he just had to invite Bibi to sit across from him in the Situation Room. Help, sell Trump on this war that he definitely would have fucking done. He had no choice but to listen to all of the people that he chose to surround himself with. All Zionists, all imperialists, all warmongers, far-right neocons. He had no choice.
Increasingly dangerous, not just for America, but for our interests abroad as well.
Somehow Obama is the one ordering the strikes right now. LOL. Well, obviously, and Biden and his auto pen as well, doing the same thing.
Ramp, though, is very difficult. As you know, foreign policy is so detailed, so problematic because it's been going on for generations in different parts of the world, different arguments, different warring factions. Donald Trump comes in and says, how can we try and broker some type of peace deal here? Easier said than done. And we know the military prowess of the United States. We know the operation was extremely successful there. We know the economic pressure is
okay,
also...
if we know the military prowess, then why can't we win? Why is the Strait of Hormuz not open yet? This thing that wasn't closed when we first launched this.
Also working to cripple Iran as well. But you asked about the off-ramp. I'm concerned at this point because I think there could need to be more military pressure applied because that's what Iran understands. And if right now they're refusing to come back to the table, they're going to keep firing rockets at Israel, then what are you going to do but for...
Yeah, there hasn't been enough military might applied really wasn't enough to kick off this illegal operation by double tapping a girls' school, of which no one will be held accountable for. We need to show more military strength, even though Trump brags constantly, and all of the fucking people trying to sell you this war. We've completely decimated their conventional army.
After them and targeting them again.
But no, more military might. It'll work this time.
Before you can
Well, it seems to me, I mean, Hogan, in that eventuality, it seems the president has two options. He either re-engages in ferocious military action, potentially even putting troops on the ground to get the enriched uranium, which is the way most military people say is the only way you can end up taking it if it's not voluntarily surrendered. And that could carry with it catastrophic downsides, right? Both in terms of human life lost and things spiraling out of control. Or he just has to suck up what most people will view as a best a very Pyrrhic draw, and what many people would categorize as a defeat if it turns out that the slain Ayatollah has been replaced by his own son, who's even more radical, that the IRGC remain in a tight grip of control in the country, that the people don't rise up at all, as was reportedly promised by Benjamin Netanyahu.
They're not going to rise up. You're literally seeing the opposite. These sorts of illegal invasions into sovereign nations have the opposite impact. It just leads to a rallying around the flag impact.
And if Iran retains any form of control over the Strait of Hormuz, I just think if those four things are still in place when a deal is done, then I don't understand what victory can possibly look like. But it may be the best of two terrible options.
Well, we talked about this months ago when I said all the hand-wringing before and during, it's what matters after.
Right, but if it ended...
What victory looks like is anything less than Vietnam. It's so clear that is Trump's criteria for what constitutes him being able to claim a victory. He brings up every single time he's asked about this, like, how do you intend to end this thing that's a war but not a war? What is it like? He always brings up, okay, well, we did Vietnam for 19 years. This is nothing.
Like that. How would you categorize that?
Well, the perception is, did we win or did we lose?
Yeah.
And if we won by preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon, they've been greatly crippled. They can't fund their proxies.
But if
all
they
over
keep
the
their
world.
enriched uranium, then
Yeah,
surely...
I don't think Donald Trump wants them to
Fund their proxies all over the world.
keep that enriched uranium.
Right,
And if
so
they
that's the
do-
key thing.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
And if they do,
And it's just like, I really want to start calling out this framing more. I've even contributed to it, but I really don't like it. This like discussion of like Hezbollah and Hamas solely understood through the prism of like their Iranian proxies. It would be like consistently referring to other NATO countries as just like proxies of the United States. And like it has to be, to me, like commitment to consistency of both. Like either you are going to go so far as to say that that's the case, or you're going to say, no, they're just like allies.
it's got to be under some type of scrutiny where we can actually get in there and view it, which, as you know, Obama
Because the
wasn't allowed.
suggestion is like these paramilitary or non-state actors are like working tirelessly on behalf of Iran's interests, as if Hezbollah would not exist were it not for Iran, or like Hamas would not exist were it not for Iran, as if Hezbollah isn't more concerned with Lebanese interests, or Hamas is not more concerned with Palestinian interests than like Iranian interests. There's so much there that I feel like just has gone unquestioned. Like, again, I have contributed to it that I want to unpack.
Allowed to do. They enrich at a much faster rate than they said they were going to. Lied, of course. Iran is notorious for doing this.
Yeah, but it's also true that they have massively accelerated the enrichment program since Donald Trump tore up the deal with Obama. So that is also true.
And ZK, thank you so much for the $35.85, a very, very precise amount. Welcome back. It is good to be back. And this time I'm going to be making fucking partner on Twitch. Watch it happen, you guys.
Let me bring Rania Khalek in. Welcome back to Uncensored. You know, if I was advising President Trump, I would honestly be now saying, just get out of this, right? It doesn't matter, actually. If people want to mock you, taunt you, say it's a loss, whatever.
But no, like the whole world has to pay the price because Donald Trump will is just like, this is just an L that we all have to hold because he will not reverse course on this. We're just getting more and more entrenched.
Just don't see any upside going forward that is going to work as a genuine victory here. It's proven to be massively harder, I think, than he was led to believe it would be.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think one of the biggest blocks is that everybody kind of needs a victory narrative. And there's a long way away to get to everybody having a narrative they can come away with without feeling like a loser. But we also have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the Israelis, because the Israelis and the Americans actually have different goals here. Trump wants out of this. He's kind of done. The Iranians want this over. But like Glenn was saying earlier, the Israelis want basically permanent war because they want to keep everybody in the region weak and unable to ever pose a challenge to them, either militarily or economically. And that's why Israel attacked Beirut yesterday because Iran has repeatedly said this is a red line. And so Israel was testing Iran, and Iran eventually responded, and then Trump posted, stop shooting, right, on Truth Social. But the thing is, if he's actually serious about restraining Netanyahu, which is what he needs to do to get to the end of this war, he needs to restrain the Israelis. Truth Social posts aren't going to be enough. There has to actually be leverage. And that means withholding some support and weapons for the Israelis. And until he...
I'm pretty sure a Truth Social post is basically just as ironclad as like a treaty, right?
Is willing to do that to demonstrate that he can restrain the Israelis, we're going to keep being stuck in this time loop where the Israelis keep trying to torpedo a broader Iranian-American settlement.
If the Israelis are pulling this shit, it is because they have the implicit or explicit permission from Donald Trump. That country is not doing anything that we are not fucking aware of. Okay, so this I fucking, you know, no fan of Israel to say the least. Okay, but I'm not going to discharge that much blame to Israel because there are, like, you want to talk about who's like proxies? There are proxy. Okay.
By really mostly using Lebanon, but even demonstrating a willingness to hit Iran themselves.
Right. Colonel Kate, welcome back to you. You know, it seems to me the problem Donald Trump has is he doesn't have famously a lot of patience. And I think he's running out of patience with this. But the problem he's got is that both the Israelis and the Iranians historically have a lot of patience and would be quite happy to be still going at each
other. The U.S. has conflicting goals here, which is wanting Israel to fuck the Middle East and wants to appear justified in their bullshit. I mean, honestly, the United States is happy to let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants, so long as it doesn't interfere with what we understand to be our geopolitical and geostrategic interests in the region. But we have an admin that seems to think that there's the overlap between U.S. interests and Israeli interests is basically like a circle. It's like a perfect eclipse. So you're going to continue to see more belligerent action, completely unfettered, completely unrestrained, acting with impunity, as Israel always does, coming out of Israel until Trump's gone.
Each other for several years. That clearly cannot work for Trump politically. So he's got to try and bring this to an end. But, you know, this statement he made overnight, one of many statements on Truth Social, which, you know, often get contradicted within hours. But this statement that Israel won't
do not within hours. Trump literally contradicts himself sentence to sentence.
Anything if he tells them not to.
And anytime he is talking about this war that's not actually a war.
I just find that very hard to believe. I think Israel's working to a completely different narrative here to Donald Trump.
I think it's easy to misunderstand the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. And what is said publicly, particularly by President Trump, is often very different from what's discussed privately. And I think the two of them are pretty much on the same page over this conflict. I think that perhaps, if anything, one of the major points of difference is linking Lebanon, what's happening with Hezbollah, to Iran. And I think that's one thing that the Prime Minister in Israel does not want to happen. He sees it as being necessary to continue prosecuting the war against Hezbollah, particularly as Hezbollah has been on the offensive against Israel. His attacks into Beirut in the last couple of days were in response to Hezbollah attacks against Israel's civilian population in northern Israel. And
and again, to kind of overstate the extent to which you should assume that there's discord right now between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. This is their version of Biden. You heard this line all the time throughout the genocide leading up to the 2024 election. Working tirelessly day and night for that fucking ceasefire that never came under the Biden admin. Okay, sorry. Briefly, these pauses. We got humanitarian pauses. I don't want to, get things wrong. Okay. We never got a permanent ceasefire under the Biden admin. This is their version of that. Trump's really mad at Bibi right now. You guys trust? They're really, really upset with each other.
Clearly, he has to have the freedom to operate in order to defend his own population. But I think as far as the future of the conflict in Iran is concerned, both of those two leaders are on the same page in terms of a negotiated solution. And the key thing is to, first of all, is to negotiate the opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Trump and Bibi are taking over. Listen, it's complicated, okay? I mean, again, Bibi, at worst, Bibi is sleeping on the couch, but he's never gone.
Which I think is President Trump's number one priority. And then the second priority that Trump has is to remove what remains of Iran's nuclear capability. And I think Netanyahu agrees with both of those things.
The nuclear facilities that we completely obliterated last summer. Yeah.
I believe that both leaders would probably also like to see regime change, but clearly that's not going to happen in the immediate future. It might well happen sometime as a result of this conflict. But I think, meanwhile, negotiating those two issues is the priority. I think the negotiation for opening the Strait of Hormuz is probably going to come about at some point in the coming weeks or days. And the negotiation, which may follow on...
We already had negotiations over this. They have failed. How many times has Trump announced that it's being reopened?
With the nuclear
Or that we're blockading so that we can reopen the strait that was closed after we launched its war of choice.
Is probably going to be much more problematic. But the key thing, I believe, in this whole conflict is for President Trump to retain military dominance in the region. And it's not just Israel that want to achieve these things and the US, it's also the Arab countries who themselves have come under pretty significant attack from Iran. And so the Israel, US, and the Arab countries, certainly the Gulf countries, in my view, are on the same page on this.
Well, they might be, Glenn Greenwald, but the problem is the Iranians have proved to be remarkably resilient against the greatest military firepower that's ever
And is it even that, or is it just the sheer incompetence, the sheer lack of any coherent military strategy on the part of this admin?
been unleashed. I mean, the American military and Israeli military combined have obviously thrown the kitchen sink at this in the first few weeks, and we were assured it would be over in 2 to 3 weeks.
Literally,
Then
it
was
costs $1 billion a day every single day that this fucking goes on.
6 weeks. Then it was 8 weeks, and now here we are, week 15. There's no sign of it
And now here we are with an ad starting in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If you're watching on Twitch, a way that you can avoid this very annoying interruption is by subscribing to me by using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub, or just subscribing the normal way, or hoping that somebody gifts you a sub. That way you don't have to be interrupted.
Being over anytime soon. It took 2 years for Obama to negotiate his deal with Iran. Iran knows that Trump is
Which has better odds of Strait of Hormuz opening up or streaming more consistently? Listen, fuck you, okay? I'm not going to comment on that.
Under a ticking clock of pressure with the midterm elections. And why would they be in any hurry? They've been facing an existential threat to their entire regime, which they've so far managed to withstand. I don't think the threat of more military action of a conventional variety is going to work. And we've seen an attempt at a blockade. That hasn't worked. Every time they try anything with Iran, Iran now knows its most powerful weapons are shut.
Can you believe blockading the Strait of Hormuz to open the Strait of Hormuz did not work?
The Strait of Hormuz or firing off a few missiles at its neighboring Gulf states with all the damage that causes, mainly to the economies of those countries. I just don't see where there's any real motivation for the Iranians to do a deal anytime soon. The longer they string it out, the better for them, I would argue.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was all so predictable. They're defending their country. They're defending their thousands-year-old Persian civilization. Of course, they're not going to let Israel and the United States just waltz in and order changes that they want. They're going to use every means available. How many times do we have to see that? We were told we would run roughshod over the Taliban. When we left 20 years later, they waltzed back into power as if the whole thing had never happened. How long did we stay in Iraq? For exactly the same reason. They engaged in guerrilla warfare in defense of their country, even though we had a much bigger military. This was all talked about for so many years. It's the reason no president has started a war with Iran. It's the reason President Trump kept saying that he...
Collapsitalism. I think that's how you say it. Collapsitalism. I love it. Okay. Thank you so much for the $2. The last of your disability check. Your dollars well spent, obviously. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Wouldn't. And there's so many examples where he specifically said, including in the 2024 campaign, that if you vote for Kamala, you'll get war. If you vote for me and JD Vance, you won't. And, you know, it's amazing to listen to this thing about nuclear weapons as if Iran had nuclear weapons or was getting nuclear weapons. Iran didn't enrich to 60% until the Iran deal was nullified by President Trump. You had inspections and invasive surveillance. This is the pretext for the war. Nobody thinks Iran was about to get nuclear weapons. Even Tulsi Gabbard said the consensus of the intelligence community was that they weren't trying. They didn't have a program to do it.
Glenn is like out of breath, spitting, trying to get all of this out before he gets cut off.
It's a repeat of the lies about Iraq. The real reason that this war happened is because Israel wants to shatter Iran for the reason Rania said earlier, and so did I, which is that they are the only ones who can limit Israeli hegemony in the region, and they got the United States to fight their war for them. But they tricked President Trump by making him think that it would last a very short time, and now he's saying, oh, we never thought they would close the Strait of Hormuz or attack these Arab dictatorships, even though that was always the reason not to go to war with Iran, is they could destroy the energy facilities of Persian Gulf tyrannies, which is exactly what they're doing, and can do far more if you restart this war. It's a complete disaster, and there's no way out other than by stopping and creating some narrative that President Trump can say is a victory, but in reality isn't.
Hogan Gidley, if you go back and reread the New York Times big deep dive a few weeks into the war, detailing how Prime Minister Netanyahu went to the White House.
Collapsitalism. Thank you so much for $2, $2 more for the YouTube super chat. JK borrowed $2. Oh, got it.
Was in the Situation Room. The head of Mossad was beamed in, and they laid out a series of events that they said would happen. That they could decapitate the Ayatollah and his top people. The IRGC would then collapse from within. The people would rise up, and they'd all be too distracted to concern themselves with the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think and I think President Trump believed that this was entirely possible and was convinced. And I also believe that he genuinely has wanted to deal with Iran. So I don't think these two things are incompatible. But do you think if he had known how this was going to play out and that we would be where we are 15 weeks later, that he would have joined that war at that moment?
Yeah, ifs and buts. I mean,
No, I realize it's hypothetical, but what, knowing him as you
yeah,
do.
they're all hypothetical. Look, I don't think Donald Trump at his core likes death or destruction. That's why he's been trying to be a peacemaker all over the world and has brought a lot
Donald Trump, a peacemaker.
of countries to bear on that front.
This is a legendary comedy show, you guys.
Of course, he doesn't like his opponents talking about going to war either. He talked about not getting involved in stupid wars or long protracted wars. I would argue this is neither. But if you notice the through line here that Glenn pointed out and the other panelists,
this is a smart war that's definitely not going to turn into a forever war because Trump's in charge. He's in control and he's a peaceful dove and he knows what he's doing.
it's time. I think the only leverage Iran has is time because they think America is going to collapse politically under the assault from the media and others, the dissatisfaction of what's
Wait, what? I don't know that Iran thinks that.
Going on here at home, and that's going to bring Donald Trump to heel to some degree. I don't think that's the case in this particular military conflict. Remember, when you talked about Clinton before and what he did in Serbia, yeah, we had a...
So reacting like Glenn didn't have the worst takes after 2016. We take things on a case-by-case basis with Glenn, but on this particular topic, I'm probably going to find myself in 99.9% agreement with him.
Pretty surgical, strategic military operation going on here in Iran. But we didn't we didn't attack dual-use targets like Clinton did when he took out electrical grids and bridges.
Yeah, but you know the difference,
Obama did
Hogan. The difference is this is the first time the United States has been engaged in a war in modern times where the majority of Americans have been opposed to it. I mean, that's the first time. So that was the case from the start of the war, and it's got progressive.
I don't know about that. Wait, what's
in a war? The difference is this is the first time the United States has been engaged in a war in modern times where the majority of Americans have been opposed to it. I mean, that's
okay, by modern times, I'm assuming he means post-World War II. But, the popularity for any sort of military incursion, war events or whatever, any war making on the part of the United States, the peak popularity for it will always be at the beginning and then a gradual decline happens. And I'm sure the Iraq war had a ridiculous amount of support, unfortunately, in this country following 9/11, but at some point I'm pretty sure that turned before it was over. So
it's the first time. So that was the case from the start of the war, and it's got progressively less popular. And I would say the real threat to Donald Trump politically is not that the media turn on, because he's in a constant state of war with the media, as we saw at the weekend with his Meet the Press blow up. I sort of ignore that as noise, really, on both sides. The problem is that the longer this goes on, the closer to the midterms, there is an increasing risk that he loses the House and the Senate, and then becomes, as you would know, a lame duck president, which he would hate.
Well, of course he would. But understand something, Piers.
He's literally the opposite. The only thing that's a lame duck right now is Congress, because even though he has majorities in Congress, in the Senate, and has the Supreme Court, he is choosing to do everything via executive order and action. He is choosing to do things extrajudicially. He is choosing to do things extra constitutionally. It doesn't have to be that way. He could actually bother trying to, with votes, actually try to, pass legislation that's going to be enduring and lasting. He's too fucking lazy, though. And he loves, asserting and, exerting his power.
You remember...
he is, but to the extent that Trump is cucked, he's putting himself in the cuck chair.
Happening politically in this country 5 months ago. Do you remember that? I don't. And I'm in politics, living in Washington, D.C. The election's 5 months away. So if this wraps quickly, there's a good chance no one even remembers this, and the costs come down as well, and he can point to that as being a victory. That's why I'm saying what matters here is how you get out of this, not necessarily what goes on in the process.
No, I don't disagree.
But you were saying you think they have to go bomb again. You were just, how is that compatible, a quick end to this war, when you're saying Glenn, they have to go bomb again?
Not in perpetuity, Glenn. I'm saying
just one more little bombing, Glenn. That's all I'm saying. As a treat.
Has some targets he can strike to bring them back to the table. Iran is not a negotiating power, as you well know. They can't trust what they do or what
They're not? Shit. Then you probably shouldn't have launched a fucking war against them where they had this thing called the Strait of Hormuz that they could hold as leverage over the whole fucking world.
Say what they do understand in the Middle East is power and might. And if Donald Trump flexes more muscle with some more strategic strikes, chances are you could cripple them to the point where they've got nothing else to do.
Literally talking about a country that agreed to the JCPOA. Literally talking about a country that is a signatory to the non-proliferation treaty, unlike Israel.
Come to the table and
but
say,
you can't negotiate with this country.
Let's figure out how we can make a deal. Remember the timeline. End of last week, Donald Trump said we're getting closer to a deal Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, expect something. Then the bombings happened when they attacked Israel over the weekend. Donald Trump didn't want to upset that apple cart. I think they were really close. I believe those reports. And then Israel comes back and says, no, we're going to defend ourselves. Now we're kind of back to where we were before.
But that's because, Hogan, come on, that's because you know as well as we all do that Israel's got no desire to bring this to an end anytime soon. Let me bring back, if I may, Rania and Colonel Kemp, but Rania first. You know, Donald Trump has said, I can control the Israelis. If I say don't do something, they won't do it. How much confidence do you have that that is the case?
So far, he's demonstrated he does not have the political will to restrain the Israelis. And Lebanon is key to this. I know it seems like this thing that doesn't really matter. It's a tiny country. Who cares?
Yeah, but he's not asking about the political will. He's asking, like, I mean, does he have the personal will to do it? Because obviously he could if he wanted. Literally, this is like a thing that could end in one phone call.
I care about it because I live in it. I'm Lebanese. But also within the broader context of this war, Iran has repeatedly said for the last 2 months, in order for us to reach a negotiated settlement with the Americans, Israel needs to cease fire on Lebanon and withdraw. Israel has invaded Lebanon. They have displaced 14% of the country. They have continued to bomb Lebanon every single day throughout this so-called one-sided ceasefire. That's not really, nobody in Lebanon believes this is a ceasefire. That's a joke of a word now. Just over the weekend, it's not just Hezbollah, by the way. I keep hearing people say this is a war on Hezbollah. If it's a war on Hezbollah, why have they displaced 14% of the population with Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz saying Lebanese Shias can never return?
It's the same
Why are
justification.
They,
It's the same justification they use for going after Hamas in Gaza.
Yes, it is. But I just want to point out that they're also talking, I heard the woman you had on earlier, the Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister, I think it was, talking about this as a war on Hezbollah, and we love the Lebanese government. Well, then why did they kill Lebanese army soldiers over the weekend? They killed 3 Lebanese army soldiers over the weekend. That makes 26 since March 2nd, 74 since October of 2023. This is the force that they want to have a monopoly of arms in Lebanon and to disarm Hezbollah, but they keep killing them too. This is a war on the entire country of Lebanon. And Iran stepped up and defended Lebanon yesterday. As far as Lebanese people saw it, that's the optics.
Okay,
so
I've got to bring in Colonel Kemp just to quickly round things off. Colonel Kemp, put your prediction hat on for a moment. Where are we going to be in September, October, which is the critical time, I would think, for President Trump?
Yeah, I think, first of all, before I answer that directly, I disagree that Israel wants this war to go on. I mean, I was in Israel about a week ago and I met with many Israelis and many politicians and military leaders in Israel. And the last thing they want is for this war to go on endlessly. And nor does Netanyahu. Don't forget that Netanyahu himself.
What is Zionism but not a constant state of war, dude? I know that's not real. That's not what he's talking about, but holy shit. Please stop with the lies, dude. Please. They're completely fine with this. They love it.
Must hold an election before October. And he doesn't need a war to be raging while the election goes on. So I think to characterize Israelis as warmongers who just want to keep this thing going, I think is wrong.
Well, except that he is more...
Oh, wait. Okay, on that claim, I agree. They're not just warmongers. They're genocidal freaks, correct?
Popular. He's more popular as
because a war would suggest that you have some sort of like aim or goal that's related to some sort of like tactical strategy or advantage. But this is not really about that. This is incidental, you see. If they accomplish anything, it will be by accident, because what they're actually interested in doing is ethnically cleansing these populations and wiping them off the face of the fucking earth when it comes to the Palestinians, or not caring if they live or die, if it means they get to expand the borders of that country just one more inch.
A warmonger in his own country than he is as a leader when he's not waging war. That's the problem with that.
But the Israelis have also said so, by the way. The Israeli leadership
let me let Colonel Kemp
Netanyahu
finish.
have repeatedly said.
I want to let Colonel Kemp finish the point. Just what is your prediction?
My prediction is that there will be a settlement of some sort involving the Strait of Hormuz, which will come about either by one of two means, either by continued very strong US economic pressure and hopefully world economic pressure against Iran. Iran is already in tatters economically as well as militarily and politically. So that might force them to come to an agreement on the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think that the nuclear issue is likely to be resolved in that time frame.
No, nor do I. It'll be fascinating to see what happens. Thank you to my panel. I really appreciate it. Returning now to Uncensored is Mohammed Morandi.
Not as crazy as I thought it would be, but always a fun time. Now let's see. So this is we got 3 major updates on this. So on the question of like Bibi and Trump, like what's going on there. Netanyahu's bow to Trump's Iran pressure spurs new criticism. Opponents attacked Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu for halting strikes. So Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's decision to halt the latest round of clashes with Iran following pressure from President Trump prompted criticism and mockery from the Israeli leader's political rivals and some expressions of concern from his allies. But I just heard from this guy on this Piers Morgan panel that Israelis don't want war. And the Israelis that he talked to, people in the government and the voters, that they hate all of this and they don't want endless war and they want a swift halt to it. But yet the paper of record is like contradicting that. What the fuck? After speaking by phone to Mr. Trump on Monday, Mr. Netanyahu ordered the Israeli military to suspend plans for a new attack on Iran a short time later, according to multiple U.S. and Israeli officials briefed on the call. That disclosure prompted Gadi Eisenkot, a former chief of staff of the Israeli military and now a politician, to post a new campaign ad on social media. In the clip, Mr. Trump's voice is heard saying several times of Mr. Netanyahu, "He'll do whatever I want him to do." Israel is scheduled to hold elections later this year, and Mr. Eisenkot surpassed Mr. Netanyahu in one recent poll as Israeli's top choice for their prime minister. The U.S. has a leader. A tagline in Mr. Eisenkot's ad says, "Israel has no leader. That's all the difference." Naftali Bennett, a former PM who was challenging Mr. Netanyahu for the post, released a video statement saying that, quote, "the past 24 hours will be remembered as the beginning of normalizing a reality of drip-by-drip attacks from Iran." He added that Mr. Netanyahu was, quote, "not capable of making a decision on any front, not in Gaza, not in Lebanon, and not in Iran." Dan Iluz, a member of parliament for Mr. Netanyahu's Likud party, made a similar argument, albeit more obliquely. In a statement on social media, he said that Mr. Netanyahu's government had totally relinquished the ability to act decisively against threats from Iran and Lebanon, where the Iran-backed Hezbollah militia has been laundering attacks against Israel. Mr. Luz argued that Israel was effectively being prevented from striking Dahia, a Hezbollah stronghold on the outskirts of Beirut, unless the group attacked major Israeli cities. That leaves the country without an adequate answer to Hezbollah attacks on smaller communities in northern Israel, he said. What are we to do if we can't bomb whatever the fuck we want? We're refraining from using the only offensive tool we have to deter the enemy, he said. God. But they hate war, you guys. This is so funny to watch the performative, like, how dare you not, like, say, like, again, do the bidding of the country that is basically responsible for our continued existence and military might. Okay. It's cute. I mean, I'm sure it's going to win them elections even. And then this is the major story from today and why Iran, vowed to retaliate is in the title. Iran war live updates. U.S. launches strikes on Iran. Tehran claims attacks on the U.S. fleet. Here is the latest. The United States and Iran exchanged attacks early Wednesday in the Middle East after the drowning on Monday of a U.S. helicopter gunship near the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command leaders said that the Air Force and Navy jets had struck Iranian air defenses, ground control stations, and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz. The scale of damage was not immediately clear. Iran state television said that explosions and air defense sirens were heard in several cities along Iran's Persian Gulf coast, including the city of Surik and the island of Qasim. Iran then said that it had launched drone strikes against the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, where the government reported that warning sirens had been activated. Iran also said it had launched 21 attacks on U.S. bases in the region, including in Jordan, but U.S. Central Command said that that was not the case. A U.S. official said Iran launched multiple missiles and drones at U.S. bases around the Middle East, and nearly all were intercepted, according to initial American assessments. There have been no reports of American casualties and no reports as of yet of damage to U.S. bases in the region from the Iranian attacks, the official said. In a statement, Central Command called the U.S. strikes, quote-unquote, self-defense operations, surely, carried out on President Trump's order, saying that they were, quote, a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. Central Command said the airstrikes were launched at 5 p.m. Eastern Time or 12:30 a.m. on Wednesday in Iran. On Tuesday, Mr. Trump had blamed Iran for shooting down the aircraft. The United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack, he said on social media. After the U.S. strikes began, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas, said in a social media post that his country's armed forces would, quote, leave no attack or threat unanswered. Mr. Trump did not offer any more details on the downing of the U.S. Army Apache helicopter. Iran did not take responsibility for the attack, and its state broadcaster, IRIB, quoted an unnamed military official who said the country had conducted no military operation over the strait in the prior 24 hours. The U.S. and Iranian exchanges came after a deepening Israeli assault across southern Lebanon on Tuesday, including on the large city of Tyre, where at least 8 people were reported to have been killed. Hostilities have flared in recent days after Israeli strikes on Lebanon prompted Iranian retaliatory strikes on Israel and waves of tit-for-tat strikes. The latest attacks underlined how Lebanon has emerged as a major wedge issue in efforts to negotiate an end to the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. Iran had warned Israel that attacks on southern Lebanon would trigger another wave of retaliatory strikes, but Iran had not acted upon that threat when the wave of U.S. strikes began hitting its territory. It's almost like this country, again, it's so funny that they're like, they only respond to force or whatever. When that is not the inference you should draw from this. It's that this protracted military conflict is not something that actually needs to continue into perpetuity. And so much of that is contingent upon the United States, in tandem with initiating good faith diplomatic agreements, actually de-escalating But it keeps, like, we keep doing this fucking game of chicken of no, you first, you first, you first. It's never going to fucking happen. Like, if that's the way that, like, we're going to attempt to end this war, which is, like, all on our terms when we don't have all the cards, it's never going to happen. Mr. Trump has repeatedly said the United States and Iran were nearing an agreement to end the war, resolve the fate of Iran's nuclear weapons program, and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a vital artery for oil and gas shipments. Talking about Lebanon, negotiations, and markets. Ugh. The Trump admin's negotiations with Tehran have focused on 4 major elements of a nuclear agreement that U.S. officials say would grind Iran's program to a halt for 15 years or so. What does this remind us of? This sounds really similar to an agreement that I thought is responsible for everything going on now because Trump had no choice to get into this war of choice with Israel, were it not for Obama and the damn JCPOA. And he's basically trying to extract the same conditions that Obama somehow managed to extract, only we don't have the leverage this time. They want Iran to be a failed state so it doesn't get in their way. I mean, in some ways I don't believe that because that would be, it's like highly volatile for Israel to have to deal with uncertainty in Iran. Like, certainly they love contributing to the destabilization, but like these sorts of like decapitation and like wanting them to be a failed state, it's actually harder for Israel to maintain security if that's the case. And then this is from like Ken Klippenstein. You know, this is all blaring in the fucking background. An exclusive provided to him. U.S. secretly deployed paratroopers to Israel. This was reported, or this was written yesterday. When the Pentagon announced that the 82nd Airborne was deploying to the Middle East in March, it concealed a key detail. Some of the paratroopers were headed to Israel, as revealed in an Army deployment order I obtained. A military source involved in war planning tells me that the deployment is tied to new U.S.-Israeli joint contingency plans completed since February for seizing Karg Island and carving out coastal territory inside Iran. The 82nd Airborne Division is the Army's premier quick reaction force, trained to parachute into hostile territory. By keeping the deployment quiet, the Pentagon headed off public debate over a joint U.S.-Israeli operation inside Iran, a prospect many considered plausible at the time amid a fever pitch of mainstream reporting on a potential ground invasion. The secrecy also sidestepped what's euphemistically called, quote, host nation sensitivities. A joint U.S.-Israeli operation raises thorny questions for America's Gulf Arab partners, especially over logistical support. Hence the 82nd, which could launch directly from Israel without any Gulf state's consent to use its territory. The Army deployment order, issued April 7th of this year, directs elements of the 2nd Battalion, 501st Infantry Regiment, the storied Geronimo Battalion, to deploy to Israel on a quote-unquote temporary duty. The Israel deployment has not been previously reported. The Pentagon has never acknowledged it. In public, it has only said the 82nd was bound for CENTCOM, the military's term for U.S. Central Command, the combatant command responsible for the entire Middle East. The press echoed the vague terminology, suggesting the unit was headed to existing U.S. bases in Kuwait or Qatar. Asked about the number of troops deployed to Israel and their mission, the Pentagon referred my request to CENTCOM, which at the time of publication had not yet responded. Crazy. Again, always just love to see the Trump admin continuing on the pattern that they will never, ever, ever break or deviate from, which is that anytime you ask this admin for comments, if you even get a response back, they always tell you you're barking up the wrong tree. Go to this other agency. They go to that agency, no comment, or they direct them back somewhere else. In late March, the New York Times reported that senior military officials were, quote, weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division to support U.S. military operations in Iran. The forces would come from the division's immediate response force, a brigade of roughly 3,000 soldiers able to deploy anywhere in the world within 18 hours. Those forces, the Times noted, could be used to see Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. That doesn't sound like trying to dismantle their nuclear facility. The groundwork has been laid weeks earlier. The Army abruptly pulled the division's 300-member headquarters from a planned exercise at the Joint Joint Readiness Training Center in Louisiana, officials told the Times, so the command element wouldn't, quote, be caught out of place if the balloon went up. The aviationist reported that the division's commander, Major General Brandon Tegmeyer, and his command element had been ordered to deploy and tracked a string of fights, leaving Pope Army Airfield, which served Fort Bragg for the Middle East. When the Pentagon finally did talk about the 82nd publicly, it took pains to keep Israel out of it. At a May 5th briefing, Secretary of Whatever, Pete Hegseth, and Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Dan Kane, devoted much of their remarks to Project Freedom, the self-described defensive operation that the Trump admin says is keeping commercial shipping moving through the Strait of Hormuz. Kane singled out the 82nd Airborne for praise, telling reporters that elements of the division were synchronizing air operations for more than 100 aircraft over the strait and doing so in support of Project Freedom as we speak. When the president or the secretary need immediate, scalpable, and lethal combat power in CENTCOM or elsewhere, the All-American Division answers the call, Kane said. He says this literally knowing that Israel is involved. Just directly lying to the American public. The fact that all of this completely, flagrantly fucking illegal, unconstitutional, never-ending, no transparency, no goals, and of course Israel's fucking involved in it. And it's such fucking bullshit that this is going to be the future into, like, this is not, like, do we actually think that when this is the shit that they're up to behind the scenes, that this is going to be something that the next admin, whether it be a Democratic or a Republican one, can just extricate the United States from when we're this entrenched and there's this level of secrecy going on, this lack of transparency? Like, what do you want to bet that there are people on the, like, Foreign Intelligence Committee that are coming across articles like this and are privy to more information from a public source than what they're getting behind the scenes with classified intelligence reports that they're entitled to see? Like, it's insane. It is so insane for there to be, again, such flagrant, these authoritarian power grabs, and how intimately involved Israel is in this decision, this other country entirely. It's pretty fucked, that's to say the fucking least. So take, Ken Klippenstein's comprehensive, amazing reporting. Let's contrast that against the commentary that we're going to get from these guys. Iran war updates with PBD. It pales in comparison, surely. Because what does Ken Klippenstein know? He's just an American journalist, a white boy. He's not from Iran. PBD is. So let's contrast his, we're doing shit with Israel. We're not supposed to. Okay. And I have an exclusive. Okay. Yeah, dude. Okay. Let the master work.
Trump suggests meeting with the Supreme Leader, appending expectations and diplomacy. I think even in the Kristen Welker interview, he said to her that,
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We are uplifting Iranian voices to get our most recent updates on the war, not war, that we are currently engaged in. I'm going to shout out Ogre Boy, and everybody should go follow him.
Wouldn't mind speaking with him. He said he is a young man. He is younger than his father, probably a little bit more diplomatic. Is this it, Rob, about the exchange? Yeah, go for it.
You talking about the son of the Supreme Leader?
Yes,
he has not been seen in public. What is his status? Have you talked to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it.
Are you saying no?
To get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You said you want to meet with him.
No, I have not. I would if he'd like to, but I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they
how
do,
he is?
Yeah, they do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Okay, so he's saying he's open to the idea. Tom, as you're seeing this back and forth, with negotiations trying to take place.
Yeah, give it to me, Tom.
But
thoughts,
is this
Tom,
it, Rob, with Israel and
Yes,
Tehran?
This is Iran actually striking an Israeli military base.
And this is the first time since April, if I'm not mistaken, right? Go ahead, Rob. And did it get through?
Yeah, wow.
Well, the timing of this and the plane right here is kind of a...
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa! How about? Whoa!
That's Israel. And then do you have the one Israel to Tehran?
This hit the first.
And then the one with Israel and Lebanon? Because it's like 3 attacks that happened.
So I have Israel striking Iran, but I don't have the actual impact, just the aftermath. Here
Okay, go for it. Oh, they recorded it after it hit.
You think we're going to get any context from these people as to why Iran is engaged in this behavior?
And that's in Tehran.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Do you recognize that street, Rob, that road? I've definitely driven past it.
You've definitely been there.
I honestly was curious to know what part of... So this is still going on back...
It's so fucking weird, so fucking dystopian to watch them look at this, like, war footage, this bombing, and he's like, I think I've been there. Yeah, like on vacation or something.
For Adam, your thoughts on this back and forth with Lebanon, Israel, and Iran, and the president?
Yeah, well, look, Israel has... everyone has different interests in what they're doing in the region. At the end of the day, this comes down to United States and Trump and the Ayatollah.
Profound. Did you know that different countries in the Middle East have different agendas? Not just whatever the United States wants them to do. Everybody has their own agenda. A great contribution, Adam.
But there's a different situation going on with Hezbollah. I'm no longer going to call Lebanon Lebanon. I'm going to call them Little Iran,
because anything they do,
Okay, this is literally like getting even stupider.
their government has zero sway is what it seems, and everything has to go through Hezbollah. If Hezbollah doesn't want something to occur, they'll just object. Israel and Hezbollah are fighting a war right now. They don't want to call it a war. They want to say it's a ceasefire,
Like,
but it's a
like, Adam, why does Hezbollah exist? Israel have anything to do with that? Does he ever stop and ask the question? But no, this is Iran's fault that Hezbollah exists.
ceasefire that stops and starts. But there's something deeper going on here. What is the religion of Iran and Hezbollah? They're not just Muslim, they're Shia Muslim. Now, if you look at what's going on here, I'd be very upset if I was a Shia Muslim, because Israel and the United States have taken out your top two leaders of all time, the Ayatollah and Nasrallah in Lebanon. These aren't just leaders, they are the supreme leaders of all time. Imagine that your enemy eliminated both your top two guys, and now you want to have peace with these guys? One of two things is going to happen. Either a deal is going to happen, or there's going to be war. There's no in between. Trump wants to get in and out of this thing.
Wow, another just so insightful. Cinemarxism, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We are watching our favorite Iranian voice, uplifting them. Paul Bet Davidson, also known as Patrick Bet David to some. Okay, he is the greatest when it comes to Iran war commentary. So we read all necessary and pertinent news just so we can get the delicious viewing experience of consuming the PBD podcast, rather than comment on this war of choice. It is the greatest content that there is. Welcome. Thank you, Cinemarxism. I'm going to shout you out when Twitch lets me, because I just shouted out Ogre Boy.
Israel's basically saying, hey, look, I hear you, but can you please tell these terrorists, these Shia militants, saying,
let's go back
and
a
now
little
you
bit.
want to have peace with these guys? One of two things is going to happen. Either a deal is going to happen, or there's going to be war. There's no in between.
Wow. We almost missed it. This really profound observation from Adam that if there's not a deal made soon, there's going to be continued warfare.
Trump wants to get in and out of this thing. Israel's basically saying, hey, look, I hear you, but can you please tell these terrorists, these Shia militants, these Iranian proxy, to stop shooting missiles? Yeah, let me see what I could do. Turns out they're not going to listen. Turns out that they're...
What are we picking, Adam? Are we going Israel first on this one, or actually staying with America first? You literally just said, so Trump wants to end this ridiculously unpopular war, even if I grant that. Okay, I'll just grant it for the sake of the argument. And you're like, but Israel doesn't want to, though. So are we supposed to just... What are we supposed to do with that? That we, like... The U.S. just has to like hold that L, or what are we saying here?
Actually swore an oath to Allah to eliminate Israel. Do you think that any negotiation is going to stop Hezbollah from starting war in Israel? What I know about Bibi is he wants peace, but until there's peace that's done, he's going to blow your stuff up. So we're going to remains to be seen what happens in here. But Iran does not necessarily want peace. They want to cut a deal. Who knows what's going on here? At the end of the day,
Iran doesn't necessarily want.
Iran doesn't want peace, but you literally just said that Israel is actually the one holding this up because Trump wants to end it. You have to pretend like Iran doesn't actually want to end it, and Israel is just a victim in all of this.
Peace.
No, because
it cut a deal.
Iran
wants to cut a deal with U.S.
Well,
you think Israel wants a deal?
Israel does not want a deal unless nuclear is done, and then they stop funding terrorism.
I think it's even more than that. I don't think it's just nuclear. I think it's more than that.
They want them to stop funding terrorism.
Yeah, but they want the IRGC gone.
Of course,
is what Israel wants.
But by the way, so do the people of Iran.
Yeah, correct. Okay, so basically, you want Iran to just like not exist. You actually expect that any state, let alone one that happens to be geographically sitting next to Israel, is just gonna give up their conventional military? Like, what are we talking about here?
Iran. Israel and the people of Iran have the exact same interests. They want the IRGC out of here.
Yeah.
Why do you think the people of Iran are shouting Bibi June, Bibi June? At the end of the day, Hezbollah is an Iranian military wing that is basically taken over and terrorized Lebanon.
Play this clip.
And Lebanon is held hostage.
Here's what the president had to say about
Like, Iran providing material support to Hezbollah, again, is not something that should be looked at as like they work solely on behalf of Iran.
Hezbollah and Bibi. Go for it, Rob.
Openly said
this is when it was raining down.
Frustrated by Israel's continued bombing of Lebanon. Are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the same page?
Yeah, we are. We get along very well. We've been great comrades. We did a very, very big number on a certain country that was nothing but trouble for 47 years. I disagree with him on a couple of things.
On
I'd like to see Lebanon have a better life. I'd like to see a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. I think it should be more surgical. And
He says that like he's like, what do you mean by that? As if he doesn't have a military of his own, the strongest military the world has ever fucking known, and that if you really wanted to go after Hezbollah and have a surgical targeted strike on Hezbollah, as if he couldn't just fucking order that himself. So you're just openly admitting to encouraging Israel to act on behalf of the United States.
And we can help them with that, or we can...
Like, again, that's not news to anybody who literally has eyeballs or, functioning brain cells and paying attention to literally any aspect of this. But the fact that he just tells on himself so easily.
I'm in Syria. Syria is doing a very good job of cleaning up their act. They have a very good leader. They have a leader that's really done a good job in a short period of time, and he would love to help.
The U.S. tried to get an official proxy designation for Hezbollah and Hamas in the ICC and failed twice. There's no world we're calling a group a proxy in the media after this without saying it's your opinion. It's somehow not a lie. I don't know if you were here earlier, Kairos Web. I was literally saying that I want to stop contributing to this framing because it is so dishonest. It is actually distorting and obfuscating and making it difficult for people to understand this this conflict in the parties. A part of it, if you solely and consistently refer to Hezbollah and Hamas as Iranian proxies, because the suggestion is that they work solely in favor of advancing Iranian goals as if they don't have their own.
Yeah, so that's a
I just got here. Well, I was underscoring that, so it's funny.
Tom, what do you stand with this?
Well, I like the comment about Syria, about trying to get other people that are...
Does Hezbollah have a known headquarters? No, their whole thing is kind of that they're kinetic. Oh my God, everybody is raiding tonight. Welcome, guys. Mason, thank you so much for the raid. Mason, aka One Hand Politics, who likes to threaten and harass and potentially abuse Dave Rubin on Jubilee, which was very entertaining to watch. And I've been seeing you make the fucking rounds all the way from the Humanist Report to the Majority Report. We love to see it. Thank you, Mason, so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We are uplifting Iranian voices, most notably PBD tonight, and getting his take on the Iranian war as an Iranian expat himself. Everybody should go ahead and follow Mason. He is my favorite homophobic streamer. I also agree with this. I endorse the sentiment from Organic Meow, one of his viewers. You should follow me if you aren't already. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys.
Interested in the outcome.
Interested parties
to participate. But I think there's two things that are really clear. Adam said both of them with regard to IRGC. Israel wants IRGC gone, and they are going to continue to frustrate our attempts to get a ceasefire and a deal that doesn't include the just absolute crippling of IRGC in some way. That's Israel's objective. So Israel's got two objectives. Get rid of IRGC and don't let the U.S. stop things too quickly or negotiate for a deal that you don't necessarily want. That's it. And then try to get Syria to come in and help. And then Trump is trying to talk nice to Bibi to kind of smooth things over from last week, which I think we all believe happened. You're effing nuts. Says you can't be doing it this way. You gotta stay with us. You're crazy. And he's not crazy. He's just frustrated.
This guy's crazy, man. This guy who Trump literally invited to sit across from him in the Situation Room, who convinced him to get involved in all of this shit. A pitch that Trump already wanted to fucking hear and was going to go along with no matter how shoddy fucking Bibi's PowerPoint presentation on this was.
Frustrating you. He's frustrating Trump. But Trump is still the deal maker, and he is still the alpha dog here, and he's trying to navigate a way through it.
Is this one recognizing the crazy call, Rob?
Yep.
Go for it.
Now, Axios reported that you had a phone call with Bibi.
It says Trump confirms calling Netanyahu crazy in an expletive-filled phone exchange over fighting in Lebanon.
Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, in which you were angry with him. You said, "Are you effing crazy? What are you effing doing? I helped you stay out of jail." Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed at his constantly fighting with Lebanon. At some point I said, "Bibi, we got to stop this. We got to stop it."
He puts more thought and care into how he speaks to Bibi and reflections, reflections on these conversations than he does with any conversation he's had with Melania in the last 20 years.
Very good relationship. We've done well together. He always says.
You can pause it right there. Vinny, thoughts?
His relationship.
They've always been a power couple.
Talking about with Bibi is like watching a rich, powerful father deal with a spoiled son. Like the father gets mad.
That's adorable. As if it's not again, husband and wife.
yells publicly, tells him to stop doing certain things, but the son knows deep down he's never actually going to get in any real trouble, Pat, and he's never going to get cut off. So he keeps testing the boundaries, keeps going, because he knows the father at the end of the day isn't going to do anything. I think that's what frustrates a lot of freaking Americans. And I love when people are like, you guys keep talking about Israel. No, it's because every time we turn, Israel's in the freaking news. Fighting, Trump, no, don't do this, do this. We're going to bomb, we're going to do it. It's just this constant back and forth where the warnings don't seem like they have any real consequences, Pat. And one thing that bothers people, a lot of people are worried, Israel has nuclear weapons, okay? As much as everybody tries to tippy-toe, it's funny how every other country who has nukes, Pat, has to be in the non-proliferation treaty. You have to admit it because we have to have sanctions. There have to be inspections.
Wait. Sorry, I was distracted. I did not get the high IQ inputs from Mr. High IQ Vinny Oshana himself.
Don't do this, do this. We're going to bomb, we're going to do it. It's this constant back and forth where the warnings don't seem like they have any real consequences, Pat. And one thing that bothers people, a lot of people are worried, Israel has nuclear weapons, okay? As much as everybody tries to tippy-toe, it's funny how every other country who has nukes, Pat, has to be in the non-proliferation treaty. You have to admit it because we have to have sanctions. There have to be inspections. Why does Israel get a pass? Does that bother anybody? What's their red line?
Wonder why that is, Vinny. How come this ally of the United States is allowed to act with impunity? Could it be that we have used them as like a fucking military base to carry out our own misdeeds in that fucking region? Could it be we're not going to fucking sanction them because the United States probably fear, like, our own internal intelligence documents that have been leaked from Edward Snowden revealed that Israel is like the largest secure intelligence security threat to the United States, alongside like North Korea and India. Okay, if we were to sanction them, or like if I had to assume it's like the strongest argument for why so many U.S. politicians have trepidation about doing this, outside of the fact that they don't want to face, pro-Israel lobby money being flooded into their base to fund their opponents' elections or primary them or whatever. It's what happens when you criticize Israel in this country. They would also be briefed by like Senate intelligence people that are like, no, we've shared so much intelligence with the fucking Israelis that if we don't keep a close eye on them, they're just going to end up selling the shit that we've told them to other countries, and that those could be adversaries for all that we fucking know. So we have no choice but to remain in this abusive fucking relationship.
If God forbid they use one in this war because Iran does something crazy, then what? Then what happens? Oh my God, a nuke went off in Israel. I'm sorry, a nuke went off in Iran. Who did it? Israel doesn't have nukes. They're not. Then what game are we playing? And Adam, for you to say Lebanon is little Iran, 40% of Lebanon are Christians that have nothing to do with.
To be, buddy.
No. Yeah, why? Because they're all dead? Because they're getting bombed?
What do you mean used to be?
Oh, there's a lot of.
What do you mean by
You're
that?
saying that there used to be what? No, right now Lebanon, it's 30 to 40% Christian. There's a lot of Christians.
What did they used to be?
Adam, I'm saying right now, you said it's little Iran. There's a lot of Christians there that aren't Muslim, that aren't even involved with any of this Shia or whatever, that are affected. And again, it's always going to be the people.
What do you
and
mean?
Tom, you talked about the IRGC.
But I don't understand what you're trying to say.
There's a lot of Christians. You called it little Iran. There's a lot of Christians.
And then why are all the Christians gone?
What do you mean? They're still there. They live there.
But it used to be 70%.
Like if they're not there, it's because Israel's trying to fucking ethnically cleanse them. But that's not what he's getting at.
Christian. Why is it down to 30%?
Adam is grokking the shit out of that. I have to assume, that if Adam is like trying to talk and he's like, he's like literally trying to like look up shit to say so he doesn't sound stupid.
You tell me.
No, you're the one that made the claim. I'm asking you. I know the answer.
Why? So tell me.
Before I give you the answer, I'd like to hear your opinion.
Why are they moving, Adam?
Why would they want to move?
But my question is to you, though. Yeah, because maybe there's bombs coming in, Adam.
From who?
Maybe there's bombs coming in. What do you mean? Israel's on a freaking campaign bombing Lebanon. So they're seizing land. It's not like, Adam, they're not
You think the Christians are leaving Lebanon because Israel's bombing them?
I would. Who's bombing, Adam? Who's
How
bombing
familiar
Lebanon?
are you with the history of Lebanon? And it's okay to say not much.
I don't
also,
know that.
like it wouldn't change the composition or character of the, like, regardless of whether or not there's hostilities and bombs, they would still be that would be the ethnic or religious composition.
Not much. I'm just seeing what's happening in the news right now.
Okay. Well, it's not the Jews are not the reason, or Israel's not the reason that Christians are being persecuted in Lebanon. I'll give you one guess of who it is.
It's Iran's fault. It's these Muslims that are oppressing the Christians.
Go ahead.
Who do you think it is?
That's
it's
what
the
You
same.
literally just said you're the one making the claim, and now you're trying to get Vinny to fucking answer your questions for you, bitch. You fucking don't even know what you're saying, clearly.
Reason that Egypt used to be Christian, that Syria used to be Christian, that Iraq used to be Christian. Your family is Christian, a Syrian. Who's running the country that you grew up in? Your family
It's always been Muslim.
Well,
Iran?
Not always.
What do you mean?
It used
Iran?
to be Zoroastrian. You're not realizing one simple thing. The Christians are being persecuted by the Muslims. The Coptic Christians were basically taken over by the Muslims. Iraq, your people, Assyrians, I'm shocked you don't know this, were taken over by the Muslims. It's the same thing that happened in Lebanon. Lebanon is the one country in the Middle East where they actually were like, look, guys, let's try to do this experiment. Let's have Christians and Sunnis and Shias all get together. And then the Shia was like, nah. We're going to have a Hezbollah come in here and we're going to ruin everybody's life, including the Christians, including the Sunnis, and these people in Israel, them too. So my correction for you is learn your history and realize that the problem going on in Lebanon is not Israel. There's problems there. So, don't get me wrong. Okay. But the reason the Christians are being persecuted is because of the intolerant, basically radical clerics and the Shiite terrorists that have taken over and hijacked their country, just like they've done in Iran. That's what's going on.
Well, my question is, so the Christians that are there right now.
What I just said?
Yes. But so my question to you is, you still go to my point, the 30 to 40%, let's say almost 38% that are Christian there right now, that their lives were just okay. They were just chilling. They're not getting murdered in Lebanon. Pat, I know people, by the way, the show that I'm doing today is with my friend Jack Jr., his dad. They're all from Lebanon. Yeah. They're not under attack and everything. Right now, his family's worried because there's bombings coming from Israel and they're taking over.
Vin, I love you. I'm just going to say this.
But can I finish?
What I want you to do, take a second. Don't be emotional.
No.
Do your research on what actually happened in Lebanon. Do you remember when the podcast we had Bridget Gabrielle on?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's a Middle Eastern.
But what's her story?
Adam, I don't know her whole story.
Oh, come on, then don't comment on this if you don't know.
Adam,
she was a Christian.
Right now. Of Adam to fucking tell anybody to hold their fucking mouth and read before they open it.
Oh, okay. Right now.
Literally the most arrogant, uninformed person on this podcast, which is saying something.
You said little Iran. You think Christians that are sitting in Lebanon right
video sped up. Yeah, we have it at 1.15, just a little bit.
Now consider themselves little Iran? Like, why would you call them little Iran?
Because Hezbollah has taken over their country. I encourage you to watch what Bridget Gabrielle always says. She's a Christian, one of your people. Shout out to the Christians that was basically born in Lebanon and had to flee. She didn't. And where did she flee to? She fled to Israel.
Like, why does Vinny not flip it on him that, like, okay, using the same logic, if the country that has the military and economic upper hand begins assisting any other, like, regional ally or non-state actor for their own geostrategic reasons, and you say that this is tantamount to control, then what do you think the United States is doing to Israel? Like, when they're he says Israel has her own interests or whatever, but like Israel only fucking exists and has the ability to act with impunity and has the weaponry that they do and the intelligence that they do because we provided to them. But he would never bite that fucking bullet. And he also doesn't like saying that the reverse is true, that Israel is controlling the United States. He wants to pretend, he wants to have it all ways that like, no, Israel's a sovereign nation and they act in their own interests or whatever. And they sometimes work with the United States, but they remain autonomous. But he has just laid out the perfect argument as to why you should view Israel. There's far more of an argument that Israel is a proxy for the United States than there is that like Hezbollah and Hamas are solely proxies for Iran, so much so they've like occupied their country.
Israel, because basically she was being persecuted for being Christian in her own country. So I encourage you, do some research, find out really the history of Lebanon, of why they basically were the Paris of the Middle East, and now they're in this situation here during with the Hezbollah takeover. I encourage you to do your research before you start just blaming it on the Jews.
So who said, see, and that's how the argument turns.
That's literally what you said.
No. You said
literally what you said.
I blamed it.
See, watch this clip again.
Do you see that argument that you just did? You see what you just did? Blaming it on the Jews. That's where you take the. Where
so who did you blame
Jews
it on?
No. I'm saying.
Blamed it on Israel.
No. What did I blame on Israel?
Vinny, I love you. I literally don't think you know what you're talking about.
Can I finish?
I mean, Vinny got baited into this so hard because he starts at it from this religious angle of saying like, and Lebanon has a lot of Christians in it. We should be concerned about this. And so like Adam immediately seized upon that to start this like to argue in the framing that Vinny introduced with this like religious like aspect, even though that wasn't what Vinny was getting at when he said that. He was literally just expressing like selective humanitarian concern for Christians in that region. And then Adam tries to turn that into like him making arguments about like which religious majority or minority like controls this area. That's how he's like shoehorning in you think the Jews did it.
I think you're very clueless on this.
Where are you at with this now? Do you have anything to add here? Because
no, let's just, for people listening, and they're listening to the debate.
No, forget about the people listening. I actually want you to think about what was said here. How do you do you have any feedback to give them?
Yeah, I do. I don't think there's been a sweeping change of influence in Lebanon, but Lebanon, we've been looking into this. Lebanon was 60-40 Muslim, Christian in the year 2000 with about 4 million people. It's now 70-30 with about 6
Where
million
was it
people.
before 2000?
I don't know. But in
very Christian country.
But in 25 years since, they are now 70-30 Muslim with the 70% evenly split Shia-Sunni. I looked this up over a week ago and looking at it and saying, what's at play here? What's happening? But to your point, there is overwhelming influence over what's going there and dramatically increased persecution of the Christians who are there because Hezbollah.
By who?
Adam acts like Hezbollah is just a bunch of Iranian infiltrators. Hezbollah is Lebanese and was created because of the Israeli invasion. Yeah, exactly. Like Israel, like it is the product of Israeli aggression against Lebanon and their humiliation in 2007. Like, and maybe you could get Adam to concede that point if he realized he was talking to somebody who knew that and he was forced, and he probably knows that. But then he would say, okay, maybe it started out that way, but now it's radically departed from it, and it is you should solely understand it as like an arm of the IRGC or Iran.
And
Hezbollah, exactly.
I give you that. Who are they getting armed and influenced by?
Iran.
It is by Iran.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's fair to call them little Iran. I think it's Lebanon being influenced by Hezbollah, and I think that's what.
And Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran.
And Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran, but the influence is there.
Okay, but like what? Just because like what you're calling proxy, it's like they are begging. They're literally begging the question. That they're inserting the conclusion and the premise of the argument that they're asserting. So if you call it it's like, yeah, they are little Iran because they're a proxy. What is a proxy? Well, it's part of Iran. Like you're just, it's just tautological. So proxy is doing so much heavy lifting there. And if they use something more neutral, like ally, it would be maybe more apparent to them, or at least to the audience, that they are they're laundering in so much of the argumentation hinging on that one word, when that is not a neutral way or a more objective way to even understand the relationship that exists between Iran and these non-state actors.
But there's a bunch of it hasn't become like, Minneapolis that became Little Mogadishu.
I would argue it's actually worse than Minneapolis because they're not using bullets in Somalia
you think Minneapolis is worse than Lebanon with Hezbollah?
No, I'm saying when people call Minneapolis Little Mogadishu, they're making the same kind of.
Yeah, well, it's a play on words here.
Who funds Hezbollah?
Iran.
Who funds Houthis?
Iran.
Who funds Hamas?
Iran.
Who funds ISIS?
It doesn't begin with H, but I'm still going to go with Iran.
Okay. So what chaos have those organizations created in the Middle East?
Oh, it's dramatic. In the Middle East and beyond.
The Middle East.
And beyond.
Specific to Middle East.
It's been, Iran has been the bank and the instigator of the chaos, pushing the Shiite side of all of the rebels to kind of get together under the HHHI.
You know what conclusion I've come up with this or Israel and all the arguments?
Give it to me, PBD. Let's hear this conclusion. What have you concluded?
This is what the conclusion I've come up with. Those who can't stand Israel, you can't change their minds. Those who think everything is Israel's fault, like, Vinny said earlier, why is it decreasing? Who's doing the bombing? And then he said Israel. Vinny said that about 10 minutes ago, right? Mm-hmm. So if you think everything's Israel's fault, that's probably not going to change, okay? If you think everything is Iran's fault, IRGC's fault, the extremist fault, that's not going to change. My main concern is the people in the middle who are watching this, thinking to themselves, what the hell is going on? The reality of it is, and I'm going to
If you are watching this and you are fence-sitting on this position, you are just default on Israel or the United States side. There is literally no objective reading or honest analysis and inventory of what is occurring between these nations and understanding Israel or Iran's or the United States actions to be in any way, shape, or form legal, ethical, moral, anything just like not worthy of immediate, swift condemnation and indictment.
Take a completely different angle of those who don't trust Israel and Mossad and what they're doing. They also have a valid argument, okay? To me, here's a story. Pentagon raised threat of Israel spying on U.S. to the highest level, sources say, okay? What do you mean they're raising, Pentagon is raising threat of Israel spying at the highest level? And who is running Pentagon today, by the way? Is it Democrats? Is it Republicans? Who's running Pentagon today? Okay. Pentagon is increasingly concerned about Israel ramping up spying. U.S. recently raising the counterintelligence threat level from America's top ally in the Middle East to the highest level. The Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency in recent weeks issued a new counterintelligence threat assessment amid rising tensions between Israel and U.S. over the way forward in the war with Iran, the officials say. They said the DIA posted an internal message viewed by one of the current officials that raised the level of Israel to critical. The designation stems from concerns that within the Pentagon that Israel is making particular effort to surveil top U.S. officials to get information on the Trump administration's internal deliberations and decision-making on the conflicts in the Middle East. The DIA assessment includes, by the way, this is an NBC News story, a 7-page document and features a...
I think this is literally one of the first times I've ever watched PBD get information from a news source and not just from Trump's Truth Social or Elon Musk's Twitter page or like a Paul brother.
Chart, according to one of the current U.S. officials, the document's assessment of Israel is that the ability to conduct human espionage and technical collection is at critical level, including the official. It also identifies a series of specific incidents that heighten U.S. concerns. A spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in D.C. said in the statement that it is completely false that Israel spies on U.S. Israel does not gather intelligence on American entities, let alone U.S. government officials. The spokesperson said Israel intelligence collection efforts are aimed at enemies, not its allies. Any claims to the contrary are either misinformed or politically motivated. Adam, do you think any of this is happening with Mossad spying on U.S. Officials?
Well, if it is, they should be.
That is like, I love this. Okay, we have just asked Adam, can you admit that Mossad is an intelligence and security risk to the United States? Are you going to acknowledge reality or are you going to bury your head in the sand? Let's see if Adam.
With Mossad spying on U.S. Officials.
Well, if it is, they should be held accountable and you should go to jail because it is fully illegal for any...
Do you think it's happening?
I have no clue. I assume that there's Chinese people here. I assume that there's Russian people here.
So literally the Ted Cruz answer. Literally the Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson, we all spy on each other. Where is it? Rob, pull it up. Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz, Israel. Let's see. If I put like spy, maybe. Does Cruz think that it's okay that foreign governments spy on America?
300 billion. So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are. Good. So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot.
Really?
We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are...
Realism and maturity is when you just openly like acknowledge that the Mossad and foreign countries and allies of ours spy on us, collect and gather intelligence and information on our citizens, and we just kind of give a pass to that because we all kind of do that a little bit, you know.
They're all part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do.
So it's okay then, or...
I understand that, and
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest...
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. Is that... It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
And like PBD has the opportunity to absolutely rake Adam over the fucking coals right now, just as Tucker did to fucking Ted Cruz, completely undressed him in this interview. Do we think he's going to take it?
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting, but we don't actually pay their... we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British
I
government.
gotta say, and this is, it's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are, and like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess, no.
Why are you singling out the Jews? Okay, I have to stop it here. Otherwise, this will just turn into a fucking my second watch party going over this, because this is a fucking delicious takedown of Ted Cruz, even if it's unfortunately Tucker Carlson doing it. But okay, let's see if PBD can embarrass Adam in the same way.
I assume that there's Israeli people here. I would assume that there's MI6 here. What spies do is spy.
Do you think there's any spying going on from Mossad to take intel back so they know what's happening in the Situation Room negotiations?
You're asking me, do I think that spy agencies are spying? Yeah.
Your ally is spying, is what he's saying. Do you think the ally Israel is spying on the United States of America?
Are you trying to get me here?
No,
like I'm saying, what are you trying to? You guys trying to do?
No.
I'm saying that I think spy agencies spy. I'll just say this: it is quote unquote allyship. This is ChatGPT. If you want to trust them. Under U.S. law, without U.S. authorization, it is illegal under U.S. law and can lead to arrests, expulsions of diplomats, sanctions, and criminal prosecutions. So if you're doing something illegal in the United States, spying, whatever country you are, you should be held accountable.
And do you think Israel will be held
accountable? So then, Vinny, so both of you guys have a blind spot. We all have blind spots.
Tell me what my blind spot is. Vinny was completely wrong, and I just read the law.
I'm with you on that.
Vinny was not right at all.
Vinny's not wrong. Vinny has an opinion that nobody can change his mind. Vinny has been convinced. Vinny's part of the community that believes everything's beyond Israel.
I didn't say. I
don't
agree
Vinny,
at all.
Vinny, you just said a few minutes ago. And by the way, it's okay.
But I don't think everything is Israel.
But Vinny, maybe not everything. But if,
I don't agree with that at all.
If you had to say who's a bigger threat, you would say IRGC or Israel.
IRGC.
Then why did you say Christians are leaving Israel? Christians are leaving Lebanon because of Israel.
Well, because I know people, Pat, that live in Lebanon that.
No, but do you realize that
there's
statement
a Christian
like
president?
Christians are leaving Lebanon because of Israel? I mean,
Vinny, and like again, his insistence upon analyzing this conflict through this religious lens, and it will like get him nowhere. It's so pointless. You know, it's not pointless. Acknowledging that an ad is starting on my channel in approximately 3 minutes and 19 seconds, and a way that you can avoid having to be subjected to these annoying ads is by subscribing to me. You can use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub. You could sub to me the normal way, or you can cross your fingers and hope that somebody gifts you a sub throughout the chat. That way you can have access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes.
Like right now,
even the most organized Muslims who study the history, who are reasonable, would say that's not true.
But the president of Lebanon is a Christian. So what is Hezbollah murdering Christians every day in Lebanon? I'm curious because they're bombing Beirut.
Do you know why?
What do you think Hezbollah does for a living?
No, what I'm saying is actively right now, are they murdering Christians? I'm asking.
What do you think Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, and ISIS does? What do you think their vision?
Terrorists.
Have you read their mission statement?
No.
Do you know their mission statement of what they stand for?
No.
Okay. So if you go look up, Rob, pull up the original mission statement of Hezbollah, Houthis.
Oh my God, this is literally as fucking useful as pull up the OG Hamas charter.
ISIS.
We'll give you no
and what was
insight.
the last one? What was the last one we said? Hamas. What is their mission statement? What is their mission statement? Where they're at? Okay. 1985, Open Letter Manifesto. The group's fundamental goal was the expulsion of American and Israeli forces from Lebanon. This is Hezbollah. Expulsion of American Israel forces from Lebanon, the complete destruction of the state of Israel, and the establishment of Islamic State in Lebanon, operating under strict law. That's the manifesto of Hezbollah. I know you don't support that
at all.
Okay, let me go to the next one. Houthis.
This is about as useful as like if you're trying to understand like a Christian nationalist in the United States doing this literalist reading of the Bible, or trying to understand the United States and starting from the Constitution and just like starting and just stopping there. That's it. Don't do any analysis of any actions a president's engage in. Oh, well, that's their constitution. They must dogmatically and rigorously adhere to it at all times. Simple as.
Originating in the 90s as a revivalist movement of Yemen Zaydis Shia minority, their stated goals on opposing U.S. and Israeli hegemony, fighting perceived...
Grok, give me cliff notes on the Middle East. Stat.
Political marginalization in Yemen and establishing a government aligned with their interception of Islamic principles, okay? ISIS. Growing out of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, ISIS's primary transition was the violent overthrow of existing Middle Eastern governments to establish a borderless global Islamic caliphate governed by fundamentalist interpretation of Sharia law. This is their original mission statement, okay? Not whatever anybody says today on YouTube. Hamas, outlined in 1988 foundational charter, Hamas, an offshoot of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, stated that all historic Palestine is an Islamic endowment and called the destruction of the state of Israel through jihad to establish the Islamic State, while a 2017 revised document softened it. But that's the original. So if that's your vision and mission statement, I know you're not for that. This is not something that you're for. But in the like, I read this story about Pentagon with Israel spying. What do you think my position is with Israel spying? What do you think I'm at with it?
You're not a fan of it at all?
Do you think I think they're spying?
100%.
I 100% believe they're spying.
Yes.
Do you think I think Bibi wants the deal to get done with Iran?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. He doesn't want.
Okay.
Do you think I think that Bibi
What is the point of this 20 questions? Where are we going to? Like, where's this leading?
is a guy that will listen to anything anybody else says, or do you think he's going to be Israel first and doing what he thinks is right for his
Israel
state?
first and what
he's going to be okay. But do you think I think that Trump is controlled by Israel?
No.
That's the part where I differ with others.
Okay.
And I don't know where you are with that.
I don't. Okay, ready for this? Number one, for anybody that knows me, I'm not one of these losers, streamers from all of them that everything is Israel. Absolutely not. I just want
Yeah, Vinny's not a loser streamer. He's a high IQ genius.
Ability when it comes to stuff like the spying. And Adam, you want to talk about history? Know your history. John Kiriakou was here talking about it live, talking about everything that Israel does and bugs everybody.
John Kiriakou has the most credibility out there.
Adam, you're still in denial, which is fine because
I don't even know who that is.
I just
what am I in doubt?
Usually I know these like sort of alt history grifters that make their way through the Manosphere podcast circuit, but this person's not ringing a bell.
They're spying on us. Hold on. Here's my thing. When they're spying, Pat, when their Pentagon is admitting it, when they have nukes but nobody could say it, when they're doing all this stuff, can we just hold them accountable, like you said, Adam? Put people in jail. It's not about blaming them, but it's for instance, we just the first story. This story started that the president.
You literally called for sanctions. I'm here for it, okay? But that would be like blaming them, and not blaming, because blaming I should say. Blaming suggests like a sort of baseless aspersion cast upon this country or something like that. No, it would be like accountability and action that follows from it.
President keeps
but
arguing.
That's not a bad thing.
Back and forth with BD. I'm tired.
He's an ex-CIA talking head. Oh my God. Love those.
Tired of it. Because we have to pretend like, oh, here we go. No, don't bomb this, don't bomb this. Because at the end of the day, Pat, what's the goal? This whole thing started with Iran to save the people. But the New York Times reported that in the Situation Room, Israel kept.
It's so cute how he actually uncritically takes Trump and the State Department at their word that this is about the liberation of the Iranian people. Yep.
Pushing for this thing and said, regime change. Here's my question. Because we're all about solutions. How do you get rid of the IRGC? That's the goal. How do you do it? Give me that goal. Give me that prescription.
I mean, let's see. Let's fucking go. Vinny just made, again, this has been going on for like 3 months. They're the biggest cheerleaders for this fucking war. Do we think they can actually articulate in any, just like, even like bar napkin math will suffice, give like an elevator pitch as to how you get from point A to point B, given what's transpired. Point A being, we've started this war of choice. How do we get to the goal, which is not even the stated goal of this admin, but of eliminating the IRGC? Walk Vinny through it. Let's see if they can do this. And thank you so much for the 20 bits, TripTaka69.
Very curious, because they're evil. They suck, and I hope that they're all wiped out. How do we do it? Because the people are the ones that I care about. I can give a damn. I know.
Kiriakou, or however you spell it, the ex-CIA guy who got jailed for whistleblowing on the U.S. torture program. Maybe, and it's not about like undercutting whatever it is that launched him into the public eye. It's just that these like ex-CIA talking heads their analysis, I find, is usually just very useless. Because they kind of just become like pandering, like I lean on my credentials to give my arguments an air of authority. They say like, this is what it was like at my time. Like my time at the CIA, like there's no way to independently verify it. They're like typically people that I just fucking ignore because they have such a high propensity to be a fucking grifter.
But Vinny, you're not going to like the answer on how you do it.
That's bad.
No, but let me ask you.
Because you don't fucking have an answer, PBD. After all this time, there's literally no answer because they're not going to be able to actually stake out the positions that are necessary to achieve that goal, that military goal. You would need to you would need to basically launch a draft because this is an unpopular war. So you need to draft people and you need to begin a ground invasion to hold the territory and attempt to overthrow the Iranian government and infiltrate the IRGC and decapitate it. There's literally no way to do this solely from air, which is what we've been trying to do this whole time. But we're not willing to incur the casualties necessary or put the troops on the ground to carry that out. So until then, we're just going to continue dropping bombs on them, and it's going to be an air campaign. And to what end? Pointless.
How do you do it?
That's why I'm asking the question.
How do you do it? Go ahead.
Again, look at PBD kept doing this with fucking Mehdi Hassan. It was driving me fucking crazy. I'm sure it was driving Mehdi Hassan fucking crazy. And he did call it out, but like over an hour into the 2.5 hour debate / interview, anytime you ask PBD a question and he doesn't know the answer, he's like, oh, you seriously want me to go there? Well, why don't you go there first? Because he wants you to do his homework, because he literally won't answer. He refuses to answer a single fucking question. He always just responds to a question with a question.
The real deal?
Yeah, how do you get rid of IRGC?
You have to bomb Pat and go in there,
Can
ground
you do it
truth and
alone
invade.
without Israel's help?
I mean,
Can't believe I'm saying this. You know, it doesn't take a fucking genius, but yes, what Vinny, to know this, can't believe I'm saying, gotta hand it to Vinny. This is not exactly a ringing endorsement. Correct. You have to engage in conventional warfare. The last thing that this country wants to do, the last thing that any burger American wants to participate in, because we don't fucking care about this. This is not an existential war for the United States. It was a war of choice.
Us? America? Of course we
could. You think you can do without Israel's intel that you need from
Mehdi fucking loved every second of that. All pure content. Okay, real and true.
them?
America?
Yeah.
I mean, us? America? Of course we
you
could.
think you can do without Israel's intel that you need from them?
America?
Yeah.
I mean, we probably use
Don't
their
be naive
intel.
here.
No, I'm not. We need their intel, of course.
So then give me what other allies you have in the. If you're saying we got to get, I'm not telling you that's what it is.
Yeah.
Your position is we have to get rid of IRGC. What allies do you need in the Middle East for us to be able to do that?
It would probably be some of the Gulf states and Israel, obviously.
Okay, so you need their help.
Of course.
So in this situation, you're going to want to team up with them, knowing you need an alliance with them.
Yes, even though they're the ones that came into the situation and said, hey, all these objectives, we're going to do it.
Yeah. So,
come on, it's misleading.
To me, Vinny, the biggest thing is the following. Like when I go to insurance conferences, and I would see guys who are my enemies, whom I know they're stealing agents from me.
Yeah.
I know they are. Okay. And I know what they're saying behind my back. I know it. But these are people that if I'm trying to take out a bigger enemy, that I have to have an ally with them to do business. You have to either be so black and white or understand that to get to the highest level of business, there's some gray area you have to deal with. Not illegal, but there's a gray area where you may need to negotiate with your peers and team up with them. In a situation like this, I mean, if you want to go after IRGC, Vinny, even if you were the world leader, you would need to talk to Bibi.
100%.
You would need to be friendly.
Yeah,
you would need to be able to do deals with. And that's what this guy's doing. So to me, I think there is spying going on, and it's not because of what John Kiriakou said, but I'll speak to 5 different CIA officers, and they'll tell me the same thing and say, they spy, we all are spying on each other. Literally, it's like one of those things where you sit in a room. You ever seen Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Remember with Angelina Jolie, and they both kind of know, hey, she's trying to kill me, I'm trying to kill you, but I love you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's one of those weird situations. I think this is a very weird place where my only hopes is that this thing gets done by June 14th. And that cutoff day is coming.
Why? Why that date?
What? Where we at 6 more days. I would love to see one day we wake up and it says the deal has been done. Now, will that happen or not? I don't know. I don't know if the deal's going to get done by then or not. I'm still optimistic that
Spoiler, it won't. But
that takes place. And
even if it did, we're going to be dealing with the repercussions of this fucking pointless, stupid war for years to come.
We move on from it. Adam, I'll give you the last thoughts on this.
Yeah, look, I totally appreciate that there's a lot of people in America that are not fans of Bibi. By the way, there's a lot of people in America that are not fans of Trump. But we live in a society that has what is called elections. When's the last time they had an election, a real election in Iran? When's the last time they had a real election in Russia or China or North Korea?
Yeah.
We have elections. And the reality is Trump got elected. And what's his approval ratings at this point? 40-something? By the way, do you know who also hates Bibi? Half of Israel. So understand that it's a democracy. So there's a lot of people, unfortunately.
Okay, but like, okay, let's just let Adam cook. Hold on.
That have TDS in America and then have IDS, Israel Derangement Syndrome, all over the world. And they can't just basically think clearly. Here's what I believe. I think Trump, in conjunction with Bibi and a few other people, are literally saving the Western world.
Wow.
From
literally.
Islamists, Marxists,
do you believe
the
that?
woke agenda.
Do you believe that?
What was it?
No. Do you believe that Trump and Bibi are saving the Western world?
Trump and by defining it by saving
by fighting to either
yes,
eliminate
Vinny, get them to define their fucking terms. These fucking weasels, correct?
IRGC or get them to not have the powers that they have.
100%. If the mission was clear.
Oh my God.
Meaning, and it was an achievable goal, Pat. Because I agree with we're gonna go there and we're gonna liberate the people. What happened? What happened to the people? Because I haven't heard one peep from anybody about the people, because everything turned into Carg Island and oil.
I'm starting to think that after we launched this war of choice, kicking it off with double tapping a girls' elementary school, killing a bunch of kids, like close to 200. I'm starting to think that this isn't actually about the Iranian people. You guys, how come nobody ever really checks in on them?
and invade. And okay, what happened to the objective was what? Save these freaking 40,000 people who died. Did they die in vain? Have you heard one protest? It was just, I haven't heard one thing. We're the only ones talking about these people, and God rest all their souls. And now what? Now the RGC is still in charge. Imagine what their lives are right now. Oh, the RGC right now is going, okay, we're still fighting. And now they're turning around at them and going, oh, you guys were fighting against us, were you?
And I appreciate what you're saying. Who killed those people?
The IRGC.
And then who's fighting against the IRGC?
We are, but we told them to step up.
God.
America.
And who else?
Israel.
Okay, but so in de facto, who's defending the fallen dead people that you're complaining about?
Who told them to go in the streets and fight? We told them, hey guys, we got your back, and then you don't got their back. It's not. No, we can't say all right.
I feel like we're just going around in circles. I don't know who you're calling out.
No, what I'm okay, guys.
So Vinny, I wish
there.
I could find this one, and I've heard you saying that many times, but let me go to it.
But is it a fact? What I'm saying?
It's not about whether it's a fact or not. Let me tell you where this goes.
Not on this show. Amazing question already from Vinny. Is what I'm saying a fact that you're the one making the claim but he doesn't know, and then PBD being like, facts don't matter. It's not about facts, Vinny.
I wish I could find a chapter to read this to you.
Just like if I had to capture and summarize the PBD podcast on any given day in one exchange, it would literally be that.
So I'm reading a book right now, which it's a decent book. I don't know if I recommend it to everybody, but it's a decent book. The book is called CEO Excellence by two senior partners, written by McKinsey. A little bit too much DEI stuff and climate change stuff for my cup of tea.
Oh my God.
But it's a decent book. One of the things it talks about is the relationship.
Not enough pictures for PBD's taste, but decent book.
With boards. And there's about 3 or 4 chapters in these boards that the CEO has access to every information that even his executives don't have access to all the information that he has. And he has to go to the board and make a decision, right? There's going to be many times CEO is going to make a decision in a company that nobody needs to know everything that's going on. You're not at that pay grade level to know about it. So we don't know why Trump made the adjustment. We don't know why he went through where he went through. You don't know what he knows that you and I don't know. Nobody knows this. He got elected. And he made the pivot of where he went to. It could have been because he didn't feel there was a replacement in Iran that was strong enough. He thought somebody else was going to come out of it. But the reality of it is, imagine you go out there and you say, here's what we're going to be doing. There's one guy that says, I got military that's going to defect and it's going to come. Another guy that says this, and then nothing happens. So now you have to take responsibility for doing all of that work yourself. Now it's on him. You think that's on Trump's job?
Well, I'm sorry? That him getting all the information?
So he goes there and says, I'm going to save, we're going to do this.
In a situation room. Yeah.
Yeah, but he says that.
Yeah.
And then things change on the back end with information that you were hoping that's out of your control. What would you do?
If I as a president,
then immediately, even putting the illegality of it aside, what you would immediately do is say that if circumstances are that volatile, then in the context of a war of choice, then you probably shouldn't have launched it in the first place, and you should call for the impeachment of this president.
I was sitting in a room.
You say that you're going to do that. We're coming. We're going to come save you. And then events that you have information on, things change. Would you pivot, or would you still go on and do what you said you were going to do?
You have to stay the course because that's what America does. But let me ask you a question. If you're the president and you're in a situation room and all your trusted advisors are going, hey, don't listen to this.
You can't go to that position.
What do you mean?
No, you can't because then you isolate. We can go there if you want to.
Yeah.
Isolate. You're the president.
Yes.
You say Iranian people were coming. If he says that in his mind, what do you think he knows or he's thinking?
There's an achievable goal to help them.
Because you think he thinks he can do that by himself?
No.
Because he thinks there's other people involved that are going to help that become a reality,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So now you realize those other people that you initially assumed are strong. Maybe your people said they're strong. Maybe half of them said they're not. You took the risk. I'm going with it.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, situation changes. You realize no military is defecting. Nothing's flipping on Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Then do you adjust
you have to,
as a leader?
You have to adjust.
So then what do? Do you go out there and tell the world exactly why you're adjusting?
Is PPD literally arguing against the concept of absorbing information that you previously didn't know about that suggests you should likely correct course, and that to maintain pride, ego, and hold frame, basically, just pretend as though those material realities that undermine and challenge your prior assumptions that should factor into what you do next, just don't do it. Just don't change, because then you'll look weak. Is he really about to argue that point?
Do you do that?
No,
you can't.
You can't show your. You can't
because
show your
then
hand.
the other guys that are talking to are no longer going to talk to you and tell you everything.
I agree.
He's literally saying, do not adapt to new conditions, new information, even though I thought the whole point of this was to let Trump off the hook by saying that, oh, well, I know that you want him to pivot, but like you have to understand that like this sort of is him doing that because he's probably coming, like he's doing what he has to be doing because unforeseen circumstances have arisen as a result of this war of choice. So he didn't expect to have to do X or Y or whatever, but he's adapting to the new information. But no, he's literally saying just follow the same, just dogmatically adhere to the same path, regardless of how much worse the outcome could be potentially.
We oversimplify this whole thing in so many ways. Here's what do we know? What do we know? What cards do we know that's out there? Is IRGC a net positive to the world?
No.
Is Houthis a net positive to the world? Is Hamas a net positive to the world? Is Hezbollah a net positive to the world? Is Israel a net positive to the world?
Yes.
What do you think?
Is it a net positive to the world?
Please, Vinny, please. You can do this. Please do not just, like, Adam without hesitation. Yes, Israel, net positive. Vinny, I believe in you. Do not let me down. You said you were a high IQ at the beginning. There was a right answer to this question. Can he do it? Please break it. Please disagree with these people on this one thing. Come on.
World.
I don't even know how to answer that.
And you just answer the other ones easily. It's very easy. Is it, say Israel doesn't exist. Say we actually, like, would you like Israel to be gone?
I would never say that.
Okay, wait. Like, now we're changing it so much that it's, like, literally fucking pointless. Like, say Israel, it's like saying, just pretend like Europe didn't happen. Why? Like, you can, I don't know how to start from those premises. Like,
so then you would rather have them exist and not exist.
Of course.
So when they got their state, you think that was a bad idea that they got their state?
I don't think it was a bad idea. I think they fought for it in England. The Rothschilds and everybody gave.
Yes, correct. Because it was the formation of Israel was contingent upon the expulsion of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Obviously,
them the
but
land.
like the creation of every single state is going to be violent. You know, states establish their existence through force, not by rights or like law.
In Palestine.
Okay.
Correct?
So what I'm saying to you is,
I don't think it was a bad idea. I think they fought for it in England. The Rothschilds and everybody gave them the land in Palestine.
Okay.
Correct?
So what I'm saying to you is today is
Obviously either Israel's a net positive or you want everyone in the world dead, bro. There's no in between. So true. He's like, do you want Israel to be wiped off the map or not? You want it to just like not exist.
is the Middle East a better place if Israel didn't
It's
exist?
like Israel exists, dude. It's not exactly an option that's on the table. All the states that are around now, they're probably going to keep existing.
Is the Middle East a better place if Israel? I don't think so, because it would be all ran by the same.
So why don't you take that position? So the position is what? Your position is what?
What do you mean?
It's a better place.
It's a better place with Israel there, obviously. Because
He really said, embrace DEI, bro, diversity. How is it that it's so funny that this book that he was referring to, where he's like, seems to have gotten the inspiration to do the stupid, pointless, fucking idiotic thought experiment, hypothetical, whatever you want to call it, this intellectual exercise, okay, with this high IQ comrades, is literally leading him to make DEI arguments. He's trying to get Vinny sold on being more pro-Israel, and the way that he's doing that is like, well, you got to break up the monotony of all these fucking Arab states and all their Muslim shit. You got to throw a few Jews in there, right? So you can have a little bit of, like, literally a DEI argument.
Not, we'd have everybody would hate us.
Yeah, so that's a position now.
Yeah.
So let me recap.
Hate us? Hate America. If everybody was Hezbollah, Houthi, Iran, and everybody,
you
would hate
the world today hates Israel more or America more?
Israel.
Who do you think?
The world?
Yeah. So if I go and poll people in the world, and they said, who do they hate more, Israel or U.S.? What do you think they would say?
In the world?
Honestly, Tom, I'm not talking Americans.
But that might be a function of people, like how many people's proximity there is to Israel. I don't know, actually.
Side.
Oh, but America power or Israel as a nation?
Israel as a nation led by Bibi or U.S.? Who do you think they hate more?
Wow.
Remember, the world population of religions.
Wow, this is like really big stuff for Vinny to have to fucking, you can like see the like gears turning in his head being faced with these questions.
Go basic math.
Yeah.
Almost
Come
2
on,
billion.
Vinny, think. Just basic stuff, Vinny. Keep it simple. Don't think so hard. You're going to hurt your brain.
People that are Muslims in the world. Do you think they hate Israel more or America more?
I mean, we've done a lot of damage to Muslims.
It's actually a very simple thing, Vinny. Who do you think they hate more? Tom, what do you think?
They hate us because to them, so we say, oh, look at Iran with Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. They look at the U.S. and they make their own list. Oh, the great Satan and all of its daughters.
We started the wars.
They hate us because we represent the good and the power to drive it.
Yeah. Who is the most hated man in the world?
Dude. Meta literally said, if PBD becomes uncomfortable with this conversation, I bet he pivots to, what do you think of all of this, Tom? Next time I look up, Tom is fucking on the screen. Congrats, Riddle. Hats off, truly.
The world.
Donald Trump.
Guys, no, he's not.
It's Bibi.
No, it's Bibi's number.
It's so crazy to just watch one of my chatters so casually, just, you know, playing 5D chess here and like outclass PBD. That like never happens.
One.
Yeah. Really?
Oh, yeah. This report came out 6 months ago. It was a report. I even think we talked about it, Vinny. I even think we talked about it.
So we were right though. America, because of all the wars and everything that we started, people hate America.
But I think U.S. is considered much. There was a thing that came out where he was number one. I think Musk was two, or Musk was one. We talked about this.
And like people hating Trump globally is like not the same as them having that contempt for the United States necessarily. It has to be more sustained than that.
Rob, you're gonna find this. I guarantee Rob's gonna find this. On who were the most hated, it was a major Gallup poll tracking public favorability as the most disliked public figures. Israel prime ministers widely viewed as the most unpopular world leaders globally. Okay, number one. And then Musk was number one. By the way, Bibi is more hated than Trump. Think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, Bibi is more hated than Trump. And then
what are you gonna do with that information, PBD? That he hears that and he's like, I guess I just gotta fucking simp harder for Bibi then. Really try to make up this gap.
which one was the country that had the most negative? Rob, this is it. Good work, Rob. Zoom in a little bit.
Good work, Rob.
Who was it? Very unfavorable. Go a little bit lower. Pakistan 95. Where's Israel? That's all I'm looking for.
This is actually majority of countries have negative views of Israel.
Of Israel. Okay, so
but where's the one that hate? Which country is the most hated?
Yeah,
you're asking.
but there is, Vinny. There is, and it was
America.
Bibi was number one, and Musk was number one on the business side. If you're looking at rankings, yeah, but do you know where I'm going with this? This is kind of where I'm going with this. What's the hate towards us? What's the hate towards?
I don't know where you're going with this, PBD. I actually, truly am lost as to, this seemed like we were trying to persuade Vinny to be more open to being pro-Israel, but I don't even know.
Bro. Right there. What does it say at the top? Netanyahu ranked as what?
World's most disliked leader.
And that's 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, 3.5 months ago. Okay? So there is a reason for this, on why this is happening. And a lot of this falls on him.
Here's what we know is not about to come up: the fucking genocide, nor the fact the ongoing genocide's not going to come up. Israel-Iran war not going to come up. The fact that Bibi facing corruption charges not going to be brought up. The fact that Bibi is like Israeli Trump not going to be brought up. Anti-Semitism probably won't even be brought up. But let's see.
A lot of it falls on what they've done, but a part of maybe this.
Okay. So we'll just broadly say that. What they've, everything I was just saying is entailed by the statement, what they've done. But of course, if you ask PBD to unpack that statement and be like, okay, so if you admit that this is largely their own, a result, that attitude that people have towards that nation and its leaders is a result of what they engaged in, their own behavior. It's kind of their own fault. What did they do to earn that reputation exactly? He would never get into that.
This is going to sound very weird for me to say this. Part of this is the hate is going towards them, not as much to America. And Trump is trying to find a way, hey man, are you going to, I love that every time he makes a call and he still attacks, that the world sees it. That he's still choosing to do it himself. Mm-hmm. So when you do something like that, what are you showing to the world? You're showing you're not as good of an ally as you claim you are. Mm-hmm. If we're coming out of our way to help and you're doing this, you're not listening, hey, that's not ally business. Ally business is listen. But to me, when you go through and look at this, the basic questions, is Hezbollah a net positive to the world?
No.
Is IRGC a net positive to the world? Is Hamas a net positive? Is Houthis a net positive? Is Israel a net positive? You said what?
Yes.
You said finally yes. So
the whole world is wrong? Or what was the point of bringing up the popularity contest? What was the point of bringing up the polling data and literally conceding and saying that, yeah, I admit that their reputation is largely earned and is a reflection of the actions that they've engaged in. People have a negative and favorable view based off of those things that they've done. But yet you were somehow supposed to conclude or draw the inference from all of that information that he just presented, decontextualized, is you're still supposed to like Israel, though, in spite of the fact that, what you just said, what you just admitted to, what?
By the way, if somebody says no, then great, that's your position. But if somebody says those four are net positives to the world, who funds those four? One country, Vinny.
Iran.
One country funds them. So I want to get to the next story. We've been going back and forth on this. I want to get to the next story. Next one I want to get to is
Okay, so we're just we're just moving on from that. You were supposed to take away from he was like, do you know how unpopular Bibi is? And yeah, that's largely because of the shit that they do. But you have to admit that they're a net positive. That's what I want to impart on you, Vinny. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Okay, dude. I don't even know why that would be your elevator pitch for Israel. You'd think that he would show something positive, or he didn't even explain how all of those people are wrong. Like nothing. He didn't. No anti-Semitism. Like I knew he wasn't gonna do that. It's like not really his like thing to lean into that. But Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't even know what to say to that. Actually, I do know what to say. It said if you're watching me on Twitch and you aren't following me, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when to go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other people, which is good for my channel because it helps with the algorithm. If you want to watch my past VODs, they're all housed on my YouTube channel and timestamped by me personally after these live streams for your viewing pleasure. That way you don't have to sift through a multi-hour long VOD to watch a particular segment. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is to follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box, the Streamlabs tip link, which only takes 3%. You could also send me a YouTube super chat, which I will read out, or a YouTube super sticker if you feel like it, even though YouTube takes 30%. Another way you can support me is by buying a Twitch sub to me, get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also gift subs throughout the chat if you're feeling generous, or use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub. Subscribe to me for free because you already paid for it. I'm at __ on everything. And I do want to take a look. A couple last things here. Housekeeping. So the House passes GOP's $70 billion immigration bill. Kind of insane given everything going on that like, oh yeah, Congress is still actually like in session and doing things. And this is just a reminder of that really quickly. So this was published yesterday. The House on Tuesday narrowly passed Republicans' $70 billion immigration enforcement bill as the GOP banded together to steer around unified Democratic opposition and send President Trump legislation to fund his deportation crackdown through the end of his term. The vote was 214 to 212 along party lines, with every Democrat opposed. The action capped a tempestuous and dysfunctional journey to push through the multi-year bill to fund ICE and Customs and Border Protection, or CBP. Republicans did so by using a maneuver that was never supposed to be employed for routine spending. After Democrats refused to fund the agencies unless changes were made following the fatal shooting of 2 Americans by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis, talking about Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And just a little refresher, I know it doesn't feel this way, but we've technically been in this sort of like weird pseudo government shutdown. And the reason why it doesn't feel that way is because Trump extra legally decided to fund TSA via executive order. And even though that is an authoritarian power grab, I cannot understate. He is literally trying to use the power of the purse rests with Congress. And he is attempting to, and successfully, unilaterally decided where discretionary funds and taxpayer dollars go just by signing a fucking bill. And Democrats didn't want to call this out because you'd be saying like, no, don't fund TSA. But if Trump has a popular mandate, which all of his followers love to remind you of, they should have to own and contend with the consequences of their actions. And so do I want TSA agents to go unpaid? No, obviously. But you're releasing that, you're allowing them to get away with basically like there's no pressure on them to actually deal with the ramifications and outcomes that they fucking voted for, which people fucking hate because they don't want like long wait times at the airport to the extent that they're even going to the airport. They don't like to see the TSA is not being funded. They don't like to see people not showing up to their fucking jobs. But if you don't call out the fact that they're trying to just have all of the benefits and none of the responsibility, then what the hell's the point of this? That's why it didn't really feel like a government shutdown, because they were able to just, shut down the government, but curb the excesses. Its passage was a major victory for Republican leaders in Congress who had toiled for weeks to unite their conference around legislation that Mr. Trump had demanded they pass, and the GOP lawmakers were eager to advance ahead of midterm elections in which they are fighting to keep control of the House and Senate. We were sent here by the American people who gave President Trump an overwhelming victory, said Representative Jody C. Arrington, Republican of Texas and the chairman of the Budget Committee. Every swing state, the popular vote, the electoral vote, gave us unified Republican leadership in Congress. The number one reason that they did that was to restore the rule of law and put the American people's safety and security first. And that's exactly what we're doing today. So it says Republicans plan to increase ICE funding through Trump's term. expected ICE and CBP funding, assuming previous levels of $29 billion per year through annual appropriations, which equals to $145 billion. And then it says actual ICE and CBP funding with the reconciliation bills. This is funds from the 2025 and 2026 reconciliation bills that can be spent until September 30th of 2029. You have $41 billion from appropriations, $140 from Trump's 2025 signature domestic policy bill, aka the big beautiful bill. And then you have $65 billion from Republicans' 2026 immigration funding bill, the one that just passed and that this is about. This is a total budget of $246 billion. So the additional DHS funding through reconciliation, you had $12 billion from the big beautiful bill, and then an additional $5 billion in this one. But what began as a measure that unified Republicans eager to support Mr. Trump's hardline immigration stance devolved in recent weeks into a political albatross for the party, putting election year divisions on display. GOP lawmakers balked at the president's demands to include $1 billion in security funds for his ballroom project, and they refused to move ahead with the measure without assurances that no federal money would be used to create a $1.8 billion fund his admin announced to pay people who claimed they were victimized by the government. While the admin said it would not move forward with such a fund, and we're going to get to that next, several Senate Republicans voted with Dems to attach a prohibition or limitations to the bill, but those efforts failed, leaving the measure silent on the matter. Still, and this is like, again, I cannot overstate what a fucking travesty this is, because you should not take the Trump admin at their word when they say, yeah, we're backing off of this. Trump has not backed off of this. He's clearly not done pursuing this bullshit. Still, Senate Republican leaders were able to put down the revolt in their ranks and pass the measure early Friday. And Mr. Johnson quelled a short-lived rebellion of his own on Tuesday after a clutch of conservative Republicans briefly withheld the votes needed to allow the measure to clear a key procedural hurdle, demanding a vote on a separate sweeping border security bill to crack down on unlawful immigration. They eventually backed down and allowed the measure to move ahead. Dems were unanimous in their opposition to the bill. Thank fuck. Saying they would not lend their votes to fund immigration enforcement tactics they characterize as wildly out of control. Donald Trump promised, which is saying something, because again, this is every single congressional representative. There were like no defectors. You usually get a couple, like, you know, the Henry Guayad types, not even on this one. Donald Trump promised America that he would target violent felons who are here illegally. Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the Democratic leader said, but instead, taxpayer dollars are being used by ICE and his violent mass deportation machine to target and brutalize American citizens, in some cases killing them. Republicans pushed the $70 billion legislation through Congress. Like, I don't understand why they don't use the names Renee Good, Alex Preddy. Like, these should not be names or people that are easily forgotten. And the fact that like how do they not look at the like relative success of them, the right, constantly making martyrs out of particular figures like Charlie Kirk, for example, and how valuable that is. Like, just for pushing, like, again, if you don't want these people's deaths to be in vain, then yeah, you should constantly invoke the fact and remind people that they are victims of this Trump admin. Like, why wouldn't you? Republicans pushed the $70 billion legislation through Congress using a process known as reconciliation, created to allow the majority party to dodge a filibuster and pass bills aimed at tackling federal deficits on a simple majority vote. In doing so, they effectively game up the normal bipartisan appropriations process that has always been used to fund major government agencies. The dispute over funding for immigration enforcement began in February when federal agents in Minneapolis shot and killed the 2 American citizens during Trump's immigration sweeps, and Dems demanded guardrails to rein in the officers' tactic and conduct, which, if you actually got into the brass tacks of what they were fucking demanding, which was just expanded surveillance because they want body cams. I don't have time to get into why the body cams thing is not actually a great idea, but whatever. It was toothless. They had no way to actually hold, like, the bills that they were advancing weren't actually going to meaningfully introduce guardrails into the mass deportation program or hold ICE to any of these standards. Mr. Trump and Republicans refused to yield to a number of Democrats' demands, including barring immigration officers from wearing masks and requiring them to obtain warrants for searches, a thing that they already have to fucking do. Unable to reach a bipartisan agreement to allow, like, again, like, the suggestion here is that, like, hey, you have to obtain, like, that is literally already the law. That was like a thing that Hakeem Jeffries wanted them to promise, was that they would literally just follow the law. It was not a new regulation. I think it was Hakeem Jeffries. I could be wrong. Unable to reach a bipartisan agreement to allow a regular spending bill to move forward, Senate Republicans and Dems struck a deal to fund everything except for ICE. Even then, the deal languished for weeks because conservatives in the House refused to vote for a regular spending bill that did not fund ICE and Border Patrol. House Republicans passed it only after the White House ordered them to do so. And it's so cute. Again, they literally, there are people that actually are like, will tell you to your face completely and like, seriously, Trump's a lame duck. No, he's not. He has such insane party discipline sometimes. It's absolutely fucking bonkers. He had party discipline when he was just as the fucking nominee leading up to the 2024 election, tanking that bipartisan immigration bill that Kamala Harris like seemed like she was getting a fucking kickback from mentioning constantly on the fucking campaign trail. In the interim, Mr. Trump said he was funding both agencies with money, a proof by Republicans tucked into the tax law enacted last year, which also passed using reconciliation. Their use of process meant to make it easier to do the politically risky work of enacting major budgetary policy to steer around normal appropriations, has raised the specter of the maneuver becoming routine whenever lawmakers are unable to come to a consensus on spending. They're using the partisan reconciliation process to pass a budget because they refuse to negotiate through the normal appropriations process. And guess what? Even if they had, there are Republicans that admit you literally cannot trust that they will even hold to that budget because they have shown time and time again that they are willing to break the law and spend as they see fit or cut as they see fit. What the fuck do you think Doge was? Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, Democrat of Pennsylvania, said, "We ask that ICE and CBP be held to the same standards as every other responsible law enforcement agency in this country. Republicans said no. They say no to everything." Isn't this a win-win for the Trump admin? If they get the funding for ICE, that equals win. If they don't, they shut down the government and save up on federal funding to give his cronies, which equals win. You might be onto something there. This is the thing. This was the other thing. There's like also stuff on like updates on like the FISA renewal. Democratic revolt over Trump's DNI pick puts FISA reauthorization in jeopardy. So 45 days after Congress punted a fight to reauthorize Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune are staying down the new deadline Friday night. That, if missed, President Donald Trump and intelligence leaders warned could leave the United States without an integral intelligence tool needed to thwart terrorism. But Trump's choice of Bill Pult for the acting director of national intelligence, which of course, like, this is the person who replaced Tulsi Gabbard acting, so he can, do whatever the fuck he wants for a little bit before he actually has to face a proper confirmation and Senate hearing, has thrown a wrench in momentum to reauthorize the controversial spy program by the end of the day Friday, creating the possibility that the program's legal authorization will lapse for the first time. Oh no, this might be the one time that there is a silver lining to the Trump admin's sheer and utter incompetence. Section 702, which allows for federal government to collect communication of foreigners abroad without a warrant, including when those people are communicating with Americans, including Hassan Piker when he goes to Cuba. Kidding. Has been fully reauthorized by Congress 3 times since the intelligence tool was created by law in 2008. Our military patriots desperately need FISA 702, and it is one of the reasons we have had such tremendous success on the battlefield, Trump posted on social media in the spring. It has already prevented many such attacks, and it's very important that it remain in full force and effect. Dems in both chambers have signaled objections to Pult, contending the director of the U.S. Federal Housing Finance Agency does not have any national intelligence experience. Who needs a thing like that? You can learn on the job. How hard could it be? Pult is best known in the Trump admin for launching probes into several of the president's perceived political enemies over allegations of mortgage fraud and possible misuse of authority. Targets of the investigation include Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, New York Attorney General Letitia James, Democratic Senator Adam Schiff, and former Democratic Representative Eric Swalwell. They've all denied wrongdoing. The DOJ had at one point investigated whether Pult and his team were interfering in ongoing investigations. Pult has not been accused of any wrongdoing. Johnson pushed back against Pult's critics, arguing that the president has the prerogative to choose his cabinet, while stressing that the president told reporters that Pult would serve on an acting basis up to 210 days without Senate confirmation. So literally just appointing them and skirting the Constitution because he can't be bothered to actually ask anybody in the party to have the votes. Like, why would he? Because he knows he can get away with this shit. We're going to pass FISA this week because it would go dark and it would be a calamitous situation for the country, so I'm working to put that vote coalition together, and you'll see it come together, Johnson said when asked about Pult's qualification. Moderate Republican Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska implored the president to reconsider Pult. FISA gives us over 50% of our most sensitive intelligence and has enabled the U.S. to stop multiple terrorist attacks. Letting FISA lapse would reflect a nation paralyzed by hyper-partisanship and dysfunction. Yeah, if you don't let us continue to spy on you or foreigners abroad or like without a fucking warrant, this is institutional rotten decay, polarization. POTUS can help by canceling plans to put Bill Pult as acting DNI, Bacon said in a post on X. Johnson dismissed Bacon's input, saying, I don't think that's a necessary requirement of passing FISA. I mean, it literally isn't. And anybody that equates those two things is playing it with a dangerous situation. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said reversing Polk's temporary appointment would only be a starting point to convince Dems to pass FISA. Why are you even conceding to that? But making another change at DNI wouldn't be enough on its own to sway Democrats. Hakeem Jeffries meant I can't stand this motherfucker. It's a step in the right direction because it reverses something that is clearly out of bounds, unacceptable, and cannot be allowed to occur. Again, like you just don't have to confirm this motherfucker. Before the president announced he was tapping Polk for DNI, a bipartisan group of lawmakers was coalescing toward passage of a 3-year FISA reauthorization, but Dems are now balking at a long-term extension over their objections to Polk. This was a bipartisan, bicameral four corners deal that everybody had pretty much signed off on, and the naming of Polk to that position, although the timing arguably wasn't the best, I still don't think it ought to derail something that's important. Thune, a Republican senator from South Dakota, said on Friday, Senate Intelligence Chairman Tom Cotton and Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley wrote to Marco Rubio in his capacity as National Security Advisor, warning the intelligence community to prepare for a potential significant gap in foreign intelligence collection if lawmakers blow past Friday's deadline. Even if Senate can muster the bipartisan support to pass the measure this week, House GOP leaders must deal with the hardliners in the conference who are demanding more reforms to the program, including a warrant requirement and the inclusion of a permanent ban on the Federal Reserve's ability to issue a digital currency. So we read all of this so that we can look at Anna Kasparian using this as an example to highlight bipartisanship and consensus that apparently exists between these two parties in this moment over that thing in a direction that it clearly doesn't. Hold on. Where is it? Both Republicans and Democrats oppose FISA reauthorization. This is almost 10K views.
The Trump administration has now thrown a
day ago. Give it to me, Anna. Give it to me, girl. Let's see. Tell me how Republicans are just like dying to get rid of this. Are we going to be talking about the base, politicians? I guess we'll see.
Monkey wrench into its plans to authorize more warrantless, yes, warrantless surveillance of the American people. You know what that means? That means allowing government officials to spy on Americans without getting a warrant from a judge first. And that monkey wrench, by the way, is Bull is actually a perfect name, but Bill Pulte. Bill Pulte. That name's been coming up a lot lately. So let's talk about that. So this all has to do with Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, also known as FISA. So Section 702 allows the federal government to spy on people overseas who are utilizing American communication systems. But there's a huge catch. While on the surface, it appears as though they're spying on foreigners in other countries, the reality is those individuals might be speaking to American citizens. So if those foreigners are in contact with Americans, then our government gets to spy on said Americans. If you are talking to a foreigner outside the country, maybe it's a family member or something like that, under Section 702, the federal government can listen in on your conversation without a warrant from a judge, which is unconstitutional. That falls under the category of unreasonable searches and seizures. They shouldn't do that, but they've been doing that. And Section 702 keeps getting renewed every time it expires. Now, unfortunately, Section 702 has historically enjoyed bipartisan support over the years, but it needs to be reapproved by Congress before Friday of this week, which makes this story very timely, very important. Trump right now is pushing very aggressively to make sure that that doesn't happen, that it does not expire. He wants it to be renewed. So he is pushing for Congress to renew it. And in March, he stated the following. When used properly, FISA is an effective tool to keep Americans safe. The fact is, whether you like FISA or not, it is extremely important to our military.
Let's see. Can and will Anna Kasparian give just an unequivocal criticism, no holding back, to Trump, like directed towards Trump over this? Let's see.
So President Donald Trump, who famously was furious when he found out that the Obama administration was spying in on him during his 2016 campaign, is now saying that the American people should be spied on because this is an incredibly important tool. Noted. I mean, obviously, Trump has shown on multiple occasions that what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. So he expects special treatment, of course, but for our purposes, spy away. On Sunday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth went to bat for Section 702 because, of course, he did. At a time of growing threats around the world, Congress should be strengthening the tools that protect our nation, not weakening them. Reauthorizing Section 702 is about protecting Americans' privacy and protecting American security. Right, I'm sure you're very worried about Americans' privacy and security, Hegseth. He finishes that off with, we can and must do both. Right. I've never felt less safe in terms of
leave for a bit and come back to Anna. I had to check in on her. Okay. I'm in withdrawal. I do miss her take.
National security under the leadership of Donald Trump and the weekend anchor at Fox, who had a drinking problem and was very abusive to his former wife. But anyway, allegedly, other Republican senators who have opposed an extension for Section 702 include John Kennedy, Josh Hawley, Rand Paul. Those are the Republicans, among others. But until very recently, it seemed as though Section 702.
Okay, so like three people.
Would still be reauthorized. Like very little challenge to that, right? However, Trump decided to appoint.
Like, please name these Republican politicians, Anna, that currently hold office that are actually either in touch with their constituents or willing to outwardly oppose this.
Bill Pulte as Tulsi Gabbard's successor as the director of national intelligence. And it appears that Republicans are worried about that, and it's making them rethink Section 702. So Pulte, who now serves as the acting director of national intelligence, is widely seen as unqualified for his role because it turns out that he's...
YouTube chat, you fell off the Mac, do better. Map, do better. Okay, they're like, YouTube either has like the loudest chuds or they're all lurkers. Everybody's asleep.
You know, unqualified for his role. Like, homeboy's a real estate developer with no intelligence experience whatsoever. None.
Like, what this title so far is just completely aspirational. Literally, she can name on one hand the Republicans that oppose FISA along with Democrats. And even they were tepid on this.
What are we doing? Before this, he was working in the Trump administration and will continue working in the Trump administration on housing regulations. So, look, Trump has given some mixed signals on Pulte. So on one hand, he has suggested that Pulte is only a temporary stopgap until we find a replacement for Tulsi Gabbard, real successor to Gabbard. But on the other hand, Trump seems excited at the idea of Pulte investigating claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election because Trump is a child. He's the current president and can't let 2020 go. So who knows? Who knows? All we do know is that right now, Pulte is the acting DNI. And so either way, Section 702's friendly, 702 friendly Democrats have also revolted after Pulte's nomination, but I give them no credit. These people are total.
Oh my God. How? Why? How does she do this so consistently in every fucking video, man?
If you're a Democrat who decided to greenlight our federal government spying on American citizens.
So again, we're going to go out of our way to give the three Republicans that she could name, Rand Paul, John Kennedy, somebody else, that, oh, look at them. They oppose it. But no credit to the Democrats who overwhelmingly, like, again, to the extent that there's opposition to this or anyone being critical of this, the party that is doing that are the Democrats, dude. But no.
This is credited after Pulte's nomination, but I give them no credit. These people are total clowns. If you're a Democrat who decided to greenlight our federal government spying on American citizens without a warrant, you're trash. To now say, like, oh, now we're worried because it's going to be Bill Pulte. You're trash. If you're a Democrat who supported this and then suddenly pretended like it's a big deal because Pulte is in the mix, you're a traitor to the American people. You are totally okay with government officials spying on American citizens without a warrant. Get a warrant. Why is it so to get a warrant? But God forbid.
So like she literally just read out how it's Trump that wants this. It's Pete Hegseth that wants this. It's majority and overwhelmingly Republicans that want this. Democrats are the opposition party. They're doing like, a fucking shitty job of opposing this, right? But and even Hakeem Jeffries is like, again, being like, well, maybe that's on the table if you get rid of Pulte. But like, at least some opposition to it, right? But like, no credit to them. But for whatever reason, we're going to give a bunch of credit to Kennedy and Rand Paul. Why?
So,
like, do you think that they're also going to support fucking his nomination?
Now Senate Democrats have pulled their support for the extension. Now they have. Except John Fetterman.
As long as they do, who cares if the reason is hypocritical? What the fuck do you think? What does it matter? It's a fulcrum. It's a leverage point for them to use to deny this guy being confirmed.
Because among the members of Congress who will be remembered in the trash bin of history, Fetterman is like a prime candidate, like prime example of that. So time will tell what happens to Section 702. I don't know if there are enough votes to avoid reauthorizing it, but we will have some more updates as this story develops.
The other night, I was scrolling through Shop TYT when I saw our awesome No Money for Wars hat and thought, I need that. I click add to cart, ready to dig out my wallet, but it's on the other side of the room. But right there in checkout, glowing like a beacon, is that glorious purple Shop Pay button. One tap and boom, order placed. That's the magic of Shopify, the platform behind millions of businesses and 10% of US e-commerce, including our own Shop TYT. That purple Shop Pay button is the best converting checkout on the planet. It means fewer abandoned carts and more actual sales. And if you run a business,
I'm sorry, I'm subjecting you to this. I'm just like transfixed right now watching Jank do like this ad read.
Shopify makes it super simple to build a beautiful site with hundreds of templates and to
Thank you so much, Jank. Very cool. Okay, we're gonna look at 10 seconds of this.
I think we may be in a moment of foreign policy.
Ezra, let me introduce you first. Okay, hold on. This is what's the left's vision for foreign policy after Trump, the Ezra Klein show. I don't know if he includes himself when he says the left. You know, my understanding of the left is that it starts at anti-capitalism, but maybe Ezra Klein is coming out as an anti-capitalist in this. Being serious, this was uploaded 16 hours ago, has 56,000 views, and let's see what other chapters in this. So Gaza, Biden, and the left's foreign policy. Maybe this was actually just going to be him like analyzing the, what they're always saying is sort of an irrelevant faction in this country. What should Democrats do in Israel? I bet this is going to be ghoulish. Trump and the anti-war vote. Biden, Ukraine, and American responsibility. Is American military hegemony worth it? Can a rules-based order be saved? What do we think? A foreign policy for the middle class. Immigration and left solidarity. Anti-corruption and foreign policy agenda. Book Rex. Let's see.
Policy rupture in the Democratic Party. It reminds me of years ago when the Iraq War remade the Democratic Party.
You're actually not really seeing a rupture at all in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is a pro-Israel party. The Democratic Party is captured by the pro-Israel lobby. The Democratic Party is filled with ideological Zionists. So to the extent that you see some changes around the edges or whatever, some tinkering, some, exhuming of the talk surrounding, we need negotiations and we need to do a two-state solution and we need to do this with Bibi bad, settlements bad, blah, 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 blah. Okay, you're seeing aesthetic changes, but are you actually seeing comprehensive movement on this issue? Or are you actually just seeing rhetorical shifts and pandering to meet an increasingly dissatisfied base, which as of the last and most recent comprehensive polling that we have from last summer from Gallup, only 8% of Democrats, support Israel's actions in Gaza. So like the other 92% are just like not on board with that. Do you see that reflected at all by our representatives? Of course not. So again, just kind of laughable to me. I might be losing power. Oh my God. If I things are flickering, you guys, I might have to end stream soon. Hold on. Did this fuck with my channel? No F? Spooky. But you guys just saw that, right? Is this because I'm slandering Ezra? The Abundocrats coming for my electricity? Well, as long as I didn't lose it, I guess we're going to get a little bit of this. But point being that it's the fucking same shit, different toilet. They're just, it's two different visions for what constitutes being pro-Israel. You have J Street and you have AIPAC. And Republicans are firmly on the more AIPAC train for being pro-Israel, and Democrats are still largely in J Street. But fundamentally, it's still the same fucking goal. If they're bringing up anything about Palestinians, it is literally just incidental. Why are you trying to hide that you have a poltergeist? I know, right? It's futile.
The Iraq War, which is why Barack Obama beat Hillary Clinton in the 2008 primary, changing the course of American politics.
Because I will offer a clear contrast. As somebody who never supported this war, thought it was a bad idea, I don't want to just end the war, but I want to end the mindset that got us in the war in the first place. That's the kind of leadership I can provide.
Right now, Israel and Gaza feel to me like they are becoming the center of a similar rupture. The thing that started here for me was a few weeks ago, Brian Schatz, who is a Democratic senator from Hawaii. He's often talked of as maybe the next Senate Democratic leader after Chuck Schumer. So a guy with an incredible sense of the pulse of the party. He tweeted, "I'm not into blacklisting anyone from future work in their area of expertise, but I do think it's fair to want a whole new crop a whole new crop of foreign policy staffers in the next Democratic administration. It's not like the same 120 people are the only people who know anything. Then Senator Chris Van Hollen, again, very well respected in the party, very much someone in its mainstream. He wrote an opinion piece for The Times, laying out how different he thinks the Democratic Party's policy on Israel needs to be, how badly he thinks the Biden administration's policy failed. And then he went on to say, primary voters won't trust any Democratic presidential candidate who does not have a record of moral and strategic clarity on these issues, especially if, as a legislator...
Yeah, it's a failure to these people because it's a headache for them to be so gung-ho and openly pro-Israel. It's a failure insofar as it's like a strategic failure. And like, fuck, people are now annoyed with us that we're not virtue signaling hard enough, that we care about Palestinians or like human rights, or that we, they want us to do these things like stop supporting apartheid. We've clearly fucked up here. We used to be able to do this shit under the fucking radar.
Later, he or she voted to send Mr. Netanyahu bombs even as his government imposed a total blockade on Gaza. Nor will they support a candidate who plans to re-enlist the senior Democratic decision makers who whitewashed the truth during the Biden administration and refuse to acknowledge their complicity. Complicity is a strong word in an internecine Democratic fight here. Then we've seen a number of Democratic primaries beginning to split over Gaza. It has become an essential issue in the Michigan Democratic Senate primary, where Abdul El-Sayed leads in many of the new polls.
You're watching Democrats bend over backwards in the most pretzel-like way to justify the war. They're like, this is an illegal war, but if they ask me, I'd fund it. If you don't have the courage to call out the moral abomination of a genocide, then what do you have the courage to call out in the first place? This is a moral Rorschach test for our party.
It was very present in the New Jersey House primary that Adam Hamawi, a doctor who had treated the injured in Gaza, just won.
I was running on something very simple, is that we should be spending on healthcare, not bombs. We should be spending on our communities here, in New Jersey, in America, and not funding bombs overseas for, atrocities and genocide. We should not be funding the endless wars that we're seeing.
It's been at the center of the House primary in my district in New York, where Brad Lander is running against the incumbent, Dan Goldman. And much of Lander's attack is centered on Goldman's support for Israel.
Representative Goldman does not view what's happening there as a genocide. I've been fighting against Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza since 1990. I've never heard him say the word occupation in that context.
Lander, too, is well ahead in recent polls. Into all of this comes Trump's war in Iran, a war he has fought alongside Israel, and just the general failure of his tariff and foreign policy. And so it's made this moment a moment when something new really could emerge. The Democratic Party is not going to go back to Bidenism. It is not going to try to replicate Trump.
You're telling me that the same party that's captured by all the exact same corporate interests is going to make some massive heel turn? The extent to which you're seeing anyone talking about change, you're literally talking about Democrats that have not actually ascended to office yet and are not captured by those interests. Those two things might be related, Ezra.
Trumpism. So what would something different
Like, you're not going to see a major shift until that happens.
Look like? Beyond
Like, they're literally paid to not understand what needs to change.
just Gaza, though of course including Gaza, what would it do differently? Matt Duss is the executive vice president at the Center for International Policy.
This fucking guy.
He's worked at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and the Center for American Progress. He
I
served
just remember Hassan got a bunch of shit for like bringing that guy on his stream.
as Senator Bernie Sanders' foreign policy advisor.
Why is he the go-to, man?
And he's advised Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Duss is really at the center of foreign policy thinking
And it's
among
obvious in her fucking Israel positions.
the elected left. I want to have him on to explore a question that
I retract my Ezra hope. You were foolish to have it in the first place.
I think might come to define the
Like, it was always going to be the case that he was going to bring out some liberal fucking Zionist interventionist to give the answer to this fucking question. As if I give a fuck what Matt Duss has to say about the left's vision for foreign policy after Trump.
28 primary. What would a left foreign policy look like? What would it actually try to do in the world? As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com.
This is going to be a conversation on how do we make it palatable to support Israel again. It's so annoying that all these people on Twitter like get after us for supporting this shit. Ad starts in after we've already done all the platitudes, right? Two-state solution, Hamas bad, Bibi bad, settlements need to stop, rockets need to stop, blah, blah, blah. October 7th bad. And through gritted teeth sometimes, yes, it's a genocide. Guys, incoming ad break. In 1 minute and 17 seconds. That's how long you have to subscribe to me or use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub to hope that you can avoid ads.
Matt Duss, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So you wrote a piece in The Nation recently saying that Democrats can't avoid a reckoning on Gaza. What is that reckoning?
Well, I think
because it's like because then we can't defend Israel as easily.
It involves understanding that we're not going to sidestep Gaza as an issue as the party moves forward. I do think the Gaza debate, the Gaza debacle, the Gaza genocide stands for a lot that is wrong with our politics. And I think if Democrats are going to be able to offer a compelling alternative vision of how they're going to govern, they really need to have a discussion, have a debate, have a reckoning with what the Biden administration did, not just with the policy, but with the campaign of what I think was clearly disinformation that accompanied that policy. And that's going to involve some very tough conversations. That's going to be putting, a spotlight on some key officials who served in the Biden administration, and some of
Name names, Matt. Like who?
whom probably hope to serve again and probably should not get to.
What do you mean by campaign?
Okay, so I guess we're like sidestepping Biden having any, like, calling on like Biden, to face any repercussions for this. I'm not surprised, obviously, but like if you were actually serious about that assertion, you'd be saying that Biden needs to be tried at the fucking Hague.
Information.
I mean, I'm looking at, the way that the Biden administration talked, the White House, the State Department. You had this constant
Guy Matt does is a Zionist. You probably know this, but it's worth making sure. No, I know that he is. Yeah.
refrain of, oh, we're not seeing that. We've not made that assessment.
We have not made an assessment or drawn the conclusion that they are in violation of international humanitarian law when it comes to the provision.
Which is funny because like after the fact, and he clarified like, well, I'm not speaking I was speaking, in the capacity of representing the White House, but like he was like, oh yeah, they committed war crimes, obviously. Like I was lying. Hold on. Majority reports. Biden press secretary, Israel war crimes. Biden Ghoul and finally admits Israel committed war crimes.
Matthew Miller.
F this guy.
People may remember this guy as the vampiric, State Department smirking guy from the Biden administration who spent the last, year and a half of his job there denying genocide repeatedly, smugly, over and over again to reporters asking legitimate questions.
To be clear, there is... The stuff that Israel has been doing in Gaza for the past year and a half, fundamentally, not any different than what they're doing now. I mean, it is the case that they're not killing food aid workers because they're in charge of it now and they've hired, but
U.S. mercenaries.
Fundamentally, same exact dynamic. But there's an opportunity here now for a lot of people to do some CYA and some retconning of their reputation. The moment this guy should have salvaged his reputation was well over a year and a half ago when he should have resigned from the administration in protest. But here he is. Go back a little bit. I want to hear the question.
Do you think what's going on in Gaza now is a genocide? I don't think it's a genocide, but I think I think it is without a doubt true that Israel has committed war crimes. You wouldn't have said that at the podium. Yeah, look, because when you're at the podium, you're not expressing your personal opinion. You're expressing the conclusions of the United States government. The United States government had not concluded that they've committed war crimes. Still have not concluded that. But we've
investigated ourselves, and we are innocent of the crime of genocide.
Personal view is they have. And they were while you were there. But let me qualify that. There are two ways to think about the commission of war crimes. One is if the state has pursued a policy to deliberately committing war crimes, or is acting reckless in a way that aids and abets war crimes. And that, I think, is an open question. I think what is almost certainly not an open question is that there have been individual incidents that have been war crimes where members of the Israeli military have committed war crimes. So ultimately, in almost every major...
This is still like major downplaying and atrocity denial.
Conflict.
To say there's certainly been individual and suggesting it's isolated incidents as if it's not the entire purpose.
Including conflicts prosecuted by democracies, you will see individual members of the militaries commit war crimes. And the way you judge a democracy is whether they hold those people accountable. But Israel hasn't. That's my point, right. Is we have not yet seen them hold sufficient numbers of the military.
Okay.
So there's a context for that.
Vision of humanitarian assistance into Gaza.
Given the nature of Hamas's track record of co-locating itself with civilians, using civilians as human shields, we're unable to make a conclusion.
No evidence that Hamas engages in human shields. Is this even worth fucking saying?
Determination as it relates to violations of international humanitarian law. We at this time have not made an assessment that that the Israelis are in violation of U.S. law.
And it was clear that they were choosing not to see things that were happening. Everyone else in the world could see these things were happening. Palestinians themselves were reporting these things were happening. Israeli and Palestinian human rights groups.
But Biden said he didn't trust the Palestinians. He said they're lying. I'm sorry, but they're lying.
International NGOs were reporting that these things were happening. This is one of the things that I think underlines this disconnect here is the Biden administration made an assessment within a month of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Within a month, Secretary of State Blinken came out and made an assessment that Russia is
genocide?
committing war crimes.
Yesterday, President Biden said that, in his opinion, war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Personally, I agree.
The idea that they could not make a similar assessment of a military into whose operations the United States has vastly more visibility, I think is it's just not.
Like, does he just pretend to be this like naive, this like fake wide-eyed naivete that we have going on, or like what are we doing here?
Credible.
So you know many of the people in the Biden administration. You've talked to them.
Because there's this sort of air of like, this is shocking stuff, which like if it's your first day on Earth as an adult. Yeah, like it would be shocking, or like this is the first time you ever looked into this. But he's literally like a foreign policy advisor, so this should come as no surprise at all. The U.S. has like a long history of helping Israel act with impunity that far precedes the genocide in Gaza.
What do you think happened? And when I ask, I mean in a very specific way. What do you think were the set of commitments or values? Because these people see themselves as having deep commitments and deep values that, in your view, went wrong and led to the policy that we had.
Yeah. I mean, I think first, this really does come down to Joe Biden, not only Joe Biden, but Joe Biden.
Okay, if it comes down to Joe Biden, why didn't you name him as somebody who has to face accountability for their actions and complicity in these war crimes as the commander-in-chief? He conveniently sidestepped that when he was like saying there's certainly people in the Biden admin that need to take accountability for this. If you're admitting, and it's not even admitting, it's like acknowledging that, yeah, Joe Biden as the commander-in-chief would be the sort of principal architect of this, right? With respect to being the steward for U.S. foreign policy and with respect to Israel, right? But I guess not.
I think had a very particular conception, both of how U.S. policy toward the Middle East, how U.S. policy toward Israel should work. And he had a very serious confidence, I would say misplaced, but he had great confidence in his own judgment about how to use U.S. foreign policy. He had a view of the U.S.-Israel relationship, which he said many times, there should be no daylight. If there were differences in opinion, differences in policy, those should be expressed privately, whereas in public, the United States should remain essentially in lockstep with whatever the Israeli government was doing. And I think he has had that view for a very long time. His view was this, okay, we're going to express some differences with what Israel's doing here and there, but we're not really going to put any real pressure on them to change policy. As a former staffer myself, I know that once the boss has kind of laid down the parameters of where he or she is willing to go and not go, I think staffers start to tend to shape, you stop arguing and you say, okay, these are the guardrails. And you start to shape policy within those guardrails. And Biden made clear repeatedly, and he made clear actually during the 2020 primary, when Senator Sanders kicked off a debate about conditioning military aid to Israel. I mean, Biden at the time called that a preposterous idea. There was that one time when he withheld one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs. But other than that, there were really no consequences for what the entire world could see was an ongoing set of atrocities.
I have a question about this.
And even still, he's still saying war crimes. Again, the suggestion being it's like isolated incidents as if it's not like a top-down genocide with the intention of inflicting maximal suffering and trying to like eradicate Palestinians.
You know the answer to, because it's always confused me. I think it's fair to say at this point for the left, Gaza exists as if not the central failure of the Biden administration. And I agree with you that much of that comes down to Joe Biden himself. When Biden was being pushed to step down,
There's plenty of blame to go around, though.
Some of the strongest people fighting that effort, trying to keep Biden in place, were Bernie Sanders and AOC. And I never quite understood why. You know them better than I do. Partly given like the centrality of Gaza now, and obviously that was true in 2024.
I mean, one, maybe it's that they're actually not as left on this issue as you think. And two, they're pragmatic at the very least, and they were factoring in that domestically, Biden governed much more progressively than anybody anticipated. And so the fact that Biden had extended goodwill to the progressive wing of the party and brought them in for different policy recommendations, even if he fell short of where I obviously wanted him to be more ideally, he still exceeded my expectations going into his admin. I don't think that they're quick to forget that. And I was also very, very skeptical, even with how disastrous that debate performance was, that Biden should step aside at first. I agreed with AOC and Bernie. Although I was not a Biden dead under, I did eventually switch that position when I saw that it was viable for Kamala Harris to step in.
What was going on there?
I mean, like, people are just
what I know,
like so checked out, and I was just like not convinced that I was like, will people realize that like Kamala Harris has assumed has like Biden has resigned or like you know, dropped out of the race, and that Harris is gonna like, would there be enough time to make up that gap?
From my perspective, I think their view was, you know, they knew Biden. Obviously, they disagreed with the Gaza policy. They were two of the most vocal critics of the Gaza policy. But they knew that when it came to other policies,
Which is sad.
Domestic, economic policy, trade policy, they at least had an ear in the White House. Joe Biden and his team had been willing to talk with, engage with them on a whole range of issues beyond foreign policy. But I got to
He gives my answer correct. It was because of his domestic agenda. He had built up that credibility.
say, I feel like there was also, I think, a pragmatic sense, and this is just my suspicion. I'm not, I don't have any inside information. I think it makes sense. Like, listen, if someone's going to push Joe Biden out, it's not going to be the progressive left. They're very aware. I think all progressives in the Democratic Party are aware that we have a centrist establishment that is always looking for reasons to call us, disunifying wreckers. So I think that kind of played into their hesitance as well.
Us? Who's us? How do you have this position on Gaza? Call yourself a progressive? I guess you're like a Pat Bry progressive except Palestine.
About the way the policy was changing. As you say, that in the 2020 campaign, Bernie Sanders kicked off a debate on conditioning aid, which is something that has been anathema in the Democratic Party for a long time. All of a sudden, it's not. I thought the op-ed by Senator Chris Van Hollen was a pretty significant moment. I mean, he's an establishment figure who's been very outspoken on Israel for a long time, it's worth saying. Let me ask it directly. What, in your view, should the Democrats' position towards Israel be? What is the right policy here?
Well, I think first of all, it's to end aid. It's to end. I mean, Israel is a wealthy country. There's really no need for American taxpayers to continue to subsidize their defense budget. I mean, that's a position that was put out there by AOC, and I think about 5 minutes later, Rahm Emanuel came up right behind. So,
did you advise her? Did you? Yeah. Again, wow. Could you? Why is it that AOC and Rahm Emanuel, staunch Zionist himself, why do they agree on this? Why is she echoing a position that Bibi Netanyahu now holds? Why does Bibi Netanyahu hold this position? Think, Matt. Like, they're trying to pass this off as if it's anything other than a different way of moving like subsidies around for this country. It's not. Anything short of calling for a total and comprehensive arms embargo to that nation is literally just an aesthetic change. This is some like fucking like pro-Israel psyop shit.
Very interesting. These are two people who kind of represent different poles in the party, but I do think we're getting close to that. But then moving from that, I think it's not just aid, it is sales. And we do have laws on the books. I mean, this is why I found the whole conditioning aid, conditioning arms sales debate so bizarre, the way it was treated as some kind of, kind of weird punishment. We have laws on the books that condition aid to every country, according to a set of principles, whether it's the Leahy Law, whether it's the Arms Export and Control Act. There are existing laws that, prohibit or restrict the sale of arms to militaries or military units that have a proven record of human rights abuses. We have simply not upheld those laws. Multiple administrations have simply ignored them. And again, this is what I was saying about the Biden administration.
I have a question for you. Would you say we follow those laws in general and make an exception for Israel, or do we not follow them in general?
I think there are certain countries, Israel being one, Egypt, others, countries that we have
Saudi
Arabia, yes. I mean, so I think, listen, the arms lobby is an extremely powerful one. There's a strong incentive to just kind of push these sales through.
Do you think it comes from the arms lobby, or do you think it comes from...
Like, please keep in mind these two things. As he's saying this of like, even, again, we can cut off the aid. This is a pro-Israel position. Do not be fooled otherwise. It is just it's just a different way to launder the same policies. So, and this is reported 2 days ago by The Intercept. I was reading this earlier. Congress is trying to permanently integrate U.S. and Israeli defensive tech. A proposal to entwine U.S. and Israeli tech and AI and autonomous systems is controversial and closely resembles a pro-Israel bill that died earlier this year. So they want to axe the memorandum of understanding, and they want to replace it with this. A controversial insertion in the National Defense Authorization Act currently winding its way through the House would permanently intertwine U.S. and Israeli defense technology, including artificial intelligence and autonomous systems. Lawmakers and military experts told The Intercept that Section 224, named United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative, is highly irregular and closely resembles a bipartisan bill backed by the pro-Israel lobby that died in Congress earlier this year. I can't think of another example of Congress formalizing integration of critical national security technology with a foreign power, said retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Williams Astor. Unlike traditional foreign military aid programs, Section 224 would establish a framework for integrating Israeli-developed technology directly into U.S. research, procurement, manufacturing, and acquisition processes, which military experts warned would be complicated, if not impossible, to unwind. It's almost like that's a feature and not a bug. It would apply across areas including AI, autonomous systems, cyber warfare, biotechnology, missile defense, and defense industrial production. Astor, who's taught military history at multiple institutions, said he's particularly concerned about the AI component. Israel is a leader in using AI, predictive models, and programs to surveil and kill people using named manned and unmanned drones, he said. The smart, even autonomous technologies Israel has used against Palestinians could very well be used by the U.S. government against American citizens, especially the so-called radical left that President Trump appears to see as domestic terrorists. So put a pin in this. This is all happening in the context of the supposed left position in this country, even though it could definitely be further left, being we need to cut off aid. And then this fucking pops up. That's why do you think Bibi is championing this? Because he realizes it's so unpopular in the United States, given all the bloodletting and people being upset about the fucking live streamed Holocaust that they had to witness on fucking TikTok or X or however it came across their feed, that they're trying to make these moves instead. So, okay, you're not going to give us aid. We're just going to permanently integrate U.S. and Israeli defensive tech. We're going to permanently intertwine the militaries in a significant way of these countries and make it basically irreversible. Again, PSYOP shit. It is like PSYOP shit, man. Watching supposed progressives repeat this, but he's not doing this like, oh, this is a mistake. He is trying to make it seem like this is the left position when it is the pro-Israel position, believe me.
The American foreign policy establishments or the president's feeling that the alliances with these countries are important for other reasons.
I think it's all those things. I mean, in some cases,
Do you think AOC knows this, or she is a useful? She knows this. AOC knows this.
Might be one more than the other, but I do think this gets to a much bigger problem, is that the security state, the military industrial complex, whatever word we're going to use now, I mean, this is a real problem. This is part of how we ended up in this ridiculous war with Iran. But getting back to what the Democrats' position should be on Israel, I think, yes, first of all, uphold our existing laws when it comes to arms sales, but also let's really tee up a policy that empowers, the best actors in Israel and Palestine rather than the worst ones. Because unfortunately, as I see it, that is what our policy has been doing for the past 20 plus years.
Can you describe how it's done that and then what the alternative would look like?
Right. I mean, I think we've had a policy where basically all the consequences and disincentives and punishments and sticks, so to speak, have been focused on one side. Not entirely, but mostly. That's on one side, the less powerful side, the Palestinians. There's always some kind of new condition that's placed on them to receive aid.
Can you link the? Yeah, I can link the article.
And and again, some of this is legit. Obviously, we should impose consequences for terrorism. I mean that is true. But at the same time, there are zero consequences that are imposed. Any real meaningful consequences that are ever imposed on the more powerful side, the Israeli side. And I think this dynamic has really given Israel a very reasonable belief that they can just press forward with de facto annexation, which is ongoing as we speak, with entrenching their control over all of the land of Israel and Palestine in perpetuity, and to weaken and diminish the Palestinian national movement to just, a completely, controlled subject population within a greater Israel. That's the situation we're in right now. And the reason this keeps ticking in one direction is because there's no reason for it not to. I mean, there are no consequences for more and more extremist leaders in Israel to raise and implement more extremist policies. At the same time, Palestinians look at that and they look at their own kind of ineffective, corrupt leadership, and they're like, what is this? They see only more occupation, and it empowers extremist voices who are saying, no, the way to get our freedom is through the gun. And that's what I mean when we have pursued policies that have empowered some of the worst actors who don't want peace.
So be specific for me. What are these policies and what would their alternative or opposite look like?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, first of all, let's look at Gaza. You need, first of all, governance, basic, Gaza, as I'm sure your listeners know, I mean, it's a ruin now. It's a series of tent cities. But the way to bring order, the way to bring services to people, the way to bring real control is to have it governed by Palestinians. That's ultimately the only way that you're going to be able to.
Can that include Hamas?
I think it has to include some kind of tacit agreement with Hamas. As we all know, Hamas remains in Gaza.
It is literally unavoidable. It's a non-starter if you think that Hamas is not going to be part of these negotiations.
It has not been destroyed.
It's absurd on its face. The suggestion or the idea that, again, why Hamas does not get to dictate who they interact with. Israel picks their leaders. That's who they have to that's who they have to negotiate with. Why should the reverse be true? You know, is Hamas really the legitimate representatives of Palestinians? No, but they're currently the sort of de facto governing authority. They have the monopoly on the weapons there. They have to be contended with. You can't institute of like, no, we're not going to negotiate them. You need to pick a different leader before we do it.
They continue to be a relevant force. But I think what we have to come around to is just understanding that, you know, the disarmament of Hamas will never happen under a situation of occupation. It will only conceivably happen under a situation of legitimate Palestinian self-governance.
And what does it look like on the other side? What have these policies been, and what would they be towards Israel?
I mean, first off, let's start to create disincentives for these policies. Let's state plainly that the settlements are legal, that officials who support them and facilitate their growth should face consequences. They should face sanctions. I think, you know, one of the very few good things that the Biden administration did on Israel-Palestine was, you know, sanctions against violent settlers. But I think that's just the tip of the iceberg.
And on day one, Trump literally reversed those sanctions.
I think it will start to shift the dynamic once you show that there are real costs for these policies.
Let me ask you about attention here. Something Biden administration officials often told me was, including on the show at times, was that there was only so far they could push or restrain Netanyahu. And they thought it was better to remain in conversation, to remain with some leverage.
This is like always the argument to always say fucking involved with the abusive ex, man, or like, you know, the abusive partner.
Government. It's funny when you were talking about why AOC and Bernie might have wanted Biden to stay on the ticket despite deeply disagreeing with him on Gaza. Well, they had his ear. And, you know, even right now, there's huge amounts of criticism from the Israeli opposition that Netanyahu is listening too much to Donald Trump and not launching the scale of assault on Lebanon that he has promised and that they want him to launch. So like even the incredibly modest level of concession Netanyahu has been making to Trump has become a political liability for him in Israel. So there is some tension here between kind of maintaining, you know, the line of communication and the possible, you know, influence over Israeli decisions, but then you're complicit in them, arguably. How do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I would say three things. One is, first of all, even if you don't change their behavior at all, you are at least no longer providing arms for a genocide. I count that as a win in and of itself.
I'm so triggered by this. Okay. Here is how this is psyop shit. So Israel's proposal to end U.S. military funding is actually designed to further enmesh the U.S. in its oppression of Palestinians. So this is supposedly the progressive position. Oh, because AOC has it? I don't give a fuck. Actually look at the underlying policy position and see what the implications are going to be before anybody renders that judgment. Just because somebody that you like is pushing a policy and they happen to be progressive on a lot of, like, a range of issues. Okay, AOC is a far better congressional representative than the overwhelming majority of congressional representatives. It does not mean it is a progressive policy, okay? Enemy Charlie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. I am just bitching about AOC's policy on Israel and these liberal Zionists trying to pretend like this ending defensive weapons transfers to Israel does anything other than entrench the ongoing occupation and genocide. Very, very chill stuff we've got going on here. Everybody should follow Enemy Charlie. I will be shouting her out in a bit. Thank you so much for the raid. Designed by U.S. complicity in delivering more than $30 billion in weapons to Israel to facilitate its genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, a clear majority of all Americans, including supermajorities of Democrats, now oppose more U.S. taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel. Recent statements by Israeli and U.S. leaders to phase out U.S. military funding to Israel appear to respond to this demand. However, the emerging plan is to substitute formal military funding, known as foreign military financing, with greater U.S. taxpayer-funded co-development and co-production of weapons with Israel. This development would further enmesh the U.S. and Israel's oppression of Palestinians, and by extending the co-development and co-production of weapons into the spheres of cyber, AI, border, and drones, would help the Trump admin replicate Israel's dystopian control over the Palestinian people to advance its domestic authoritarian agenda. Instead of deepening the U.S. Israeli military partnership through the expansion of joint weapons projects, the U.S. should be fulfilling its obligations under domestic and international law to punish Israel's genocide and cut off all forms of assistance as it is required for regimes that systematically violate human rights. And if you read Amnesty International's human rights report from, I think, probably 10 years ago now, Fueling Conflict, not only do they call for a comprehensive arms embargo against Hamas because they're a frequent violator of human rights, they also say Israel needs to be subjected to one because they themselves are a frequent violator of human rights. So this is not a radical or like new position. It has been around. So in an interview last week with The Economist, Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, who faces an arrest warrant issued by the ICC for alleged crimes against humanity conducted during Israel's ongoing genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, stated that he wants to, quote unquote, taper off formal U.S. military funding, known officially as Foreign Military Financing or FMF, over the course of the next 10 years. Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican of South Carolina, chair of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee on State, Foreign Operations, and Related Programs, which has jurisdiction over FMF appropriations, immediately amplified this interview and stated that we need not wait 10 years to phase out FMF to Israel. Instead, Graham committed to presenting a proposal to Israel and the Trump admin to, quote, dramatically expedite the timetable for ending FMF appropriations. These seemingly dramatic announcements by Netanyahu and the pro-Israel stalwart Graham come as a 10-year Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, negotiated in 2016 between the U.S. and Israel during the Obama admin winds down. In this MOU, the U.S. pledged to seek congressional appropriations of $38 billion of weapons for Israel, $3.3 billion in FMF, and $500 million for the co-development and co-production of anti-missile systems annually between fiscal years 2019 through 2028. Last November, Axios reported that the U.S. and Israeli teams had begun negotiating the terms of the next MOU. Israel is reportedly pressing for a 2-decade-long commitment totaling at least $76 billion in U.S. weapons. Although this article did not hint at the prospect of completely ending FMF allocations to Israel, it noted that Israel was pressing for at least some shift to less FMF and more appropriations for U.S.-Israeli co-development and co-productions of weapons instead. The proposal to phase out FMF allocations to Israel altogether, however, is not wholly surprising in light of previous Israeli statements and efforts and policy papers published last year by the Heritage Foundation and the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, or FDD. Last May, Netanyahu told his cabinet that, quote, we will have to wean ourselves off of FMF allocations. And Likud MK Amit Halevi has been spearheading an effort to transform the U.S.-Israel military relationship to one of, quote, joint projects and investments rather than FMF. See the Intercept article we just read? A plan which Israel pitched extensively to the Trump admin in Capitol Hill last year. This initiative appears to be orchestrated with the policy proposals of major right-wing think tanks backing the Trump admin's agenda. Last March, Heritage published a policy paper entitled U.S.-Israel Strategy from Special Relationship to Strategic Partnership 2029 through 47. Heritage argues for a gradual phasing out of FMF while increasing appropriations for the co-development and co-production of weapons and Israel's commitment to purchase increasing amounts of U.S. weapons from its own funds through foreign military sales, or FMS. Under Heritage's model, in total, the annual flow of U.S. weapons to Israel would increase from $3.8 billion to $4.5 billion annually, despite FMF appropriations being phased out. So literally is just going to lead to more weapons flowing to this genocidal country. And the fact that this is, again, the position of the supposed progressives in this country is fucking atrocious. The fact that people, understandably, I understand why they do it, but repeat this and think that it's actually a progressive policy when you've got Lindsey Graham on board, Bibi Netanyahu on board, J Street, AIPAC. Like, again, that should make you think, hello, why do they want that? Why would they agree with them? And last December, Bradley Bowman, senior director of FDD Center on Military and Political Power, published a similar policy paper entitled Beyond the U.S.-Israel MOU, The Case for a Strategic Partnership Agreement. Bowman argues that a strategic partnership between the U.S. and Israel should replace the previous MOU model. However, unlike Heritage's proposal, FDD does not advocate ending FMF appropriations to Israel. Instead, these would be subsumed into a broader $5 billion annual partnership investment incentive, or PII, which, in addition to FMF appropriations, would also include, like the Heritage proposal, increased levels of funding for the co-development and co-production of weapons and Israeli purchases of U.S. weapons, presumably through FMS. While differing over the question of whether to continue FMF appropriations for Israel, the commonalities in the Heritage and FDD policies are striking. Both aim to enhance rather than diminish the U.S.-Israeli military coordination and cooperation, and to increase rather than decrease weapons flows from U.S. to Israel. So make no mistake, even though superficially it looks like, oh, they're going to get less weapons, they're just going to have to pay for it. Shouldn't they have to pay for it themselves or whatever? No, they should not be allowed to fucking purchase weapons whatsoever. Not from this country. While the prospect of ending FMF appropriations to Israel would in some respects respond to a key demand of Palestinian rights organizations to end some forms of U.S. taxpayer financing of Israel's atrocities against Palestinians, let's be clear. Netanyahu, Graham, Heritage, and FDD all want to strengthen the U.S. military relationship, U.S.-Israel military relationship, potentially making the U.S. even more deeply complicit in Israel's ongoing genocide. I mean, it's not even a question. It absolutely would. Palestinians in Gaza and Israel's ongoing denial of freedom and self-determination to the Palestinian people. Members of Congress should oppose any new MOU outlining future U.S.-Israeli military coordination and collaboration, regardless of whether or not it includes FMF appropriations. Opposing all manner of weapons deliveries and the co-development and co-productions of weapons with Israel is aligned with U.S. obligations under both domestic and international law to prevent and punish genocide. Also comports with the Arms Export Control Act, or AECA, which forbids U.S. weapons from being used by foreign countries or reasons other than internal policing and legitimate self-defense, and with all these other laws, right? And like, consider people don't want to give Israel more weapons in this country. It's just so insane. It's so insane. And like right on cue, again, the Intercept article came out showing exactly why, like how quickly they're moving on this to very quickly entrench the IDF with the U.S. military in a way that's going to be basically irreversible.
Of all, this idea that, okay, they could just move forward without us. I mean, we have enough, Israeli security officials, not just recently, but going back many years, saying, listen, without U.S. support, we simply could not continue. I mean, that is what the Israeli security echelon believes. And third, this idea that they were just staying engaged to have influence, I don't buy that. And the reason I don't is I'm going to go back to, I believe it was 2019. This is when I was working with Senator Sanders on a war powers resolution on Yemen. The United States was involved in support of the Emirati and Saudi war on Yemen, massive humanitarian crisis at that time, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. And Senator Sanders, and along with Senator Chris Murphy, Senator Mike Lee, offered a war powers resolution, which basically says the president has taken the United States into a conflict without the appropriate authorization from Congress. And at the time, a number of former Obama administration officials published a letter, which we really appreciated, saying that they had made a mistake because this war started under the Obama administration. And initially, President Obama and his team supported it for exactly the reason you just said in Israel, which was to say, okay, we don't necessarily like this war on Yemen, but staying engaged and staying supportive of what the Saudis and the Emiratis are doing will give us some influence in how this war is conducted. They said in that letter that was a mistake. We were not able to have meaningful influence. And in fact, what we did was just give affirmation to a terrible war. And some of the people who signed that letter went on to serve in the Biden administration and are now out here offering the exact same argument for why it was better to continue supporting Netanyahu and Israel and Gaza. And I don't buy it.
The other argument you'll hear, this sometimes from Democrats.
I don't buy it. And I'm trying to sell you on this other radical fringe far right position, but you don't actually know that. Oh, man. Like, look at this. This was reported, when was it? April 10th of this year. J Street backs far left calls to end U.S. missile defense aid to Israel. Like, is that what happened? Is that really what happened? Israel is capable of paying for its own military equipment. That sounds familiar. Who does that sound familiar? Why does that sound familiar? Including supplies for its missile defense systems, a spokesperson said, a position which is at odds with J Street PAC's own stated endorsement criteria. Why the sudden shift, right? And why does it sound so familiar? Oh, wait. Because I read it in this AOC tweet around the same time. April 1st of this year, she was saying this. The Israeli government is well able to fund the Iron Dome system, which has proven critical to keep innocent civilians safe from rocket attacks and bombardment. Consistent with my voting record today, I will not support Congress sending more taxpayer dollars and military aid to a government that consistently ignores international law and U.S. law. Netanyahu's allies in the Knesset just approved a $45 billion defense budget, and the prime minister himself also asserted his interest in withdrawing from the MOU, red flag, with the United States in January. It is fully within their ability to fund Iron Dome and other defensive systems. Our allies who need our military aid must understand that we will provide it consistent with the Leahy Amendment and the Foreign Assistance Act. That's why it sounds familiar. Or like, do we actually think, oh yeah, J Street is succumbing to the far left? Like, if you believe this, I have valuetainment to sell you.
Often from Republicans, is it Israel's an American ally. We stand with our allies. Israel is a important strategic partner in the region in intelligence and cooperation and other things. And so there is an American strategic interest, more of a realist take than a values-based take, in maintaining a tight alliance. Do you buy that?
What, I mean, are we benefiting from our relationship to the Middle East right now? What's happening? Are we benefiting from this relationship? I mean, yes, I hear this argument a lot. It's kind of almost it's like a holy writ in Washington. But I do question it. Yes, it's good to have allies. It's good to have democratic allies. I think the United States should work with...
Question it, but he's like literally on here pushing for these positions.
With allies to defend their legitimate security interests. I think what Israel has been doing is not remotely legitimate. When I hear people bring up, do we have this cooperation on technology on tech?
So
and
disgusting.
my answer is, well, for what? Obviously this is very, very good for Israel. This alliance has been very, very good for Israel. But when I look at the costs and benefits, both strategically, ethically, morally, politically, diplomatically, to the U.S.-Israel relationship, I don't think it works out in the U.S.'s favor.
I think a lot is up to a larger foreign policy debate that is happening right now about what should drive American foreign policy. And
what happened to your golden hair? It was majestic. I dyed it black, obviously.
when I listen to some of the people, some of whom you have advised, who are articulating this on the left, AOC, Bernie Sanders, people like Chris Murphy and Jason Crow, congressmen, something they center.
You're going to bring up Lindsey Graham? You're going to bring up the Heritage Foundation? You're going to bring up Bibi Netanyahu supporting all of this? Why are we just going to focus on them?
Is that our foreign policy should be based on values. You hear a lot of talk of interest, but they will talk a lot about values. What values? What does it mean to have a values-based foreign policy?
There are no values to speak of other than being pro-Israel. Let's be for real, okay? Give me a second.
Democracy is one. Self-government, a government that delivers, for its people. And that sounds simple. It is, but I would kind of take things back to some very first principles about what foreign policy is for. Any country's foreign policy is meant to advance the safety and the prosperity of that country's people. That's what American foreign policy is for. I think as a progressive, I would add the word, solidarity to that. I mean, I want to be in solidarity, not only with people in my country, but communities outside our country. And I feel like even though we don't have the ability.
Yeah, okay, whatever. All right. This is repulsive. I can't take much more of it. We're going to finish it tomorrow, most likely. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight, you guys. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to be headed over to Shorty, previously known as Kid Not Kin. And if you're watching on Twitch, you're going to be headed over to Jasilk, who is finishing Mehdi Hassan versus PBD, which we watched just yesterday. I will be back later today, or tomorrow, depending on how you look at it. Thank you so much for spending the night with me. See you guys later. Bye.